North and global South. In other words, I'm not interested to enter into this debate. What are the differences and issues attached to global North and global South? Do you think there are uh, equal treatments with respect to all parts of the world when we are dealing with the social media and social media platforms as far harm to their societies are concerned? If not, then are we thinking to have some uniform principles on which we all should be treated equally, squarely, equitably, justly?
Thank you. Does any one of you want to answer that question?
No, it's my question to your good self.
So basically, what we're looking at is, of course, an equitable solution. We want this debate to kind of bring out, of course, we would have to talk about the differences between the North and the South. But of course, we want something where everyone has a level playing field, that they have the same access, that the resources in terms of AI would be able to help mitigate the menace that it could become if not used productively and efficiently. So I feel like this conversation could be a standing point to how we can help address that issue across the world, and not just the North, and not just define it to the North and South.
You see, when we talk about AI, then that is contingent upon a logarithm. So if that is uniformed, then there is no difference between global South and global North. That is the issue.
True. So what we will do is we will go through this session and we will try to address your questions as well throughout today's point, as well as any of the audience's questions as well. So with that, we go into our main conversation. So as you all know, before we get started, I'd like to go a few housekeeping items so you know how to participate in today's event. At any time during this conversation, feel free to put in any questions or bring it up during the Q&A sessions if you are live at the IGF session as well. And we would love to answer them all throughout today's session. So with that, welcome to the session, The Challenges of Online Harms, Can AI Moderate Hate Speech? As you all know, digital technologies have brought a myriad of benefits for society, transforming how people connect, communicate, and interact with each other. So with that idea, I would like to first invite Zira Talat, the Digital Democracies Institute, Simon Fraser University, one of the organizers for today's session, to give us a little insight before we start our main conversation.
Hi, sorry, I'm just putting on woolly socks because it's really, really cold in this apartment. So thank you for handing off. My name is Zira Talat, as Safra just said, and I'm at the Digital Democracies Institute. And what I work on are the foundational limitations of machine learning and AI through the perspective of content moderation technologies. So to start off with, I'd like you all to think about how the reinforcement of cultural and linguistic hegemony would influence content as we see it in online spaces. And as a pointer, perhaps you could all consider the impacts of minoritized people, their speech and communicative patterns, and how this would all be impacted by regressing towards a hegemony. I ask this because, as I'll argue, this is exactly what machine learning does, and machine learning for content moderation. Machine learning on cultural content, such as images, text, and speech, can be thought of as a very advanced way to identify the average or mean of a concept. The foundational question of machine learning is, how can we find an approximate of our data that maps well into an unknown space of data that is identically and independently distributed? And these three, identically and independently distributed, effectively means that how can makes a question into how can we create methods that map onto something that looks exactly like something we've already optimized our systems for. So when we develop machine learning based content moderation technologies, what we're developing are machines that identify the means given some instruction. What this then means that what is marginal and minoritized is deeply impacted by this regressive move towards the mean. So the question is, the question is, when we regress towards a cultural mean, what cultural mean are we regressing to? Well, given that the data and emphasis is very much on the global economic north, and specifically norms from the United States of America, given the social media platforms use of Section 230 as a foundational value, how this mean is probably very much focused on the American experience of the internet and the American values of speech. These values are very transgressive towards minoritized and marginalized folks. And so what we're seeing in these content moderation systems is that because of their foundational methods, as well as their foundational and their foundational values from the social media companies who are implementing these systems, we end up having systems of marginalization, systems that inherently are developed to marginalize, while we're saying that, and while we're pretending that these systems also have some sort of benefit in that they remove content. Now, if we actually stop down and look at the content that is removed, well, then we see exactly this thing, that is minoritized and marginalized language that's removed a lot of the time, whereas some of the more concerning and culturally harmful things, such as white supremacist speech and violent ideologies being pushed, are not removed because they communicate in a manner that is deemed as polite or acceptable by these, by the content moderation technologies, by the values of the companies, and by the systems, by society at large. And by society at large, I mean very specifically the American society, or the society in the US. And it's important here to note that machine learning removes dissensus. It removes the notion of debate and contesting and contestation. So what we end up with is that all of the responses to, or all of the very strong responses that we've seen over the past few years to the white supremacist insurgents in the US, that's all kind of removed from the content moderation systems because they're regressing towards the most common and the most salient mean. Cool, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zirak, for that. I'm sure everyone have a little bit of insight as we begin our conversation as well. So with that, we go into our first panel discussion, which is, of course, categorizing, understanding, and regulating hate speech using AI. So with this panel, we have three members who are Lucien Cartex, the Secretary General of Internet Society France, and a researcher at University Sorbonne Nouvelle. Can I please have him to do the first presentation for this session? Lucien? Okay, I think he's having a technical difficulty. So we will move on to Giovanni De Gregorio, the postdoctoral researcher working with the program in Cooperative Media Law and Policy at the Center for Socio-Legal Studies. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Safra. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you and talking about this topic. I mean, just a general, let's say, introduction before, to start with this panel discussion and the questions. So the question of this panel is about whether AI is able to resolve or to solve the issue of hate speech. And I will not just say hate speech, probably it's also a problem for disinformation, and also it's a problem for other harmful content, because it's not just a speech outside, when we talk about social media. So it's very important to understand what are the challenges when AI try to detect content. But again, the most important thing to stress at the very beginning is that this is not just a technological question. Okay, it's also a social question. It's also a social question because it involves also actors implementing these technologies, and what are the incentives that these actors have in behaving better, in doing better, in moderating, for example, hate speech or tackling hate speech or disinformation. So it's not just about how AI can solve the issue of hate speech, detecting and removing hate speech, but also about what the actors are doing, when they about with their policy or with implementing certain technology to detect hate speech. And so there are these few layers that is important to stress before to start any conversation about whether AI can solve the issue of online hate speech, first of all. Second of all, the second thing that I would like to stress is that if we look from a technological problem, what we can see is that generally the problem of AI is a problem of detection of different context. But it's not just a matter of context, it's also a matter of language, because also language belongs to the realm of context, as you can imagine, as you know. And so the question is usual about what AI can detect. It's not just about whether AI can solve detection, if sometimes AI cannot even detect hate speech. And just to provide a small example, talking with computer scientists, also, this is clear, especially when there is some languages where there is no training for AI. For example, in some areas of the world, for example, with our research here in Oxford that looks particularly in Africa, with the ConfliktNet project, we are looking in particular at some countries in Eastern Africa but even in Southern Africa, where there is no actually moderation of content. Now there are some small projects running up. They are trying to translating some content, for example, or some piece of, let's say, of information, even radio communication, into data to train AI in a certain language. So the most important thing, we should not think about whether AI could solve hate speech, whether in the world there are areas without moderation. So the question is, AI could solve the issue of hate speech, probably Myanmar after what happened, or could solve the issue of hate speech, what is happening in Ethiopia or whatever around the world. The question is, yes, but it depends what AI can detect, because there are areas of the world where there are no incentives, and this is why it's not just technological, the question. There are no incentives for the actors to develop this technology, to develop this technology, because probably the advertising market is not so developed. So it's also a question of the business model of these actors and the incentive they have to implement better or to invest more resources in algorithmic technologies able to develop AI in different languages. And also, it's not just a problem, for example, one country inside of different countries, because even in one country, there are even multiple languages. So, and, this is not just a problem for sure of AI dealing with the questions about language, but language is just one of the other problem. Then there is also the problem of understanding the context and of course the different degree of protection of free speech in different countries. But we are really complicating the debate now. So this is just an overview, a very brief overview, and then we have also the discussion, just to say this is the tip of the iceberg of the problem, but the question should be framed in a different way. It's kind of technological and social at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giovanni, for that. And with that, we go into Vincent Hoffman. He's part of the research program Regulatory Structures and Emergence of Rules in Online Spaces at the Leibniz Institute of Media Research. He's also part of the AI and Society project at the Humboldt Institute for Internet and Society in Berlin. Vincent, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So after what Giovanni already mentioned, the problem with the language, I would like to draw the attention to the legal perspective of online hate speech moderation, and that is both the procedural and fundamental rights part of content moderation. So when you look at the the companies content moderating, you have to also consider that this is a decision that has a fundamental impact on the fundamental rights of the users, and especially when it comes to political speech that is being moderated by the private companies, you always have not even on the freedom of speech, but you also have a strong impact on the political debate and on the political freedoms that are granted when it comes to content moderation. So what was the highest court in Germany ruled a decision this year that was on the removal of content, and it said that, first thing it said that Facebook can, in their private rules, so in their terms of usage, they can actually moderate more content than is prohibited by law, so they're allowed a wider space. But what they also said is that because there's such a strong impact on these fundamental rights of the users, and especially on political parties or members of parliament, you have to have procedural rights granted in these decisions. And then coming back to AI decisions makes it, in my understanding, necessary to both explain what has been decided and give the possibility for the person confronted with that decision to legally challenge that decision, meaning that you have to have an explanation of this AI decision, making it sensible and understandable to the user confronted with it, so then he or she can go to court or just another instance of the private company with a human involved, and then raise and complain about the decision that has been made. So I think even if the AI is used, and I think there is, prove me wrong on this panel, but I think with the mass of online speech, it is impossible to moderate it without it, even at least in the first stage of moderation, that you have to have a look at the second part, which means then the procedure afterwards for the users. And this is then especially necessary in countries what Giovanni mentioned, when there is a moderation team that does not speak the mother tongue and is not familiar with the local way of communication, because it's just a US-based moderation team that focuses on English language or maybe other major languages in the world, but does not get the fine notes in between. So then even in the second stage, this cultural language problem still exists. So that were my 2 points: the fundamental right basis of online hate speech and the focus on explanation and the procedural rights of those confronted with those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Just want to check with Lucian if you're okay. Oh, perfect. So let me just plug you in. So as I said before, Lucian is the Secretary General of Internet Society France and a researcher at University Sorbonne Nouvelle. The floor is yours, Lucian.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm in Katowice, but I'm in my hotel, and I had some Wi-Fi quirks, so I moved around and I found a better one. So that was quite interesting, and I agree with my colleagues. This is a key topic, the question of balance between fundamental rights, with a big impact on freedom of speech and privacy when speaking about content moderation. I am a member of the French National Human Rights Commission, and at the French level, we conducted an extensive interviews on online hate speech last year. The French Human Rights Commission is an independent national institution for human rights. It was established in 1947, and basically in the French landscape at that time, that's an interesting use case. A bill was introduced in March 2019 to try tackling online hate speech. The bill was relying on private actors like digital platforms, amongst other, to carry on taking down online content. But there is obviously a number of drawbacks that could be highlighted, which are quite interesting because the debate is rising again. Basically, there were a risk of mass removal of content in the gray area, leading to a big risk of censoring. The threat of large fines combined with a very short window to evaluate the content would cause most likely online platform providers to overtake down content. And it's obviously harmful to freedom of speech. The proposed legislation was to pull down content within 24 hours, which does not actually provide enough time to adequately evaluate content. And as my colleagues were saying just a minute ago, well, there is a massive impact when you talked about content of the context. And indeed, it's true even in French. Well, different languages. In French, we obviously have French, but other languages also, and context plus language makes it very difficult to actually be effective when using automated tools. Another interesting point, obviously we noted during the interviews that there were massive use of artificial intelligence and of non-transparent algorithms, and then a risk of having a black box and not understanding, why some content were flagged by the machine, which resulted, in a problem societal-wise. And as a result, there were also a risk of reinforcing dominant position to the detriment of small actors, and also to reinforce bias in moderating content. Hopefully, the Commission at the time published an opinion, actually two opinions, and the French Constitutional Council did strike down most of the key provision of the bill, making it quite basically the provision I was mentioning were struck down. So the law resulted in enacting an observatory to study hate speech, and obviously the problem I was mentioning. Another interesting point is there is a clear need to have moderators understanding the context and the language when moderating, and not only obviously coming from non-native speakers. There is a need also for a national action plan for digital education and citizenship. And on another note, the Commission today is conducting an extensive work on AI and human rights following the war on hate speech, with publication of this expected in March 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to add all of you onto the main panel so that we can have questions as well. I hope the connection is okay for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So if anyone from the audience has any questions at this point.
This is Babar Sohail. My question to our honorable last speaker is, when we talk about non-transparent logarithm, so the concept that man behind the machine, how we will solve this problem when there is no uniform formula, there is no uniform principle, then whosoever will be having hands on the wheel, he will be deciding where to go. And the gulf between global south and global north will remain there. Thank you.
Lucian?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Indeed, it's quite complicated to to tackle online hate speech and to just have humans in a mix. One of the reflections we had when conducting, and still conducting studies on the topic was basically to have a strong team of moderators, human moderators from the country, from the area, speaking natively the language, of course in not to perfect solution, because you will need a lot of them, and understanding, as my colleague said, the cultural context, and then to have the help, obviously, of user flagging the content, and a process relying on the judicial system to have time to evaluate the content, with a few exceptions when regarding terrorism or other high risk contents. Also, another point is to make sure to put in place rules that are transparent, and obligations for digital platforms to comply with such transparency rules. So to have an expert committee able to evaluate algorithms used in content moderation, and basically have a mix of measures that might enable us to understand the moderation.
My name is Naz Baloch. I'm a parliamentarian from Pakistan. And my question is regarding the hate speech, of course. And what I wanted to ask you all, it's actually what might be a hate speech in my part of the world might not be considered a hate speech in some other land. So definitely the law of land applies in every particular country. My question is that many a times it happens that we feel that basic individual right of a person has been breached, or some hate speech has been taken place in some other part of the world. But when we complain these sort of cases and issues to the social media providers, we most of the time get the reply that it's not considered as a hate speech in that part of the country where the social media providers exist. So the compliance that you're talking of, we have a lot of issues in that. So how do you think is the best way to deal? Because the earlier representative, I'm missing the name actually, was discussing about the language issues. So definitely many a times people are using languages which are not understandable to the other countries or the social media providers that easily. In fact, we face these kind of issues on a day-to-day basis. So how do you think we can tackle these issues? Thank you.
So I'm just going to add Zirak here as well, so that he can just give his opinion as well. And then we're going to the other panelists. Zirak?
I would actually invite Giovanni to talk about this, because he went more into depth about languages and challenges there.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. I'm definitely not an expert on that, so but it's part of our outcome from, even a partial outcome that we got from the research that we are conducting. I mean, it's not easy to answer all these questions, because it depends a lot on the context on which we are focusing, So, sorry, just to repeat the concept, because it's important, when we look at the moderation of AI, for example, in Europe or in the US or whatever, the way in which this moderation is conducted is different also in the way in which it's conducted in other areas of the world, for many reasons. Also, some of them I've already mentioned that. And the language is only, I would like just to add this point, the language is only just one of the reasons why there is a kind of which we are trying to call an inequality in the way content moderation is conducting around the world. And this does not just concern, for example, countries that are traditionally marked as being in the global south, but this concerns also the incentives, again, platforms have to moderate content in different areas of the world. So just to say that, it's not easy to answer just this question in a straight way. But of course, the problem of language is just one of them. Then there is also the problem that has been mentioned even in the question before about the role of humans in this field and the role of human moderators. And this is another big topic because actually, if you think about, no one knows where these human moderators are around the world. And probably no matter where you live in a consolidated democracy or not, what is important also is to know actually who is actually managing and taking decisions on this content, whether it's just AI, whether it's a human moderator, I don't know, in Japan, in the US, Latin America, and the Philippines. So it's important to know that, because also the decision of on your content on hate speech, of course, also the degree of the cultural understanding of free speech is also taken by different people around the world with very different backgrounds, with very different histories, and expertise. So the question is about who should be a human moderator also, because I mean, human moderators can play a very important role in this field, also because it could in a way mitigate the risk of AI, just leaving AI doing its job. And we have seen during the pandemic also, when some platforms have decided just to rely on AI and leaving human moderators home because of COVID, we have some problem with the spreading of disinformation and blocking of accounts, because of course sometimes AI fail to do these things. So human moderators are really important. But the problem, if you look around, the most of the human moderators are usually deployed actually where there is no AI able to moderate content. It's not by chance, If you look, there are researchers where some human moderators are usually in countries where there is no possibility to use AI because AI cannot understand content or language. So you use humans. It's not by chance that even this country, usually countries where platform can even outsource these services and pay very little amount of money for this service, rather than investing so much money on AI. So these are the questions around how AI could take, or in my opinion, hate speech. It's not just about technology, it's more about the political economy of content moderation.
Does any of the others want to add on to that?
I might add a bit from a German perspective, since sorry, there was a law introduced in 2017, so slightly before France, Lucien, that was focusing on the removal of content from the platform. So that was basically addressing that problem, that the platforms were managing after their own rules, and the state law that of the country that the content was published in was not enforced on the platforms. So they made the platforms responsible for the content reported to them, and enforced removal within 7 days as the maximum. And if it's obviously illegal, which is also a term that is highly discussed, within 24 hours. So quite fast, that the removal has to be made on that platforms. But that was the German approach on making the local law applicable on the platforms by making them responsible for the removal.
Thank you. Any of the others?
Hi, I had a question, then I'll pass over the mic. I
Yes.
wondered, and I'm potentially broadening the scope here, if we're looking at how our AI can moderate hate speech, whether we can avoid talking about data protection, because in order for the algorithms to be more effective, or the machine learning to be more effective, it requires data. And given the nuances that are involved in making decisions on particular types of content, it requires perhaps more sensitive data in order to provide the appropriate context. So I just wondered whether the panel had any reflections on the privacy side of providing data to help moderate this content, and if those challenges have come out in any of your research. Thanks.
Giovanni?
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, this is another huge question: the boundaries and the between privacy and content. So data and content are very close to each other, So of course, to train AI, of course, it's important just to generalize. I'm just generalizing a little bit. Of course, it's important to have large amount of data, you know. So of course there is a connection, because also to train AI you need also not to use just non-personal data, but also personal data, or data of course that are involves also sensitive information like racial origin. As you can imagine, if you have an AI clustering removing hate speech because they are racist, you need to train AI to understand actually what racism is. So you need to use pictures, data to train an AI to learn what is racism or what is gender or whatever, you know. So of course these are really personal data. You cannot train AI with that to detect racism using weather data, you know. So it would be quite impossible, you know. So the problem of data is very well connected to the problem of content moderation. There is also another point, because also when human moderators or even AI process content, you know, to remove, of course those content includes data inside, because the detection of AI, whether there is a pattern concerning, I don't know, the color of the skin, whatever, you know, it could be a racial a character, whatever. This is actually a kind of data that is processed to remove a certain content. So of course, the question of data, it's really relevant in the field of content moderation. To be honest, I'm trying to push more the research and the focus, you know, about the intersection between online content and data, personal data or data, because there is not so much research sometimes about the intersection between the two systems. So about how data, of course, are content at the same time, you know, and also are important to train AI. This is really important to stress, but the safeguards are really not there, actually. Even if you think about the law, the legal safeguards are not really there. You know, even when we look in Europe, let's think about the GDPR, the very famous GDPR, at the very least does not say so much about protecting data in the field of content, if you think about it.
Thank you. Can we have Zirok and then Lucian?
Yeah, so being classically trained as a machine learner or like as a computer scientist and like working with machine learning, there's a fundamental conflict between data protection and machine learning, especially in the question of especially when we're acquiring context. So if we think about machine learning as like this massive machine that just takes a lot of data and tries to figure out some realms within which people exist, well, that's obviously going to need the data of the people. And even if we don't explicitly give the machines information about our race and gender and so on, they do pick up these things as latent variables. So even when we don't provide them with this information, they pick up on it. And we need to, I think this is a great question, because we absolutely need to think more carefully about how we can address this conflict of privacy and fundamental rights while developing machines for content moderation that take into account the cultural complexities and specificities of each geographic region and each cultural group for whom the content moderation technologies are acting on.
Thank you, Zirok. Lucian? I know you've been very active on the chat.
Sure. Well, regulating such a topic is quite interesting to reflect on, and the ongoing dynamic in Europe, in regulating content and including hate speech and disinformation is focusing on the balance between the freedom of expression and basically cybersecurity and what we sometimes call the resilience of society. I wanted to reflect on my German colleague example, as we had in France also a law on fighting information disorder in 2018, and that was quite interesting because the law was enacted in December 2018 and creating a new range of duties for online platforms, including the obligation to cooperate with the regulator and to develop an easily accessible and visible reporting system. So that was quite interesting, and also implement measure such as transparency of algorithms. To do so, to enforce that kind of compliance obligation, it was entrusted to the French audiovisual regulator, the CSA, Conseil supérieur de l'audiovisuel, which put together a project team, which is now becoming a direction within the regulator, and also composed an expert committee composed of 18 experts from different backgrounds to be able to reflect on the topic and help the regulator, understand what is an information disorder, which, as you know, in France we have a presidential election coming up in in early 2022, and fake news and hate speech, basically information disorder online, are a key topic and growing. So the interesting point is that it's a 2 years of extensive studies, and basically the regulator is conducting each year an extensive questionnaire to cover reporting mechanism, transparency of algorithm, and information provided to end user of digital platforms. And to do so is a first step, in my opinion, to be just able to understand how moderation is operated and obviously enforce such transparency obligations.
Thank you, Lucien. With that, we have one question here in the chat. How can AI handle hate speech when people are using special signs, example, dollar, euro, @, etc., instead of actual letters in words? Can AI read these graphic pictures and compare it to blacklisted words instead of actual words to navigate it better? Sarah?
Yeah. So thanks for this question. So modern language technology methods actually split the words into the longest recognized string. So if you have the word actual with an @ sign instead of the A, what it'll recognize is that very first character, and then it'll split that with the rest of the word. So it should recognize that, well, this is probably a lot closer to the word actual than it is to this symbolic representation. But as so the more replacements people use in their characters, the harder it gets. And this also doesn't get to the issue of replacing words with some other words. So you can have some benign words, like at one point, Google was used to refer to Black people. So that kind of replacement is going to be a lot harder to recognize.
Thank you. Frederica, you raised your hand. Do you want to voice out your question, or do you want me to read it?
Hello. Yes, I wrote it, but mainly thank you for the opportunity. I'm still learning a lot about artificial intelligence, but as I said in the chat, what scares me the most is like the variety and diversity, for example, of languages and slangs. For example, I live in the Caribbean, and Latin America and the Caribbean, for example, we are very big, and Spanish, for example, it's the main language. But for example, some expressions used in Dominican Republic, the place where I live, can maybe have a different meaning than in Chile or in Argentina. So it's hard, I think, when algorithms are developed, like to consider all these little things that are in the same context. So I cannot imagine how hard it could be to do it worldwide, So that's what I really wanted to ask. What do you think that could be done? Because the diversity itself in regions is very huge. So I'm still learning about the AI, but this is just like the first question I have. and I still cannot find like a good and efficient solution, maybe. Thank you.
Do you want to ask that question to a specific person, or you want to open it up?
It's like everyone can, it doesn't matter. Everyone can answer it. It's okay.
Vincent, do you want to go?
Yes, I'm just having a little Wi-Fi issues. That's why I didn't get everything. But I hope when you hear me, I would like to speak to that. Yeah, the problem of that nuances of the language that we mentioned at the beginning. Also, I think one solution that might be suitable is local councils of the platforms. So it is there are many further questions that you have to ask before introducing those councils, like how much power you want to give to the private companies. Is this private ruling adequate solution? So that's you have a lot of questions to discuss before coming to that. But I think that once you come to this point that you have to have regional or local councils at the end of the decision that decide on removal or not, that was pre-decided by AI or even by another content moderation team, might be one solution. Of course, it comes with a lot of work, and of course they have to be paid, those councils. So a lot of money that has to be spent on that. But I think that could be one solution to address those regional or local differences.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone want to add on before we close off this panel?
I would like to ask like one last question. My name is Danielle Sharaf, and I run a mobile product development company based in Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like the panel to elaborate a little bit about on the data points that are either currently being used to train such AI, or they would like this AI to be trained on the machine learning. So for example, example, sentiment mining through social media like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and stuff, image recognition through newspapers, right? Or even buying patterns of declared terrorist organizations and stuff. So currently to just shorten it, currently what data points or data sets are being used? And secondly, where does the onus lie? Where are these data sets being mined from? Will governments be involved to hand over these data points, for example? And if so, when we talk about governments, you have democratic governments, then you have authoritarian regimes. So yeah, I would like the panel to just elaborate a little bit on that.
Thank you for a great question. Lucienne, you want to answer that? You're on mute, just in case.
Yeah, I was struggling with the mute button. Sorry. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, that's a problem indeed. Just saying, when you have a democratic regime, basically, as the speaker said, it's a totally different question. And when you
Lucienne? Okay, I think he got disconnected. So what we will do is, in the interest of time as well, because we have a separate panel after this, we will try to answer this question at the very end of the session as well, including everyone who is part of that panel as well. So first off, thank you, Vincent, thank you, Lucienne, thank you, Giovanni, as well as Zirak. I know I put you on the spot randomly, so thank you for accepting as well. So with that, we go into our next panel. There are three more individuals who are working on this on the ground, and we'll definitely learn a lot from what they had to say. So the theme for this part of the session is called Categorizing, Understanding, and Regulating Hate Speech Using AI, Tackling Conflicts and Ethical Challenges in Global South and the Middle East. So this will definitely give us a very interesting perspective. To start off, I will now invite Nima Iyer, the founder and director of Policy, a civic technology organization based in Kampala, Uganda.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the great discussion. So as you said, I work for Policy, which is a civic tech feminist collective based in Uganda, but we have staff members all across Africa. And we do work looking at how technology impacts society, especially in the African context, because we tend to be a traditionally ignored part of the world, especially when it comes to tech development. And we're often seen more as users rather than people who come to the table to help in the development of technology. So I'm very interested in topics like Afrofeminist data futures, looking at things like online harms against women. So today I was invited to talk about a study that we did earlier this year. It's called Amplified Abuse, and it is a study that was looking at hate speech and online violence against women politicians in this year's Ugandan general elections, which were held in January 2021. And what we did was we really wanted to understand a couple of questions. So how do women in Uganda use social media? So how do women in politics particularly? But we also looked at some people who had different kinds of leadership positions. So not only those who were participating in politics, but also people who influence politics. And then we wanted to look at how it differs from men to women. And we wanted to see how hate speech and online violence manifests online. So what we did was we scraped Twitter and Facebook. We identified 200 accounts, 100 men, 100 women, and we scraped Twitter and Facebook. And then we did sentiment analysis on all the content. But we decided to only focus on two languages, which are English and Luganda. And here it's important to note that in Uganda, we have over 50 languages. So we only have about 45 million people, but we have 50 languages. But I think if you take into account even the smaller dialects, that goes upwards of 100 languages. But Luganda is the biggest spoken language, so we decided to focus on that. And then what we did once we did sentiment analysis is that we classified the hate speech into 6 different categories. And basically what we saw is that men and women use Twitter and Facebook quite differently. The abuse that women get is obviously quite gendered and sexualized in nature. So women are more likely to be body shamed versus men might be more targets of satirical speech. And of course, this has been found in many different contexts. Women are targeted based on their personal life. So you're not married, so you're not capable, you don't have children, you can't be a good leader. Versus men are targeted more about their politics. Like, I don't agree with that policy that you are, trying to bring about. And there were many changes based on age, based on the party, based on frequency of the use. But I want to get into the lexicon and the AI part of it. And I think it's interesting how this panel is divided into Global South and Rest, because it manifests very differently. So when we had to build a lexicon, we had almost nothing to go on for Luganda. There was just no information. So what we did was we brought civil society actors together and we tried to make a hate speech lexicon. And for the English part, we were able to use some databases that already existed, such as HateBase, and we were able to combine them together. But it ended up being a very resource intensive process because on the one hand, it was kind of shocking to see that Ugandan politicians were not using social media, even though we had elections where people could only campaign online because of COVID. They couldn't campaign in person as they usually do, but still there was very little social media usage. And so putting all this information together to identify the types of hate speech, we had to hire a ton of people and they had to manually look at this information because, as somebody already asked, these databases don't exist. And they don't exist for the biggest language in Uganda, and they definitely don't exist for any of the other languages that might be spoken by smaller populations. And one of the things I like to say is that, if you think about languages like Luganda or Swahili, they are actually spoken by more people than those who might speak Dutch or, other smaller European languages, but those that are catered to. And of course, it's a business case, right? It's like, it doesn't make business sense for social media companies to invest in some of these. It doesn't reach their bottom line. And some of the other things that was said that I wanted to add is that things like visuals. So there was a case where women were being attacked in Kenya, but instead of text, because it was detecting the text, they were sent pictures of machetes. And that was getting through the AI because whoever was moderating was like, oh, it's a picture of a machete. So basically the context is not understood by content moderators. There's not enough funding being given to content moderators. I think across all of sub-Saharan Africa, there's barely any content moderators. And many companies won't even tell you how many they are across these different countries. And then there are other things like some African languages tend, because of colonial histories, tend to be more oral in nature. And so words can have very different spellings when you go from oral into written, which makes making these databases very complicated as well. And then there's also the bias. This is something that we come across often. And yes, we talk about bias all the time, but thinking about the way that this bias is in these algorithmic systems, in the way that it impacts women, Africans, people of color, is completely different because this bias is baked in. So, for example, we spoke to a bunch of women who said that they tend to be shadow banned if they talk about queer issues or if they talk about racism or colonialism. So when you can't even talk about those issues, how do you kind of build these databases that, because you just get flagged as hate speech because of that bias that's already inbuilt. You can't even talk about political issues that impact you. And then lastly, I just wanted to add that, okay, there's two more things I wanted to add, is that we actually met with local politicians and we asked the women, why aren't you using social media? And many of them said, we spoke to MPs and we spoke to local councillors, and they said that they felt very unsafe and that platforms were not protecting them in any way. And particularly so in closed platforms. So I think it's okay when we come here and talk about Twitter and Facebook, but then we cannot at all regulate what happens on closed groups like WhatsApp or Telegram. And then lastly, I wanted to add, it really scares me when we speak a lot about regulation of AI in the African context, because due to some issues that happened in January around content moderation in Uganda, Facebook has been banned in Uganda since January. And the data showed us that most women politicians preferred to use Facebook because it is a long form of communication, and they felt safer on Facebook compared to Twitter. So I think when we talk about this kind of content moderation, when we talk about how platforms deal with governments or disrespect governments, or however you want to frame it, I think we have to tread very carefully, because on the one hand, so Facebook is no longer available. So this biggest social media platform that Ugandans used is now banned. So it's sort of like, what now, right? And I think that we have to tread carefully with these questions. And I would also love to hear from other people on how do you deal with big platforms meddling in the politics of weaker geopolitical countries. So when Germany passes a law, these companies have to be like, yes, we're going to follow your laws. But when geopolitically weaker countries pass, do things, they're very likely to just be ignored. So I'll close with that, and I'd love to hear from the rest of our speakers.
Thank you so much. It was definitely a very interesting perspective, and the one that we will definitely bring. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions from the audience based on what you've just said. So with that, we go to Rotem Edzini. He's a research fellow at the Fundament Cybersecurity Center, the Cyber Law Program. Just gonna bring him up onto the screen so that he can share his presentation. Over to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Great. So I'm showing a slide because one thing that we're gonna try to do here at the Israel Democracy Institute is a work we did with Yad Vashem. It's a work that we basically started with dealing with anti-Semitism, but we broaden it more to hate speech in general. It's a work by, first of all, my colleague, Dr. Tila Schwarzer-Schuler, and myself. It's kind of trying to, first of all, guide companies and online social platforms, and also kind of visualize for them a way to think about how to deal with hate speech and at the same time balance freedom of expression. So what we kind of try to do is have a model that is separated in two parts. First of all, kind of a common criteria, some way for us to make the balance and also think about it. And at the same time, I help us also have a procedural method of dealing within the company with the issue of hate speech and kind of how we get notifications, how we make decisions on a specific issue, how we respond to it, and finally also how we kind of make it more transparent and accountable. So I'm going to show basically the model in broad scale, but what we did, we kind of tried to make those kind of common criteria and ask questions about how we can define hate speech and scale it from one side, which will have more lenient options, and then and the other side more conservative and critical. And if you look at our slides, so on the one side you will find things that are some kind of criteria that are maximizing freedom of expression, and on the other end, if we make decisions on the other side of the scale, we will minimize freedom of expression. And if we, for example, go for if I will be a manager of a company or a director of a company and have to make a decision on a corporate scene, how to visualize and how to make it, how I want to decide on which policies to create for the company, I can do that using this kind of model. So we basically what we do, we took a model offered by Andrew Sellers from the Berkman Klein Center, and we made it into 5 basic questions. So first of those questions answer how we can define hate speech. So first of all, we can make a decision of which kind of groups we want to protect. So the speech needs to target a group or an individual as a member of a group. So which group do we protect? Only race, ethnical, or religious groups, or do we go more and broaden the scope of the groups that we protect to include also political and professional and other groups? Which kind of expression do we protect? Do we stick to those kind of closed list of definitions? There was the example here previous of slangs, or do we use slurs, but we keep only to those terms, or do we try to kind of broaden the scope of the terminology? Do we adopt here, for example, in a mixed approach, we can adopt AI to kind of learn more using NLP or supervised learning mechanism, kind of label the data and then kind of learn using AI new terminologies that might not be available in closed lists. Then we kind of ask which kind of speech we want to, which kind of harms the speech is calling to, and we want to block. Do we stick only to posts that call for physical violence, or do we broaden the scope to also direct mental harm or non-physical or indirect mental harm, knowing that if we kind of broaden the scope of the calls that we want to take down or address, we know we basically minimize the content that we allow on the content on our platforms. Then we kind of ask whether there is an harm involved in the whether there is an intent involved in the statement. And here, do we look for only explicit intent? If it's only me calling for something, or do we also look for things like implicit intent? And lastly, things like which type of violence do we call to in the debate? And again, so if we do this, one thing that we kind of saw is that, for example, we took Twitter's policies and we kind of noticed how they place their policies across the criteria. And in some cases, we saw that Twitter has a very clear statement around, for example, only explicit intent, and again, only around violence. But in other cases, we can find that they were less specific about issues. So in some issues, they stick to the closed list of definitions, and in other issues, they kind of were broadening the scope to context-based approach. And the one thing that we kind of think that it helps us do is also kind of illustrate. This is an illustration, but we can kind of also balance and think through where we want to put policies around. If we want to move aside, if we want to compare between companies, we can also use the model to do that. And then the other side, and which is this, I want to be sure to kind of go through not that fast, but kind of help the company develop a policy within themselves. So first of all, of course, create the corporate policy to reflect decisions regarding the scales we just saw, but then also kind of guide them into how they should make the decision about how to handle content. So first of all, recognizing that the publication characteristic of the relevant platform or post, because platform variant between having fully public statements like Twitter, having closed groups as we have sometimes in Facebook, and then also only cases where there are private messaging like WhatsApp. So the platform also have to kind of decide what fits in their decisions. The other thing that we kind of said that algorithm can flag content, but they shouldn't be allowed to actually make the decision about censoring content. So if they
Rotem?
abilities.
You just got disconnected for a second. If you could just repeat the last two sentences that you just spoke.
Yeah. So the two things that we kind of said about is about making the recognizing the publication characteristic of the relevant platform. So first of all, understanding whether you kind of accept all public statements like Twitter, or do you concentrate on closed groups like Facebook sometimes does, or are you also or whether the post appears in a private message, so you might not make the same decisions there as you were in public statements. And the other thing is that we thought that algorithm can be used to flag content for reviewers, but not to make actually decisions about censoring content. And so that was a very important issue for us. The other thing that we kind of understand that there is to be an issue about notification and understanding who is the actor that actually notifies about the problematic content. So you might have different schemes for national contact points, trusted reporters, and users. And for example, with national actors, you might say, well, I understand what you're saying, but I will more likely use geo-blocking. So I will make a decision that is concentrated on your specific country and not kind of broadening up it to the entire world. But if I get the same notice from a trusted reporter or like a civil society or an NGO, then I might consider broadening the scope of the scale of where I'm taking down the content. And when it comes to users, I might do another thing, like, for example, we'll want to make sure that the other side have the ability to respond to the claim, because sometimes people make decisions and that are kind of personal and not actually based on objective criteria. And on the other end, if someone is, for example, flagged too much false positives, it might be sanctioned in a way for making sure that you won't do that anymore. So you can have different schemes for different actors. And then when it comes to the actual decision, something we said is that, well, the company doesn't have to automatically offer a permanent suspicion. So we can consider, for example, in the beginning, just to limit the virality of the post until it makes a full formal decision. And then kind of scale it up. First of all, allow the user to delete the post before saying, well, we're going to sanction you. Then we can allow the platform to take down the post and decide on the whether we'll suspend the user or not. But in a way, we kind of said, well, there's a scale. You don't have to automatically go to the permanent suspension and automatically delete the post. You can first of all offer the user to kind of understand what he did wrong and kind of amend its action. And the first and the basic most thing the platform can do is kind of limit the virality of the problematic post until it makes the final decisions. And lastly was an issue of transparency and oversight, kind of allowing and being transparent about how the platform addresses the problem, and the oversight by managers and directors, kind of, again, going back to the scale, thinking through what they decide is the right policy for the company. And if something doesn't fit, the managers and directors can always kind of rebalance and go back to the scales and kind of think what we did wrong. Let's change the policy once again. And so this is kind of a way of kind of guiding and visualizing for managers and directors how they can address and balance between hate speech and freedom of expression. That's it, and thank you.
Thank you. There was definitely a lot to take in, and I hope all of you took notes, because it's definitely a structure that we can try implementing in our countries and manipulating it to suit our local narratives as well. So with that, we go to Rashi. She is the Global Project Coordinator for Hate Base at the Sentinel Project, and also a steering committee member of the Internet Rights Principles. So let me just spotlight her so that you can find her through the throng of guests, as well as share her presentation.
I just wanted to check, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, good. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. So yeah, I've also been trying to listen to all of these fascinating discussions and perspectives, and I'm going to talk about what we at the Sentinel Project do. Just to give you a little background, we're an organization based out of Canada that uses technology, and we specifically work on mass atrocity prevention. We work on a lot of conflict zones, so we do a lot of work in South Sudan, DRC, and some other parts of Africa. We also do some work in Asia, in Myanmar and Sri Lanka. We work around misinformation management, providing reliable information, prevention of election violence in Kenya. But yeah, for the sake of this presentation today, we would be talking about how we address online hate speech. Maybe you can move on to the next slide, please. Pardon me, I do have a slight cold. Just to give you a little bit of a disclaimer that there might be hate speech terms that might come up while we're having this conversation, which might be profane based on the context, but I'm going to try to make sure that we don't use too many. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk a little bit and stress about what we're doing at HateBase. We are essentially a monitoring platform to monitor online hate speech across the world. We built it for a greater understanding of how the online world influences the offline world, and more specifically, to have a better clinical understanding of what is the dynamics on the ground. And we've also seen that in some terms, a lot of violence that you see offline as consequences of hate speech aren't necessarily things that happen in a day, but it's a lot of coordination activities that over a period of time actually lead into offline violence. So ours is more of a very nuanced understanding of how we kind of understand both worlds, which is not so great at the moment. So we also define it because we also use sort of rudimentary sentimental analysis to be able to monitor hate speech. So we broadly categorize it for our platform and for our human moderators back here. We base it on ethnicity, nationality, religion, and class. And we also kind of remove the offensiveness aspect of it because we also have an offensiveness rating to understand the different social dynamics that are at play here. Maybe you can move on to the next one. Yeah, I wanted to kind of move back into the more historical aspects of how hate speech kind of proliferated, and also perhaps also want all of us to ponder that this isn't something that has happened or has been created by the advent of tech. We've had hate speech, we've had incidents of genocide in the past. We've also had international organizations talking about it, but perhaps one of the ways why there's a lot of confusion, as some of the audience members had mentioned, we don't have a universally accepted definition of hate speech, and we also don't have the term online mentioned in many of them. But maybe the way information sort of flowed and proliferated earlier, maybe go back to the genocide in Armenia, to Nazi Germany, required a lot of institutional infrastructure to kind of come together and kind of, push your own agenda and propaganda. But now the rate of dissemination is a lot faster because it's difficult to identify the source. You can have a cheap mobile device with good internet, which can, reach out to your target audience a lot faster. And I think, earlier genocides required a lot of financial resources. So that's a little bit about the historical aspects. Next slide, please. So we some of the, I think we've had a lot of my other co-panelists who've mentioned this. Some of the ethical and social and technical challenges is one is that we moved on to automation because, as a lot of people mentioned, human moderators are really poorly paid. And also it takes a massive, looking at it from a social aspect, a massive toll on their mental health and well-being. You can imagine human moderators looking at 10 to 12 hours of heinous content online altogether, being poorly paid. So that's, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that there has to be a better way for that career or industry to thrive. And also there's a massive issue of strong linguistic coverage. As people mentioned, we have different dialects. I'm from India, I speak Hindi, and we have 20 different dialects. It's also very nuanced in a way that the Hindi spoken in my particular state might be different that it's spoken. And it also depends on who you're talking to. So it can be, if you're talking to a particular minority group versus a particular majority group, the English or the slangs spoken in the UK are very different from Canada. So those nuances are very, very hard to capture using automation. But we kind of, we've realized that automation has not reached to a point where it's accurate or effective. We do have human moderation in spite of, kind of the basic rudimentary sentiment analysis, but automation has some advantages. One is that it's really hard to cover the sheer volume of information that we've seen, especially with the pandemic. We had more people coming in online, and also, pardon me, moderation is also a little more accurate. Automation is a little more accurate than human moderation. So yeah, those are some of the aspects that I would kind of agree with when it comes to why we use automation. And next slide. So we also, I mean, coming from the global south, we've seen a lot of ostracization of unpopular speech in developing countries. Hate speech is defined as speech that's not usually liked by actors based on the situation. And many of them have been incredibly broad and domestic, and they're there to kind of suppress the opposition of hate speech. But as I mentioned earlier, we are specifically a monitoring tool. We also look at working and collaborating with people across the world to be able to understand this. So yeah, this is kind of our, we don't support the censorship or criminalization of speech in any form. Of course, it depends on scenarios and circumstances, but we do think that in many cases, censorship also reinforces the beliefs of a lot of conspiracy groups that are there, and it essentially just removes the term and not the hate. So yeah, this is just a little bit about HateBase, which is, like I mentioned, the monitoring tool that we have. These are the different categorizations. You'll also see a little bit on the map about some of the terms that have been presented. And I can perhaps also move on. I think maybe move on to the next slide and talk a little bit about the languages. So yeah, We currently have 98 languages across 178 countries. We work with different universities, Harvard, Princeton, Stanford, Yale. We also work, our API is also freely available and open source. So I think Nima, as I mentioned earlier, has also used the HateSpace API for her research. And yeah, so we basically advocate for hate as a service. So we have also used data sets of different organizations, although as Nima said, there aren't usually too many, and some of them are too broad in understanding. So we accept terms. We also accept associated terms around hate speech that are commonly used that we call pilot fish for categorization. So yeah, our category is pretty broad in approach. And of course, we're also looking at always expanding new terms. So if there's anyone here, and yeah, I think over here, we started something within HateSpace called the Citizen Linguist Lab, so that we can have citizens, and you don't have to be a professional linguist. Anyone across the world can actually contribute to our platform. We're slowly moving open source, so you don't have to register. Earlier, you had to do that. So we're kind of trying to remove the barriers. Anyone who has a nuanced and comprehensive understanding of your landscape is allowed to kind of submit a term and kind of help us reach out to as many and perhaps even increase as many languages as possible. So this is the current status at the moment. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just a little bit of a playbook, and what we do, we kind of move and advocate on the side of transparency, more awareness and monitoring, which is transparent and proactive. We also side on towards education and counter messaging in high friction environments, because not a lot of countries have reliable information. We do a lot of independent research and analysis and are very transparent in our approach. And of course, we do work with governments across to create informed government and non-policies that lead to kind of, triaging of resources to highly impacted populations. And I think I don't have anything more to add, and I know that we're running out of time. But yeah, I'm happy to take any more questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rashi. Let me just add everybody on the panel. Since we are short of time, does anyone have any questions? Nothing at all. Okay. Hold on. So one thing that I would like to ask all of you is, who do you think should be responsible for the development and enforcement of these policies to restrict hate speech and incitement to violence online, and how should these be applied? Maybe we can start with Nima, then going to Rotem, and then Rashi.
Cool. That's a great question. And I think it needs many, many different stakeholders. So of course it starts with private companies, because they oftentimes have the most money to fund different things. But I think that they need to work very closely with civil society. So everything from grassroots movements, feminist movements, women's rights movements, just a very broad spectrum of people working within civil society, and that they should be compensated for their work. So I don't think companies that make tons of profit should rely on the volunteer work of civil society, unless that is what they want. It plays in doing the research behind like linguistics and understanding hate speech, AI, and then lastly, I would put governments, because I'm scared of overpopulation, actually in the African context, what that looks like. But I think for all of this to work out, we really need transparency from the platforms themselves. Work, if there's share their data. For the study that we did, we tried access to CrowdJangle, and we were denied. So we had to build some script and do it in a very, very manual way, which was very unfair. So I think that there needs to be more cooperation, more accountability, and just sharing back that feedback. So if we wanted to do a study on content moderation, and to be honest, I think many people are stuck behind NDAs and can't really talk about their experiences. So I would love to see private companies open up their platforms, open up their systems for especially research countries. So that's my bit, and thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Rotem and Rashi, do you want to add on before we close off?
No, I actually agree. Go
ahead,
ahead,
Rashi. Go ahead. It's fine. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that I agree with a lot of what Nima said. We're also we also have an NDA. We have worked with a lot of social media companies, and I do believe that there needs to be some sort of transparency and accountability in at least the data sets that they have, because they have such a wide reach and would be able to actually help us solve this issue. But it honestly comes down to enforcement, and it comes down to service providers, social media companies, and of course governments. So I think we need to have more of a development of policy, which would ideally be done by a variety of stakeholders that kind of move towards some sort of standard practice. And it would be nice to rely on the civil society that has a much deeper insight into the ground realities.
Rotem?
Yeah, so basically I agree with what Naima and Rashi said. So I would just add that from what we understood is that it is a co-regulatory method of working together. But what we thought is just that the online social provider or platform is the one that kind of needs to lead the initiative, because in the end he is kind of having the platform itself, he controls it. And so that is kind of, I think, what I would have, the fact that he needs to lead. And the other thing, as I said earlier, is that we can have different schemes of notification and collaboration between different actors. We don't have to kind of say, well, law enforcement and state actors need to get the same treatment or notification or response as, let's say, civil society actors. So if, as I said before, if state actors notify me, I can say, well, fine. So I can consider whether I want to broaden the takedown to the entire world or just concentrate it on the specific country. And on the other end, for civil society, I can decide different rules. I can work with them in another way. I can kind of train and collaborate with them in different aspects. And lastly, with users, I can adopt different approach. I don't have to kind of always say, well, I have only one way of notification and only one response. If I'm the online social provider and the manager, I can kind of think through and think differently between the different actors and the kind of responses I apply to each and every one of them.
Thank you so much. I know that we have a lot of questions, but I have been told that we have a hard stop at 3:30, my time, of course. So thank you so much to Nima, Rotem, Rashi, as well as our previous panelists, Giovanni, Vincent, Zirak, as well as Lucian, for being here this afternoon, more like. And I know that all of you have a lot of questions, so please do reach out to any of our panelists on social media, Facebook, Twitter. They do go through it and they look through it, so they definitely would love to answer any of the questions that you have. And of course, read up on them on their profiles on the IGF platform. So with that, I hope you have a great day, and feel free to question yourself on online hate as well as AI.
Thanks, everyone. This has been wonderful.
Bye. Thank you very much for the panel.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi,
How are you, Molly?
how are you?
Very good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. I'm so sad it didn't work out
Yeah, me too.
after all this 2 years in a row.
Exactly. Yeah. Hello, Dominic.
Hello, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, what a pity that we cannot see each other, in person.
Don't tell me. I wish I could be in Poland.
It's nice
Really.
to meet you, Dominic. Thank you so much for coming.
No, thank you for inviting me and for all the assistance and help. And thank you very much for that.
We all live in a digital.
Well, why don't we go ahead and get started today? I'd just like to welcome you all. Thank you so much for coming, participants and speakers, some of whom are with us are there physically in Poland and online from across the world. I've been trying to have this workshop for 2 years now, so it's great that we're finally going to get to do it. I think it's an enormously important topic, and it's great to have you all here with me. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Molly Lesher, and I'm an economist working on measuring and analyzing digital transformation at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in Paris. And it really I strongly believe that without proper measurement and modeling, analysis of public policy issues comes down to people's individual opinions. And however smart and well-informed they are, I'm just not sure that that's the way forward. And that's one reason why I felt really strongly about creating the online and interactive Going Digital Toolkit back in 2019. It includes a core set of indicators that maps, that really helps countries assess their state of digital development. And data exploration and visualization are really key features of this toolkit. and policy advice is also available on the toolkit to help countries improve their performance. So if you want to go check it out here while I'm talking, I'd be super happy if you did that. It's www.oecd.org/going-digital-toolkit, or you can just Google OECD Going Digital Toolkit and it'll pop up. And really take a minute to explore some of the indicators as well as some of the policy advice that's there. Now, really importantly, the toolkit is structured along the lines of the OECD Going Digital Integrated Policy Framework, really with the aim of what we're talking about today, to make digital transformation work, not just for growth, that's important, but also for well-being. And I want to highlight this isn't something that, you know, I came up with on my own or a couple people came up with at the OECD. It took 2.5 years to develop with people from every policy community represented at the OECD. And for those of you that don't know us, that really includes everybody apart from national defense. So this is a really validated, a really well-researched framework. And we use it to map indicators along 7 different dimensions. And these dimensions include access to data, communications, infrastructure, and services. We saw in the chat that access to affordable broadband is something that's really important. Effective use of digital technologies and data by people, firms, and governments. This is really the idea that we have all these technologies, but people may not be using them effectively. They may not have the skills, which is something we also saw in the chat. Innovation, which really pushes out the frontier of what's possible in the digital age. And this is something that's important in driving job creation, productivity, and sustainable growth. And digital sectors are, we've shown, to be very innovative. Jobs, which highlights that as labor markets evolve, and they will, that's normal, we must ensure that digital transformation leads to more and better jobs, and that we facilitate just transitions from one job to the next. So we need to be able to skill our kids, to give them the tools they need, the skills they need to succeed. But we also need to help adults who are already in the labor market transition with new skills and prospects. Society is the 5th dimension, which reflects the fact that digital technologies affect society in complex and interrelated ways, and that all stakeholders must work together to balance the risks and benefits. Digital technologies are in and of themselves neutral, but they do have risks and benefits, and we need to find a way to balance those for people and for society as a whole. Trust in digital environments is the 6th policy dimension, because without trust, nobody will use digital technologies. I often have colleagues who talk, about how important infrastructure is, and they're absolutely right. But it's also the case that if people don't trust technology, if they don't trust that their data is going to be protected, if they don't trust that they can buy and interact online, people aren't going to use these tools. And a really important source of productivity growth is going to be left unexploited. And then the last dimension is market openness. And this is really the enabling environment for the digital transformation to flourish. It's about competition policy, trade policy, tax policy, all things that have a very important digital dimension. Now, throughout the framework, we really insist on the fact that these dimensions need to be considered jointly. They need to be coordinated within government in a very effective way, and they need to be measured to really help countries see where they stand. We also have cross-cutting themes on the toolkit that run through these dimensions, including on gender as well as development. We did a project in the last round of improvements to map the indicators to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We also have a theme on well-being more broadly. So please do take a moment to check out the toolkit. Now, all this said, I feel like we've made an immense amount of progress, but at the same time, measuring digital transformation is in many cases still uncharted territory. It's really, really tough. An important part of this workshop, for me anyway, is to brainstorm together the ways we're going to enrich the indicators on the toolkit going forward. In particular, I think with respect to trust, especially in the areas of privacy and security, as well as societal inclusion. And here for me, thinking about mis and disinformation, as well as other types of untruths online, is really important, because it really is a huge, huge issue we're just beginning to scratch the surface of, and that we've seen can cause an immense amount of social instability. So without further ado, that was a little bit of an intro from me on the toolkit. It's a free resource. Please check it out and tell me how we can make it better. It will always be a work in progress. But I'd really like to warmly welcome Dominik Roskryt, the president of Statistics Poland, to give us some keynote remarks on Poland's efforts to measure the inclusive aspects of digital transformation, as well as his views on one or two related areas in which he thinks the OECD should focus to enrich the toolkit going forward. So Dominik, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Molly. It's an honor for me to be here today. Of course, it's a pity that we cannot see each other, in person. And no matter what we think about those digital tools that allowed us to have those meetings nowadays, these ways, they will never be better than just a real thing. that's for sure. So no matter how we progress in terms of ICTs, we always need these direct interactions. So let's start with wishing ourselves that we can come back to what we had before. And I'll try to be very brief. First, a little bit about the measuring of digital transformation, let's call it this way, in Poland. Of course, we've been a part of the European statistical system for a long time already, starting in 2004, and thus we also convey the same surveys mostly, which are harmonized at the European level. But these are also discussed extensively at the ages of the OECD. I remember very well being a part of the group that Mark is chairing. Was always fantastic to be there on the meetings and discuss these issues, because we really discussed things that went there into surveys both in outside Europe and inside Europe, and we've been doing these ICT surveys for many years already, and they proved to be very useful. The same with the ITU meetings and at the UN premises in Geneva, when I had a chance to meet Alexander. Always, we've been discussing these issues as well. So let's be direct in this regard. The ICT surveys, both in households and in enterprises, turn out to be a very useful tool. I did advantage of those, on a daily basis, very often, both being a statistician responsible for producing these numbers, but also using the numbers and planning a thing like a census, which I'm going to come back to in a moment. But anyway, that's not all the thing. That's not the complete picture of what we're doing here at the Statistics Poland. We also have something that is less commonly known, but that also provides us with some interesting measurements, which is called Social Cohesion Survey. And this is outside of the sphere of harmonization within the European statistical system. This is our own national survey. It's very wide in terms of topics covered, and it covers things like well-being mostly, and but also trust, but also ICT usage at the level of the individuals and households as well, though through a different perspective than the ICT survey. And we're very proud of this. It happens every few years, like 4 or 5 years, but it's very extensive, and it's one of the very few examples, I guess, if not the only one at the global level, in which we are trying to come up with subjective well-being measures. So that's really useful, because of course, when you have some way of measuring some important area of living, and then you can break it down through ICT breakdowns, ICT related breakdowns, all these things that we're interested in this realm here, that really enriches your understanding of what the problems might be within the society, and how to address them. Of course, indirectly, this happens also. I mean, this measuring of digital transformation through other tools like household budget survey, asks questions of how much do you spend online, So, for example, linking this data with the other side, with the ICT survey is always interesting, and it enriched our understanding of many issues. I would like to tell you about my experience, because I call myself for the last 2 months a census survivor, because we did a census and we did it during the pandemic, and we did a very hard decision to make it through in the pandemic, not to postpone it to the next year or in 2 years, because now I fully believe that if not during the pandemic, then when do we need such a detailed data about our society? Then not during the pandemic, and that's why we decided to do it. Of course, it was connected with a lot of issues, organizational issues, and of course, one of the challenges was how to do it in an online form so that we limit the interactions in between the interviewers and the respondents. And we are not one of those Scandinavian countries that does everything with a click of a button, taking advantage of administrative sources. We cannot do that, so we do the mixed method. And of course, I told you about the ICT survey. My point of start was to analyze ICT data and to do some kind of like a simple modeling based on those data in order to come up with a prediction of the percentage of the society that would participate online. That was extremely important at the beginning, because we have very strict financial planning procedures, and we have taken advantage, at least me, myself, I took a clue of how can we, what can we expect. I came up with a number about 40%, which is not kind of like a groundbreaking, I would say, but when you know a little bit more about our society, you would know that it's a lot already. That's a lot already. So we face a lot of challenges still in terms of the ICT skills and all these issues. And but I can tell you, there's no better survey than the census. I mean, because it's not a survey. And we did it, and it turned out that 55% of people, participated online, but it also led me to some interesting remarks and conclusions on how to shape, for example, policies addressing the issue of ICT or digital exclusion. It's not that we were kind of like reactive. We offered something, and we were waiting passively for people to come, because that would never work. We would get like 10%. What we did, we were very proactive in terms of the communication, but not only this, we've been kind of like physically reaching out to people, trying to help them to connect, to do the census online, even if it meant sometimes for us more effort that we've been just investing through a regular telephone interview. But we took this opportunity to try to, as hard as possible, to convince people to using those new forms of participation in a public living, in a social living. So that was very telling to me, and it gives me a lot of clues in terms of how policy making, in terms of addressing these exclusion issues, should go. So in regard to the OECD toolkit, I like it very much. I like those 7 areas, especially innovation is my favorite one. And it's a very good tool. Of course, as always, whatever comes from the OECD, I always praise that. So I'm maybe biased a little bit, but it's a really good tool. It's really informative, and you can, it's visualized in a way that you don't spend time guessing what the thing is. You just right away know what it should be, and you can take advantage of making comparisons between your country and the other countries. But of course, the thing is, with everything that our society, our reality is progressing. Everything is changing, and the new challenges are coming as well. And things keep evolving, especially at the political level, the level of political initiatives. So I can give you an example of the European policies in this regard. We had an EU data strategy. We have a GDPR, which is related to privacy. We had an open data directive. Part of that is nowadays also the initiative to introduce something that is called high value data sets. There are new 2 regulations coming, EU Data Act and EU Data Governance Act. which are to establish something that is called EU data spaces. And those data spaces are the kind of like political initiative to facilitate the exchange of data at a level of speed and an openness never faced within our societies, in order to, of course, spur some innovation and so on and so forth. But I can tell you, those innovative initiatives that are at a very high level of abstraction, and of course those need also some kind of measurement frameworks in order to assess their successfulness. But at the end of the day, those are addressing the needs of society, I would say. And at the end of the day, of course, it comes back to the very single part as individual, part of the society. And we need some ways of measuring those, but I would tell you that they won't be successful until we also pair them with some measuring of what is the progress at the individual level, and introduce some policies in parallel that will invest into the capacity of the individual people in terms of like building the frameworks, skills frameworks for some dedicated areas, like in the financial sector or other sectors. There are so many of those areas. The digital skills are actually different, even though we can call them digital skills, they must be completely different. So, when the devil is in the details, as they always say. So there's a lot of work to be done, going into those details and just exploring the new possibilities. And also technically, from the point of view of those who are responsible for measurement, like official statistics, the very important issue now at the moment is access to new data sources, including especially to privately held data, which will allow us to go more in depth in the measurement systems. And this is an issue that we are working very hardly here in the European Union. I mean, in terms of introducing some legislation that will allow us to access those privately held data sources. So, if I would be to conclude my short intervention, I would think that those very high-level initiatives are extremely important, because they put us on another level of development in terms of digitalization. But at the end of the day, we need to also not to forget about those who are still excluded, those who are living in the rural areas, who are, as I say, far from the road, and whatever realm, whatever meaning of this. And because there's still a huge potential in the people in our societies, which is being not used because we face this issue of exclusion. So it's important to do both, go from bottom down, but top to down, and bottom up as well in this area. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dominic. That was really interesting. I'd never thought about getting insights from the census. So this is something definitely I'm really excited to explore. You mentioned that idea of digital skills, and I agree with you. That's amazingly important. It's probably the biggest area I see we need to work on, at least across OECD members. But not just on what I think of as digital skills, which would be ICT skills, but also foundational skills, right? Reading, writing, arithmetic has been shown to be really important, as well as those soft skills, the people skills, the problem solving skills. Those have all come to the fore as being really needed, even in, especially even more now in this highly digital society. It's also interesting to hear you mention the government access to private sector data, and the fact that the EU is working on that. We're also working on some principles to try to guide that at the OECD, but it is a really, really hard, politically sensitive issue that's still kind of being looked at by members. So I've talked a lot, and I have other questions, but I'd be happy if other people would like to ask Dominic something, either by raising their hand and identifying themselves, or in the chat. I don't want it to be just a passive session. We're in a brainstorming session, doing it the best we can virtually. So if there are any comments or questions to Dominic, please raise them. And maybe when while we're waiting for that, one thing I sort of wanted to ask you about, you mentioned you're part of some of these international bodies like the European Statistical System Committee, the UN Statistical Commission. At the OECD, we have what's called the Going Digital Measurement Roadmap, which was an important output of a big horizontal project we had. And the idea with that was that we would get all of the policy communities at the OECD, which are very different, to agree on 9 core actions that everybody was going to try to push forward on the measurement agenda. And I view that as a big achievement, because otherwise, at least in our context, every committee was doing their little thing, but it wasn't joined up in a good way. And I was wondering, from your perspective, being part of these international bodies, do you see any moves toward joining forces with other countries on this inclusive or well-being digital measurement agenda? And if yes, what direction do you see it taking?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. My very brief opinion about that is that we have a lot of international cooperation in the regard of just let's start with the accessing to privately held data. I've been kind of like chairing one of the task teams within the European Statistical System, but we have a parallel team like that under the aegis of the United Nations Statistical Commission in New York, as well, and the UNECE in Geneva as well, working on this issue. So the other important topic that we are currently exploring like heavily is the issue of data stewardship, which is something that really comes to a situation now as an important factor, because if we see those data ecosystem growing so rapidly, then that we need some kind of like people in the middle that would catalyze the exchange of data, to facilitate the exchange of data, know exactly what the data is about, where to find the data, so we see those new kind of like professions even coming, and we also observe that there is no kind of like framework for skills for data stewards within different communities. So this is one of the challenges. And to conclude this, my opinion is that we are rushing now into many directions, just exploring these new things. But I think that at the end of this period of just exploration and coming up with the new ideas and directions, there will be a lot of work to be done in order to kind of like fill it in with some matter, I would say. So what I think about is like, if we have those European data spaces and we think how to organize them, and we as official statisticians want to put some words in the legislation that will, within the European data spaces, will allow us to access privately held data, that's okay, that's a good direction. But then at the end of the day, we'll also need some measures, indicators that will facilitate to monitor the progress of those strategies. And I'm really thrilled about it. I don't see too much of the discussion about the measurement frameworks in these new areas, but I think that's coming. And I can tell you that we should fill in our agendas for the next 2 years with those new topics, but taking them more seriously and in depth.
Well, thanks so much. We've got one more question for you before we go to the panel from Fabio Sen from Brazil. How to ensure international comparability of data in a context where data producers are making use of local strategies and innovative methods. And I don't know, Fabio, if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, that's my favorite question, because again, within we have a privilege here in Europe that we have this European statistical system, and we have like a very well established system of harmonization of our statistics, and we work nowadays virtually, which is not that effective, but anyway, we work on harmonization of our statistics, and we do a lot of progress in this regard, and this really facilitates this data comparability. But in terms of international, going like a more global globally, it's a big challenge because we are progressing very quickly, independently. Even though we discuss big ideas on the premises of the United Nations, for example, it doesn't necessarily mean that we come up with the same operationalization of those ideas in different regards. And I think that the more coordination between the international organizations, the better for us all. So I think that international organizations, I'm pointing at the OECD as well, should take this kind of responsibility to facilitate this harmonization process.
Well, thanks so much. And I agree, that's an important, really important point. And I always get so frustrated when people that aren't involved in actually collecting, cleaning data ask for breakdowns that we can't provide and why we can't compare this country to that. But we really have to be careful about that and having some way to ensure comparability through model surveys, for example, is really important. So thank you so much for your remarks, and definitely stay here because you're coming back to you a little bit later. But with many thanks to you, let's start the panel discussion. And first, I'd like to invite Nagwa Al-Shananwi, Undersecretary for Information and Decision Support in the Egyptian Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, to take the floor and give us an overview of Egypt's efforts and future projects to measure the societal impacts of digital transformation, as well as one or two specific and actionable areas in which you want us to see elaborate the toolkit. And really, definitely give me constructive feedback for the toolkit. I'm looking for it. I'm not gonna feel bad. In fact, I'm really welcome. I'll welcome and be open to it. So Nagwa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Molly, and thanks for the IGF for this opportunity. Actually, there is a fruitful cooperation and partnership between Egypt and OECD back into several years with the Science, Technology and Innovation Directorate and all its different committees. Based on the digital and the ongoing digital integrated framework developed by OECD, as well as the survey models of the household and the private business and other surveys also, like, for example, the surveys of the ITU for the household and the digital skills. Based on all of this, Egypt really succeeded to measure the ICT at large during the last years, and made a great effort, especially in measuring the digital transformation, especially in terms of access and use. And really, we succeeded to cover important dimension in order to measure if our digital transformation are inclusive or not, such as the gender perspective, the rural and urban perspective. All these measures really were helped and supporting our policymaker in measuring the digital transformation implementation of the strategy, as well as to follow up the policies related to the digital transformation. And they were able to see where the country stayed, especially that actually Egypt started the digital transformation implementation plan back into 5 years ago. So this framework was very useful, as well as we followed up the digital, the toolkit developed by the OECD, and also the progress made in the toolkit to measure the different area of the digital transformation. We also were able to provide the policymaker with the measurement to see the challenge that still Egypt facing in terms of reaching accessibility and use of ICT all over the country among the different governorate. Also, we succeeded by this measurement as well to propose sometimes. I was proud to tell this, that I contributed in proposing some policies and initiatives for example, related to the gender and how really we can use the ICT in order to empower the gender in our country. This is in a nutshell a brief about the progress done in Egypt. But in addition to this, I would like also to mention that since the year 2019, the government of Egypt and the OECD Secretariat have been negotiating an Egypt-OECD country program. And this is to support the structure reform taking place in the country. And several consultations were carried at the technical level as well as the political level in order to identify the scope of this program. Actually, Egypt has recently launched the second phase of the national program of the for socio and economic reform. And based on the first phase, we focused in the second phase on three main areas: the manufacturing, the ICT, and the agriculture, in order really to achieve a more diversified, productive economy. So the country program already launched successfully in last October, and the agreement was signed in Paris in the OECD headquarters, in the presence of His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Egypt, as well as His Excellency, the Secretary General of the OECD. We expect from this country program that the OECD can help us to really in the implementation of the different type of reform that Egypt is looking for. It will also help us to serve as a guidance for the implementation of the recently revised the Sustainable Development Strategy of Egypt and the 2030 agenda of the country. The program will focus on 5 pillars: inclusive and sustainable economic growth, second, innovation and digital transformation, governance and anti-corruption, statistics, and the sustainable development. Concerning MCIT specifically, or the Ministry of Communication, we have 2 projects. And this is what we are looking for the toolkit. The first one is related to the artificial intelligence. So we are looking for some sort of comparative study in the artificial intelligence in order to benefit from the OECD experience, lesson learned, and also to measure where we stand, the gaps in Egypt in this important area. The second, which is mainly I was responsible to draft this project in cooperation with the MONLI, which related to the unleashing the innovation. This is also a very important area for Egypt to be measured, especially that the progress right now is still not up to the level. Because I think of different things, because it's maybe the measurement itself, the tool, the methodology. So we are looking forward from the OECD to benefit in such area and to build the capacity of our country in this area to be able to measure it through this project. This project is expected to be implemented during the upcoming 3 years, and it will be with the STI directorate. And finally, I want to take this opportunity to thank Monli again for her effort to support us in this country program, and especially for me in the project, in the upcoming project for measuring the innovation. Thank you very much.
So thanks so much, Nagwan. It's really neat to thank you. I'm super excited about the project, and whenever we engage with partner countries, I always find I end up learning a lot. So I'm really looking forward to that. You brought up a lot of important points. I mean, one thing is the fact that we're measuring not for measurement's sake, but we're measuring with the idea that we're trying to implement reforms. And so thinking about that link between the measurement and the policy and the reform agendas, I think it is absolutely important. You mentioned also some of the digital divides that you were looking at in terms of infrastructure as well as gender. We also see quite some digital divides with respect to firm size, at least across the OECD, with small firms often having a hard time reaping the benefits of digital transformation as much as larger firms, as well as on the skills side. But before I let other people ask you questions, I'm going to abuse my role as moderator and ask you one of my own. I mean, as a senior woman in the Egyptian government, I view you really in many ways as a role model for young women who want to move into digital economy field, which is often dominated by men, and measurement, which I think is likewise the same. And I wondered in Egypt, when you said you looked into some of the gender gaps, what came out of that mostly? What was the big takeaway from you from the gender data that you collected on digital? I'm just curious if it follows what we see in OECD countries, which is really, it's the skills where we see the biggest gender gap rather than, for example, connectivity.
Thank you, Molly, for your question. Actually, it's the measurement and really following up the situation of the household and the individual accessing to the ICT tools, as well as to also use this tool in order to benefit from them in all aspects of life. One of the criteria and one of the important dimension was to see this among the gender, not only in the capital, but also in the other governorates. Especially this helped me a lot to see the picture in the rural governorate and in the remote area, which really we found that in terms of accessibility, the accessibility percentage was low, as well as the use as well was low. And from this indicator and measurement, as I mentioned, I really developed this initiative for the gender, which called ICT for Women and Girl in Egypt. And this initiative, it actually for helping the women and the girl all over the country to access and use the ICT in the different governorate. And this is through a platform. There is a platform in order to help them to build their skills in the ICT, to benefit from different ICT skills and tool, which is already offered in collaboration with the other partner, multinationals, other ICT companies in my country. This is from one side. Also, this platform includes all the different measurement that we collect among the gender in order to help the policymaker, as I mentioned, to see the situation and to see as well the progress, because the policies taken in the digital transformation plan, it should affect as well the women like the men in the same time. Also, this initiative helped us to also to go, but this is before the COVID-19 or before the pandemic. We went in and held different events all over the governorates in my country. Especially, I started by the Upper Egypt and I started by the rural area to reach the women, the entrepreneur, the women who own small business, as well as the students in the universities in this governorate. And really, I succeeded to help for them hackathons in order to use the ICT. I succeeded to also to help for them capacity building program in cooperation, as I mentioned, with different private sector companies, as well as in cooperation with other partners from international organizations. It was a really successful process, and it helped us a lot because we got input from them how to sustain this initiative and how also to expand it in the future. And we heard from them as well the benefits and the outcome of this initiative and what they are looking for the future from this initiative. So this is in a nutshell what can I say about this initiative and what we already done till right now.
Well, congratulations on that. That sounds exciting and a huge amount of progress. So you should feel immensely proud about that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the platform. We have a question from you, from Leonardo Lins. Can you tell us about the digital maturity of SMEs in Egypt? Has Egypt already implemented any indicator on AI, and how was the result?
Thank you for this question, Leonardo. It's actually Egypt succeeded to have in place an AI strategy, which is already started to be implemented and which is focused on building the capacity for in the AI perspective. And this include the SMEs building the capacity. It include the student in the universities, the graduates. There is now a different certificate as well as the degrees in the artificial intelligence provided by our Egyptian university in collaboration with international universities as well. And part of this capacity building is also devoted to the SMEs in order to really to leverage their skill of the AI development in the future. This is in briefly what already we have done right now concerning this in Egypt. Thank you.
So thanks so much again, Nagwa. That was all really interesting. And now I'd like to turn over to Mark Urbach, who is the head of digital economy metrics at Statistics Canada, to take the floor and give us an overview of Canada's efforts, which I know there are many, to measure well-being, both domestically as well as internationally, as well as one or two specific and actionable areas in which you really want to see us elaborate the toolkit. So Mark, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much, Molly. Thank you so much for having me today to participate in this panel. With such well-regarded colleagues. Obviously, it's always such a pleasure to share space with Alexandra, Dominic, yourself, and Nagwa, even if we're still in a virtual space. It's no secret that both myself and Statistics Canada are big fans of the Going Digital Toolkit, and then certainly support its development and have made use of it as an excellent tool. So I'd like to take a few minutes here to discuss Statistics Canada's efforts to measure digitalization and well-being, which is covered as a broad theme within the Going Digital Toolkit. This study of the intersection of internet use and individual well-being has been of interest to the agency for many years, but was accelerated about 2 years ago with work that our agency took on as part of an in-depth review to meet the needs of the Bureau of the Conference of European Statisticians work plan, which Dominic is a part of course. The in-depth review identifies key issues that need to be considered when defining and measuring well-being in the digital age, focusing on emerging challenges and opportunities for adapting statistical infrastructures in the face of the digital transformation. A summary of this work is also highlighted in the OECD's Going Digital Toolkit note on the topic of digitalization and well-being. So to better measure well-being in the digital age, Statistics Canada has taken some specific steps, particularly taking advantage of the existing survey of household ICT adoption and use, the Canadian Internet Use Survey, which typically runs on a biennial basis. First, in 2018, the survey collected information for the first time from individuals on problematic internet use, looking at issues of victimization online and also the need to take a break from the internet or decrease the time that was spent online due to using it too often or for too long. These results helped to demonstrate some of the personal challenges of being online and highlighted some potentially negative effects of online activity, whereas we had tended to, in the past, always look at really the positive effects of being online. The ability to break the data down by socio-demographic characteristics was also a very valuable aspect of this data collection tool. In the 2020 version of the survey, additional content was added in response to the work that was done for the in-depth review. In line with the suggestions made in that document, the ICT household adoption and use questionnaire was expanded in conjunction with well-being experts at Statistics Canada to include further questioning on the self-perceived quality of relationships, as well as the frequency of connections with friends and family in a virtual and/or a physical setting. A new question was also asked on general self-perceived physical health. These questions were designed based on the OECD guidelines on measuring subjective well-being that has been followed in other Statistics Canada work. So although these questions standing on their own are not as useful, this additional information asked for the first time in Canada on an individual ICT use survey provides some very interesting opportunities for further data disaggregation and research. It is expected that by co-collecting this information on an ICT survey, as opposed to collecting it on two separate surveys, correlational analysis based on usage of technology and self-reported states of well-being can be undertaken with a large and robust sample. Currently, there is a research team at Statistics Canada analyzing these results, and we will look forward to seeing the outcomes of their work in the new year. Additionally, new data collection will go ahead in fall 2022 on the same survey and collect similar indicators with the idea of building out a time series for this type of data, which will be particularly interesting in the context of the pandemic and the amount of time that people are spending online. Of course, any information of this type is very challenging to collect in a survey format, given that data are collected on a relatively infrequent basis, and it may be difficult for a respondent to assess how they feel over such a prolonged period of time. To address this challenge and then build on the survey work that's been done, innovative and new data collection methods must be considered. And a mobile app has recently been launched by Statistics Canada to address this critical data gap on subjective well-being measures. The app will enable collection of in-the-moment quantitative data on the activities and well-being of participants, shedding light on the effect of participating in various activities on well-being. Participants will be prompted by the app to respond to questions several times each day over a 30-day period that they are selected to be in the sample. Participants will also be able to adjust the frequency of notifications that they receive. We're still in the final stages of developing the sampling strategy, but a pilot study will soon be going forward with a sample of 50,000 randomly selected individuals. The app was designed at the same rigorous standards as all of our collection tools at Statistics Canada and had confidentiality and security at top of mind in its design, since we anticipated this to be one of the concerns. We were anxious to see how we can use this tool to enhance understanding of subjective well-being in Canada, and we'll also explore how to better use it to capture information on the intersection of the digital economy and well-being. So I think there are two main takeaways from the work that has been done in this area. The first is that the collection methods for this emerging data need will need to continue to evolve, since traditional surveys alone may not capture all the information required for a full picture of the topic. To this end, I think that national statistics organizations, through organizations such as the OECD and the ITU, can collaborate on their methods and share best practices to help close this important data gap. The second of these key takeaways from the work is that any indicators will be much more powerful if, like many of the other indicators that we have put together related to the digital economy, they can be standardized and collected in a coherent and internationally comparable manner. Common methodologies, concepts, definitions, and indicators should be agreed upon and shared. And I think to this end, the Going Digital Toolkit is well positioned to provide great value, not only as a place for these statistics to be housed, compared, and analyzed, but also to expand on methodological guidance and best practices for the collection of these types of statistics. I would suggest that the toolkit be used not only to expand the indicators in this area, including those on problematic internet use and subjective well-being related to the internet, but also as a forum to highlight research that is being done in the area of digitalization and well-being using new and innovative approaches to collection and research. So I will leave it there, but thank you again for the opportunity to share today.
Thanks so much, Mark. You and your colleagues are always doing so many innovative things in this space. It's great to hear about that. And I didn't realize you were going to be using an app to collect new data. And I am super looking forward to that. I think that's really interesting. And I couldn't agree more that we're going to have to think about ways to collect, innovative ways to collect data that surveys won't do it. I think as so many of these issues, one, we maybe can't get the data from surveys, and two, it's just moving so fast. I was just wondering before I let other people come in with their own questions, you mentioned collecting data about time spent using different tools. And I wondered if you were using that or collecting that data with a view to trying to get at internet addiction. And if so, if you had any, if you've done any work or thought about that in terms of how much time you would consider to be addiction and how much time is normal. As a mother of 3 kids, I think about this all the time, and just sort of wondered if you all had thought about this.
Sure. Yes, that is always a concern in my household as well. No, certainly. This has been one of the real challenges, I think, of just using the traditional survey approach, is that trying to get at sort of these ideas of how much time people are spending on the internet. I think it was a much easier question to ask people 10 or 15 years ago than it is today, as everything, it's kind of hard to define when we were not on the internet. So that's one of the real challenges that we found with using the survey approach. We do still try to attempt to ask people in terms of hours per week that they dedicate to internet activity, and we will sort of break that up into buckets of intensity of use. Certainly, we ask people to exclude work activity, and still will have a certain percentage. I think it's just under 10% that are still over 40 hours a week being spent online. So certainly there are some intensive users of the internet, but we're hopeful that tools such as the app, we have used time use surveys in the past to capture this type of information, but as other organizations will know as well, it's a very intensive way for respondents to provide information. It involves a lot of processing and a lot of respondent burden. So that's also a very challenging way to do that. So certainly we will be continuing to explore new methods of data collection in that space as well, to try and avoid that burden through traditional surveys.
Thanks again, Mark. And I think we have a question from from Fabio Sen. From your experience, how do you see the policy impact of subjective well-being measures? Are there any examples of policymakers using this type of data to design better policies in Canada?
So more specifically in the digital space, this is something that we've really just kind of gotten our first cut of data at, and we're really starting to look at things. So I don't think that necessarily our policymakers have had the opportunity to explore that data as much as they probably will in the future. But in terms of the ongoing well-being program at Statistics Canada, that's been developed in collaboration with policymakers in order to ensure that the data needs that are there are being met.
Okay, great. We've got one more question before we move to Alexandra. Could you talk more about data collection innovations you used? Can these new developments in data collection be implemented in enterprise surveys? From Leonardo.
Sure. Yeah, so I think with the household internet use survey, first maybe I'll just quickly talk about the use of the electronic questionnaire itself has really allowed us to expand the just the sample size of the survey, which has allowed for far greater data disaggregation, which has certainly been an important topic for us as we try to break data down by age, by income, by gender, by area of the country. This has certainly been an issue. And I think really on the enterprise side of things, we're receiving the same types of demand for more information in terms of size of firm, industry of firm, firm ownership by gender. We're being asked for all sorts of different breakdowns of that type of data as well. So I think expanding those sample sizes, although we don't like to put that response burden on businesses and individuals, that it's something that we need to balance out a little bit more, but taking advantage of those tools is certainly important. In using the this newly developed app, which actually just launched a couple of weeks ago, so we're anxious to see how that's going to go. It's been a project that's been in the works for quite a while. Certainly we'll see how this how it rolls out and sort of learn some lessons from that, and then if that can be applied to the enterprise side of things as well, I guess that will remain to be seen.
Well, thanks again, Mark. That was great. Just from my side, I have also heard of some policymakers using Facebook and Facebook sort of alerts to try to get responses to certain questions too, which I thought was quite innovative. But now I'd really like to turn to our last, but certainly not our least panelist, Alexandra Barbosa, who's in charge of several nationwide Brazilian ICT surveys, as well as being head of the Center of Studies for Information and Communications Technologies. He's also very well known in IGF circles. So Alexandra, the floor is yours to please give us an overview of Brazil's efforts to produce ICT statistics, to measure the societal impacts of digital transformation, as well, again, as your views on one or two specific areas where we can try to make the toolkit better and more useful for emerging economies like Brazil. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Molly. And good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure to be part of this panel with dear colleagues. But before I go to the answer to your question, let me say that I would like to congratulate Dominic for the census in Poland in such a difficult times. And I'm saying that because I'm myself a member of the Brazilian Census Commission. And to the pandemic first, and then for other issues, we had to postpone the Brazilian census for the second year in a row. But hopefully in 2022, we're going to conduct it. But congratulations, Dominic. This is impressive. Well, let me start by saying that here in Brazil, we have a tradition in producing public statistics to measure the impact of digital transformation in our country. And I would say that in general terms, there is a broad consensus among stakeholders in Brazil that production of reliable data is fundamental to design effective policies fostering the digital transformation, and in case of Brazil, to reduce existing digital inequalities in the country, which is not a good figure. You know, we still have digital gap, especially in the north of the country and rural areas. It's improving, but it is still an issue. But of course, that this broad consensus gives or provides us the support we need for a regular data production in the country. And we have been producing regular ICT statistics since 2005 in an annual basis, covering a wide range of areas such as households, enterprises, government, education, health, and etc. Currently, we have 10 surveys, nationwide surveys. And this is carried out by CETIC at the Brazilian Network Information Center through traditional ICT standalone surveys in compliance with Eurostat, OECD standards, ITU, etc. And in the scope of this digital transformation, Brazil, like most countries, I guess, is facing an increase in demand for high quality, timely, and disaggregated data, as was mentioned by our previous speakers, to support policymaking. And probably it's not necessary to mention that policymakers are increasingly in demand more disaggregated data to allow for analysis based on a multiple social demographic variables, such as socioeconomic status, level of education, gender, age, race, disabilities, you name it. However, we still have data gaps, which may hamper evidence-based policy support in the digital transformation and the digital economy. And this is the case of statistics on new emerging technologies, as has been already said, such as AI, or on new issues such as trust on the online environment. OECD is doing a wonderful debate around this need for establishing frameworks to measure trust or disinformation, or on privacy and data production. So those are new areas that we still have data gaps. And these new data gaps, they do impose additional efforts to us data producers to find innovative solutions to keep pace with the data requirements by different stakeholders. And this implies in maintaining, of course, the efforts of data production based on our traditional methods, such as survey, census, or admin data, but it also imposes the need of finding new means of adopting different data sources, such as big data sources, or imposing the need to explore new methods or algorithms for combining a variety of data sources to produce quality statistics. This is an issue for us data producers. And this became even more evident during the pandemic, when traditional data collection methods were severely affected. So, Molly, to summarize the efforts being made by CETIC in Brazil, I would highlight three areas. First one, of course, is data production. As I mentioned, we are carrying out 10 nationwide ICT standalone surveys, including the inclusion of indicators on AI adoption in 4 areas. We have included AI adoption in our government survey, enterprise surveys, health surveys, and education surveys, to see how those establishments are adopting AI. And since last year, during the pandemic, we started a new innovative project based on a web panel to monitor the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the internet usage. We run 4 waves of this panel to understand how internet use was impacted by the pandemic, and the impact was really big. And this panel is now being used as an innovative platform to conduct new surveys. So we are using this panel as a quick response strategy to areas such as data protection and privacy. We are right now running a panel to understand the perception of citizens on the issue of personal data protection. And we are now, after this panel, we are starting an e-waste panel to understand how Brazilians are dealing with this concept of e-waste disposal. The second area, I would say, which is very dear to us and very important, is capacity building. We offer regular capacity building programs and workshops on the use of statistical data for policy making and monitoring. And besides, we, as a UNESCO center, we are a UNESCO Category 2 Center for Latin American Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa. We do provide methodological support to these countries in these two regions in order to help them to develop their national data collection projects. And last but not least, the importance of data visualization and micro data sharing. We do have a very strong practice in data sharing. Well, this is a summary of our efforts. And regarding your question on the toolkit, I would say that the same as the previous speakers, the OECD Going Digital Toolkit is really wonderful. I have to agree with Dominic and Nagwa and Mark. It is a very nice tool. And I think that it is already a solid and very valuable tool to OECD countries, of course, and to some non-OECD countries like Brazil, because it provides really a comprehensive view of key dimensions of the digital transformation, such as connectivity, innovation, productivity and growth, well-being, digital skills. Of course, that's within these dimensions, innovation and skills or well-being are more difficult to be measurable across countries. And I would say that the digital kit, the toolkit, also allows countries to better assess their state of digital development. And this allows us to formulate better policies in response to this assessment. So the toolkit is already effective, I would say, in helping countries in understanding existing policy gaps, as well as areas for improvements, and to track their progress towards sustainable economic growth. But I would say that in addition to this, is already very good, and we have to thank the OECD for this wonderful tool. I would say that as we observe that the digitally intensive business and governments engage in a more complex activity in the digital environment, I believe that one actionable area in which OECD could maybe endeavor some effort is in creating a data user community around the data visualization tool, which is very good. But data community is very important. You know, we do have this practice here in Brazil, and this data community that I'm talking about could maybe go beyond policymakers and governments to involve a broader range of data users, such as academic researchers, policymakers, companies, and civil society organizations, and as well as data producers, of course. And I think that this type of data community could eventually help identifying new functionalities and make it more used by a broad range of actors. So with that, I will stop here, Molly, and thank you again for giving me this opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your words about the toolkit and that really interesting idea for ways we can not just make the toolkit better, which we can, but also how we can get to promote it a little bit more widely, which I think is something that we badly need to work on. You all are very busy at 10 national surveys. That's an awful lot happening. But it all sounds very exciting and important. And I was really intrigued by this idea of the quick response strategy and how that's working. And I'll be interested to see the data that you get out and what kind of lessons learned you might have gleaned from that, because like you, I'm constantly being asked for more data, more disaggregated data, more data on whatever people are interested at the minute, and knowing how you do that will be great. I also just wanted to mention, you mentioned you have some questions on AI adoption in health, and we do have a health data governance indicator on the toolkit, so I may follow up with you later to see if somehow we can find out if that data is comparable enough that we could include you. But before I turn it over to the floor, and everyone please do send in questions in the chat, I wanted to ask you about your work using microdata and its analysis, and what kind of insights you've gotten for policymakers. We do, not me personally, but I do have colleagues that do a lot of microdata analysis, and it's turning out some really interesting insights, particularly in the productivity space. And I just wondered if you could give us a few words about what you're doing and how it's having an impact on policy. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for this question, Molly. It is a very important one, because for us, data sharing is something very important. We rely on agreements with governments. We are trying with the private sector. It's very tough. It's not easy. Our National Statistical Office was able to access mobile data from one mobile operator in Rio only. But we are trying to make this pilot to convince private data source providers to share data. But let me talk about the microdata. The microdata from each survey that is conducted by CETIC, of course, is a key product of our process, which is used as an input for data analysis, and as well as for longitudinal data analysis and policy evaluation analysis. And in these processes, it often happens to have specific demands for special data tabulation for a specific domain of analysis, including geographic data and socioeconomic variables. And this is done by using tools that we have developed ourselves based on our package to handle the microdatabases. And when we have a demand from external data users, for instance, a policymakers or an academic researchers is willing to have a specific analysis domain, we promote microdata sharing through data sharing agreements, which includes capacity building for the use of microdata from our surveys that are based on complex sample design. So it's not only providing or sharing the microdatabase, we have to build capacity so that the data user that is going to use this to have an insight for policy design or whatsoever, they need to take into account how the sample was designed. We work with a complex sample with a stratification. So we have to take into account the sample design in order to handle the microdatabase. So we do provide capacity building so that the data user using the microdatabase will not make any silly mistake in terms of interpretation and building insights from the data. Basically, this is the idea.
That's really great and important, and it's awesome that you're doing this capacity building and trying to help with the data that you've collected others do important research and analysis. So thank you so much for your time. I think I'd like to try to get some interaction between everybody, including the audience now. And Dominic, I'll ask you first if you have any reactions to any of the panel presentations, and then I'll open the floor to others.
Thank you very much. Indeed, what Alexandra has just said, in terms of this capacity building, this is something that we tend to call nowadays this data stewardship. thing, that we need those who are really capable of, facilitating the use and the reuse of data that has been, produced in one place and can be used in the other place. But there has to be someone in between that will kind of like explain what the data is about, how it was designed, how it was, produced, and things like that. Because in the avalanche of those sources coming to the ecosystem, you might find yourself in trouble in just looking for the appropriate data and understanding what it stands for. And of course, within the official statistical system, we had this strong tradition of being transparent, and trying to convey as deeply as profoundly as possible the methodology of how the data is produced. It might not be the case in terms of other sources. And as we know all, nowadays we don't have a kind of like a monopoly in terms of producing the data for the information market, but we can facilitate the use of other data sources through even more profound services related to what we produce. In an official statistical system, to the different layers like standards, classifications, nomenclatures, all these kind of like technological standards that we introduce, we can help others to build on those and to facilitate the use of other sources, through an interface or catalyzer that we might become. Playing the role of the data steward. So I think that's extremely important, and that's a challenge for us for the coming days.
Thanks so much for that. I agree with you a lot, and I often see people using data in bad ways because they don't understand the sample or how it was collected. And we've tried really hard, at least on the toolkit, to include all these notes and disclaimers and try to really give people a sense of what it is. So is there anybody who wants to ask a burning question before I have another one? But I want to give folks that are in the audience and haven't had as much chance to talk as me to do so, but maybe while we're waiting for that, one issue that I mentioned it before that I think is absolutely extremely important is better understanding misinformation, disinformation, and other forms of untruth that circulate online. And in this vein, we recently wrote a short paper about it, trying to come up with a typology of different untruths online with a view to defining the terms we're talking about. Often misinformation is confused with disinformation or propaganda or other things. So most of the literature isn't very robust in this area. So we've tried to come up with these definitions with a view to trying to measure this phenomena. And I just wondered if speakers, participants, anybody on the call today has any experience in this space that they'd like to share, because it's something that we're kind of in the middle of brainstorming ourselves, and it's extremely complicated and will require non-traditional data collection methods, I'm absolutely certain. I just wondered if anyone has thoughts on that. Mark?
Sure. So I can just share a little bit about our experience there with trying to collect some information on misinformation. This was a challenging topic that we sort of discussed at OECD and at ITU as well over the past couple of years. But and we had made previous attempts at Statistics Canada to capture this through a survey tool, and really had a challenge sort of communicating to respondents what we were looking for and really trying to get any type of coherent answer. But one thing that we did find is that during the pandemic, it did provide the opportunity to focus questions on a particular topic of interest. So focusing directly on information related to COVID-19. In this context, we were able to build much more successful questions and sort of focus the responses to this type of information. So I think that was one piece that we picked up, is that I think even focusing it on that topic, I think just asking about misinformation online, I think we had high 90% said that, of course, they had seen some sort of misinformation online. So to us, that's not overly useful. But I think sort of drilling down, we were able to see some interesting results in terms of how people verify information online that they find. I mean, even just briefly, there are some of the quick results that we saw. Kind of 40% of Canadians reported that they read something online, believed it to be true, and then later went back to realize, oh no, that was something that was inaccurately reported or something that was being spread without being fact checked. And we also sort of found some interesting results in terms of how often people check information that they pull off online. And then finally, I think one of the things that was a little bit surprising to us was just in terms of how many people actually share information online without really knowing if it's true or not. So over half of Canadians identified that they had done that in the first months of the pandemic, either shared articles with friends, posted it to Twitter without doing any sort of verification themselves. And I think it's just sort of a natural, I think probably all of us have sort of probably gone through that exercise as well, where you sort of maybe share something very quickly and then kind of go back to verify the accuracy of that later. So just sort of some thoughts on measurement there. It's certainly a very challenging topic to still get at. And I think probably going beyond the survey is necessary, but being able to focus the survey on a particular topic we found was more helpful than our previous efforts in this area.
That's really interesting, and I may follow up with you bilaterally on that to see exactly the questions you asked. And focusing on one area I could see would be helpful. You know, I'm just, it's so tough because we talked a little bit about this, the team that wrote the paper. How do you define truth, right? One person's truth isn't somebody else's truth. It kind of depends on where you sit and your background, and how we do that, I think, is going to be really difficult, but it seems probably pretty clear it's going to take some kind of union or cooperation between people and technology to try to make that happen. Before I go to Alexandra, I think we had Arpitha Desai who had her hand up. I don't know, Arpitha, if you want to come in now for.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Molly. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am tuning in from Boston. So, Mark, I think you shared some really interesting insights, and the problem or the challenge with misinformation and disinformation, which I have often seen, is that the root cause of the problem is across so many boards, especially when the channels of communication have become so complex today, and the way we consume information or news is across these channels. So it could be Facebook or Twitter, where things go viral in seconds, or it could be a consistent information disorder across, say, WhatsApp, which is private messaging. So where disinformation or misinformation stems from becomes really challenging to identify and track. And the whole point of intentionally or unintentionally consuming and sharing such information also presents a problem, because we don't know how things go, how this particular piece of information went viral and has caused this asymmetry in the truth. So it's really difficult to measure these root causes to kind of come up with solutions as to where we might need extra work to be put in, and who's going to be putting this work. Is it the government in kind of educating users to be more aware of how they're consuming information and the way to fact check information, or is it the responsibility of social media companies who facilitate the sharing of information. So there are so many pain points and measurements which you have to take into consideration when looking at this whole. So collecting data in this sense becomes near impossible, given that there are so many indicators and factors. So if there was a way to kind of figure out what are these data points which we need to identify in order to come up with workable solutions which go way beyond than just, say, labeling or fact checking, but as a more systemic change. I would love to hear thoughts about that.
Well, that was really helpful and useful, Arpita. You generated some interest here. I've got 3 people who want to intervene, Alexander, Dominique, and then Fabio. We have 1 minute. So I'm going to not close, and I'll just say thank you in advance right now, but please, Alexander, give us 30 seconds on your take on this.
Thank you very much. I do agree with Mark and Arpita. You raised a very important issue on channels of communication. Social media is where disinformation is happening. So there's one issue that human moderation is just impossible. So we need to think about a combination of a human and machine type of a moderation within artificial intelligence. But in any way, all those moderations type of intervention and policy and regulations may not solve 100% of the problem. The root of the problem is on education, on awareness raising and media information literacy. So maybe OECD have to work or develop an agenda to build a measurement framework to that. But government have to invest a lot in education and media information literacy. I will stop here because my 30 seconds is gone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dominic.
Just a small point about, because I took a look at this typology of these disinformation. I want to play the role of the advocate of the satire. Satire is very positive. It can convey the truth actually more often than the false. I would call it the other way here. I would call it the contextual deficiency, that you lose the context and you might not understand the satire properly. But then satire as propaganda can include all 4 of them, misinformation, disinformation, whatever. But I like that anyway, and I think that that should be further developed, because this is a very nice typology and we should work on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have no idea how many hours we spent on this. So we will keep going. Nagwa, last word to you.
Thank you, Molly. And I fully agree with what mentioned by my colleague concerning the misinformation, especially when it comes to the social media like Facebook and Twitter. But I would like to draw the attention that we shouldn't forget the positive side of this social media when we get some information related to research. Sometimes the student, they went to the social media and in order to collect the data for their research or assignment, as well as also the entrepreneur and the small and micro enterprise, when they also went to this mechanism in order to really to test the market or to test their beneficiaries about the product or their service. And again, thank you very much for you, Molly, and it's a pleasure to meet you all today in this workshop.
Thanks, and just from my side, a big round of applause here for the speakers. So you don't get to hear it, but lots of you got up really early. You spent lots of time preparing wonderful presentations, and I certainly learned a lot. So thank you so much, and I really hope I get to see you at the IGF next year, if not before that. So take care. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Molly.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Harriet to give the host rights
safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining our IGF 2021 session on learning resilience in the face of the pandemic. Today's session is an interesting one, and I thank you for joining us. I know we are competing with quite a number of sessions, including a main session, and so for you to be here, we really, really appreciate it. So I was saying today is an interesting session because we will look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on capacity building and learning. Needless to say, the pandemic has affected all our lives, including those of us who are in the technical community, who are working to provide network access, working to provide training and capacity building opportunities for people who are in rural or underserved communities. Now, if you notice in the session title, there is a nice play of words, because today we're going to talk about learning resilience, and that is in the sense of learning how to be resilient during the pandemic and meeting challenges, and also in the sense of resilience in education and learning despite the pandemic. In this session, we will explore a range of different case studies, such as Japan's K-12 education, technical assistance in the Asia-Pacific region, and fostering diversity and gender empowerment in Southeast Asia. Our first speaker I'd love to introduce to you is Dr. Masaki Umejima from Keio University. I would like Dr. Masaki to please introduce yourself and then tell us about distance learning over an open network policy for K-12 education in Japan. Masaki, please.
Yep. Thank you for inviting me to this precious opportunity. I'm Masaki Umejima, and Associate Professor in Keio University, and ICT Promotion, I think, the advisor in Ministry of Education in Japanese government. So today's my presentation title is Distance Learning for K-12 Education in Japan, the Nagasaki Takaoka model. The Nagasaki is the name of city and Takaoka is the name of city. So I think please remember the two cities' name. So what is the Nagasaki Takaoka model? So every classroom can connect with all nationwide and worldwide classrooms having the internet access. And cybersecurity is very important issue. So apply data security based on end-to-end encryption. So every school is connected to the internet. Speed is very high. Plus, and school can get the free access to cloud service like Zoom and so on. So the system is very simple. So satisfaction from student and teacher to the Nagasaki and Takaoka model. The Nagasaki Takaoka model targeted the quality of distance learning lessons at about 60% of that of face-to-face lessons. This is very important policy. The distance learning cannot overwhelm the quality of face-to-face class. So the Nagasaki Takaoka model has targeted about 60% of the satisfaction to the face-to-face lesson. So this is, I think, the research figure. So anyway, students showed very good satisfaction, almost 90% plus students satisfied distance learning. How about teacher? Teacher showed 72% teacher showed good satisfaction to distance learning. So learning, 4 factors drive innovation in daily school education. First, high-speed internet. Second, one tablet in a classroom. Third, teachers delivering distance education. And fourth, the education content enabling free access for students. So these 4 factors can drive innovation in daily school education. So why I say the speed of the internet is very important? Because origin of the Nagasaki Takaoka model is School on the Internet Asia project. SOI Asia project has provided the ideal environment in which the universities in Asia have managed and utilized the high-speed internet for research and education purposes since 1996. So SOI Asia has almost 20 years history of running the internet operation. So high-speed internet provided a lot of opportunities in terms of research and in terms of education. So let me share one photo in Japanese public school. Now, every student have a tablet for taking a note. Student can share the note with teacher. This is very interesting. After singing a song, a student put the data on a note and share it with the teacher. Not only with one teacher, student can share digital note with many teachers surrounding a school, not only in a school, and then student can exchange note with the teacher in overseas. This is a very interesting model. So pandemic happened. So we provided 2 things to students. First, we gave 1 tablet to student. After that, we provided the high-speed internet access for a student in a home. So every student join a lecture remotely by a tablet, and that tablet has the internet access in the home. So I add 2 pillars on existing 4 factors: affordable internet access service in a home and 1 tablet for every student. So these 3 factors enable education continuity in the emergency situation, in the critical situation, such as COVID-19. So the university and the government must collaborate to implement the education continuity. So that is learning, I think, from Japan case. As user information, please access, I think, a book. So I think this book provides free access. So thank you for, I think, giving me precious opportunity to present Japan case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masaki. And very interesting case. When I came across it, I thought it was such an interesting case study that should be showcased at the IGF. Just having the idea of, providing network access, particularly to areas where rural areas and places where there is not easy access, and providing students especially an opportunity to learn. And the interesting thing is that this has happened even before the pandemic. This project has gone on for many years. And now during the pandemic, we see that it's such a valuable thing. So thank you very much, Masaki, for sharing. Yep. And we will get back to you with Q&A in a little while. But before that, let me get to my next speaker. So I would like to invite Tashi Funsho from APNIC to share his experiences providing training and technical assistance to the internet community in the Asia-Pacific region. Tashi, tell us about yourself.
Thanks, Joyce. Can you see my slides? Hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, good morning. I'll borrow what Joyce said earlier. Good morning, good afternoon, evening, whichever time zone you are in. I'm Tashi Funso. I'm one of the trainers here, network analyst, and currently managing the training delivery and technical assistance team. My email address is there. Anyways, this is for us to share our lessons learned in the period of COVID for the last 2 years. Just a snapshot of what APNIC training consists of. APNIC training does a bit more than training. Of course, the obvious one is instructor-led training. We also have webinars to try and cater to interesting stuff that people do, which are outside of the training content. Could be anything interesting. People might be breaking things in their network. If they would like to share that experience, that comes as a webinar. In the last 3 or 4 years, we also have APNIC Academy, which has evolved from our initial idea of it being a place where we could push all our prerequisites as online courses and virtual labs. And during the COVID period, our academy has evolved to be more than that. So we have self-paced learning, and then we also provide technical assistance to the community, especially our member base, people who need help with any technology deployment. Again, not everything. We don't want to overstep into the consultants areas. So we stick to IPv6, RPKI, DNS, DNSSEC, network redesign. And I added a fifth circle here, the community build. APNIC also focuses a lot on human networking, and our team has been evangelizing human networking for a while. And in our community, we focus on network operators group in our parts of the world. JNOG, Japan NOG is very popular, PHNOG is very popular, SGNOG is very popular. In the interest of time, during the COVID period, what was the problem with APNIC training? Specific to instructor-led training, the problem with our training, unlike other trainings, is we focus on real-world operations-focused training. So it's very less theory, very much more focused on us sharing experiences. So we hardly teach, we discuss a lot. I'm an ex-engineer, I share my experience. My colleagues are all engineers, they share their experience. So when your scope of training is that, it becomes really challenging with the online delivery. If it was a structured curriculum, probably it might work for us, but because of just the scope of the training we deliver, we have had challenges. Hence why we used to deliver this predominantly in a face-to-face setup, and it's generally targeted meaning either we do a needs assessment and try and deliver a training based on the need of a particular economy in our region, or it could be a network operators group or a NOG or a university or a conference that's happening in an economy that wants us to deliver a certain topic. Hence why it's very targeted. It's generally done face-to-face. During the COVID, after Apricot in Melbourne, I guess February 2020, so we took about 2 months just to understand how to move our things to an online setup. So it was only in April that we were really ready to actually give it a go. We had lots of issues adapting our content, adapting our session plans, just the way we normally would teach. We are not trainers by profession. We are all engineers. So just moving from a face-to-face setup to online was quite challenging for us. Adapting our lab environments was very challenging. And what we quickly noticed was there was this dead silence in the online setup. You're teaching a group of engineers who really doesn't seem like they want to be there for that session. So that silence, not knowing how to read people's expressions. Attendance was a major problem. While we had 200-300 people registering for an event, we would end up with 2 or 3 people showing up on the actual day of the session. That was a major problem. Positives, yes, we could reach more people for sure. We could also do more just because we didn't have to travel. We were delivering from here, but we were also very conscious that what kind of impact were we actually having for engineers? What are the takeaways from an online session compared to a face-to-face session? So some of the quick or low-hanging fruits that we tried to tackle first, we said, all right, let's focus on the delivery tools and techniques. We went with touchscreens. We have a nice media room now in APNIC office with all touchscreen, all over multiple cameras, so that we can annotate, we can use digital whiteboards. Because again, like I said, our crowd is predominantly 90% of our participants are engineers. So for them, just me sitting there and reading a slide never seems to work. So whiteboarding, just explaining how I broke things, for example, so that they understand not to do it or not to make the same mistakes I made. So we did that. We also realized in our parts of the world, that's why I like to see that in Japan, internet is not an issue during Masaki-san's talk. But in our parts of the world, in this region, not every economy is equal. There are many economies where participants can barely afford good internet connectivity. So we found out that we will request participants to turn off their videos. We also found out that nobody wants to look stupid in front of their peers. So people would hold back questions, which they would normally ask in a face-to-face teaching during coffee breaks or during break times. They can access without others knowing. So we came up with this concept of, all right, we'll let you ask anonymous questions. Here is an open document, type whatever you want. Don't have to raise your hand, don't have to verbalize your questions. Type it there, one of us will answer. We threw in quizzes lately. We also then went with a problem-based learning approach where we have now incorporated capture the flag kind of problem-based learning in our teachings. For lab, because our teaching is a very lab-heavy APNIC training, so we needed a different approach because Zoom chat, like Joyce said earlier, it's very difficult to monitor the Zoom chat when people are trying to interact with each other and it just goes away, it scrolls away. And if someone was tagging you, you miss that. So we started using Discord for our lab interactions. And we realized we need at least 2 trainers to teach, one to monitor the questions and answer those questions. Session plans, we soon realized we can't adapt or adopt our face-to-face teachings into online setup. So we went with shorter tutorials, meaning short on theory, more time on labs. We also have to cater to a massive time zone in the Asia Pacific region. So we had to repeat the same topic in 3 or 4 different time zones so that everybody got a chance to sit through those. And delivery mode, this is where I would like to spend a bit of time. We soon realized that interactions because they had a say in what content they want instead of us trying to guess what content might be suitable for people. Then we also had this trial of we were trying to deliver to people's desks for a while. Attendance was bad, interactions were bad. So we again trialed some hybrid approach where participants would be sitting in a common room, COVID restrictions permitting, and we would deliver them remotely from here. That worked really well too. And you can see that in this year's numbers. This year we delivered about 94 trainings across the Asia Pacific region. And you can see majority of them were targeted hybrid trainings, and we had only about 40% of those were open tutorials. And you can see here is a proof. Attendance in targeted or hybrid events were much better compared to open tutorials, where we would get 4 or 5 people. We now end up with 30 to 40 nice numbers. Now, how did COVID affect our other service, which is technical assistance? Massive effect, because technical assistance generally is done really better when you are in person, observing someone's network, auditing their network, understanding their problems. But we received about 18 requests this year. We were able to only cater to about 30% of them. Yes, we acted on all the requests that came in, but from a success point of view, success meaning, yes, we helped with the deployment. How much of an impact did it have in that economy? We, I think, only managed about 30% of the 18 requests that came in, which is a shame, honestly. And finally, the most important part for me, being an engineer and having learned everything I learned through human networking, without having a formal certification or anything, learning from peers like Philip Smith and others, mentors, we believe heavily in networking, human networking. Just to give a comparison, between 2018 and 19, we actually managed to start Mongolia NOG. We managed to help start Papua New Guinea NOG. We managed to revive Myanmar NOG, Cambodia NOG. But in the last 2 years, we could not get any NOG out of the ground, just because how do you preach human networking? How do you convince competitors to work with each other when you are not there as a middle neutral person to facilitate that? So that has really been a massive struggle for us. Thank you, Joyce. Sorry if I overran.
Thanks very much, Tashi. No, don't worry, we're good on time. Really sorry to hear it has been a challenging year, especially needing to transition from what used to be face-to-face training and then having to do a lot of online, remote learning and having to try and change and adjust the way training is done, particularly when you have so many components of the training that are hands-on. You need, the network engineers to really get into the system and follow you step by step. It hasn't been easy. And we will hear more about that as well, I think, during the Q&A. So next, our final speaker is Mia Perez from the APNIC Foundation. She coordinates the Switch C Gender Project in the Philippines. Mia, please introduce yourself and share about this very interesting project with us.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes. Just give me a second to bring up your slides if you don't mind.
Sure. So I'll be introducing myself. I am Mia Perez from the Switch C project. I'm one of the national coordinators. So today I'll be discussing what Switch C is, the goals of the project, our activities, and then some lessons learned. Next slide. So Switch C is supporting women IT research leaders in Southeast Asia. We started May of 2020. As you may have noticed, we started at the height of the pandemic, and we will end at April 2022 next year. This is a project of the APNIC Foundation funded by the Cyber Cooperation Program, Department of Foreign Affairs, Australia. So we are a multi-economy project. We have participants in Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, and where I am right now, I'm in the Philippines. So the goal of the project is to improve the knowledge, skills, and confidence of women and LGBTQI+ technical staff working in the internet industry. We plan to do that by online training, mentoring, and research support. Next. So the difference of the Switch C project with other capacity building activities is we focus more on empowering every participant by first giving them the opportunity to consciously reflect where they are right now, what are they doing, what are their activities, and then what are their strengths and weaknesses, and what are the personal goals they would like to focus on. Next is ownership. We are giving them the opportunity to own their learning, how they're going to do their capacity building activities, and when are they going to start. Next. So from the training plan or training plan development and community consultation, here are our results. We invited 1,600 participants. We got around 511 responses. Here are the demographics of our participants. Please note that they came from around 52 organizations. They selected around 300 plus training courses, and they are from 46 providers, one of which is APNIC Academy. So we know that APNIC is not everything for everyone. There are courses not offered in APNIC, and if the participants would like to take courses in another provider, we are supporting that in this project. Next. So the selected courses that the participants selected, here are the topics or the knowledge areas identified: security, network operations, internet routing. They also selected some from the soft skills, but not so soft skills, the management, English and public speaking, and also disaster management. Next. So aside from enrolling them in courses, we also supported, we also have mentoring support. We enrolled them in a platform, anitav.org, where they get to be matched with a mentor somewhere in another part of the globe. We also have group mentoring about leadership and professional development. And next, we also have by request, if they have technical topics that they would like to focus on, we also invite technical experts. Next. We also fund their researches if they have concrete network operations research that needed funding. Next. And also one of the unique activity of Switch C is the HR engagement, where we kind of know or sort of know the environment in which the participants are in to identify the challenges and opportunities for a more inclusive workforce in the internet industry. So we engage the HR to know their staff policies and other professional development support that they are doing in the company. Next. So here are the progress. We are now funding 6 researches and then engaged with human resources. And for the courses, it increased from 315. They added more courses, like 300 to 348 courses. And so far, from April to November, 78% has started their journey or their courses, and 55% of which are already completed. Next. So now for the lessons learned. The lessons learned, I will be sharing per stage of the project. First is the project planning. So initial sort of activities of the project are geared for a face-to-face and in-country activities. So the project planning, we had to concentrate still in the goals, but had to transition to a face-to-face all online approach in order to reach those goals. Next, in the preparation and community consultation stage, we learned the importance of leveraging existing networks, network operators group, contacts and directory to reach participants, to be in contact with the participants, and even in getting us, the national coordinators. In the selection process, I think this is an advantage where in the confirmation of participants, when all the applications came in, the geographical location of the participants did not limit us from confirming them as long as they have the internet connectivity. Next. For the participation of the participants, the course providers that they selected, we learned that they are also experiencing challenges in shifting online. So the course providers that we were able to get are only those that have already successfully shifted to online offerings. And we also learned that there are challenges with our participants, especially in courses only offered in English. And then some of the challenges encountered by our participants, some of them experience COVID, some have connectivity and power outages problem. So we are having mentoring sessions, but then they will be disconnected because of these challenges. Work, life, and professional development balance. Some are stressed. Zoom and online fatigue are also there as part of the challenges. And we also learned that a lot of them, actually most of them, chose self-paced courses. And then part of what we are collecting is visibility and advocacy activities. So here we collect their activities, like when they share, they apply their knowledge, they attend to conference, and we see that aside from taking in knowledge, it's equally important for us to collect and see how are they being visible and being active. May it be in the company, internationally, or local setting that they are. It's equally important to know if they are being visible. Next. I think this is my last slide. For the some of the lessons learned, also the importance of community support. We learned that here that we asked for the company to sign also our agreement for them to know that the participants are embarking in this journey. We learned the importance of their support, the mentor support, and other participant support for these participants to continue. We also developed a community portal for us to interact and socialize. Monthly check-ins to know how the participants are doing are also effective. And empathic communication, the only way we can connect with the participants are through Zoom or through emails. So it's very important for us to be sensitive in what they are encountering or in how we communicate with them. And lastly, we invited them in a welcome gathering and gave them gifts. And some of the feedback said that these gifts made them realize that they are part of something, that the Switch C project is really existing, though it's only in the virtual world. So these are good feedbacks, and yeah, so welcome gathering and gifts. So next slide. So those are the activities of Switch C and some lessons learned. So hopefully we can discuss more in the Q&A later. Thank you. Thank you, Joy.
Thanks very much, Mia. That was great. Sorry, just turning off the presentation. All right. So we did have some questions, which I will read out. And I know that the questions have been answered on the chat, but just for the purpose of the recording and also for people who are in the physical room, let's have those answers out, voiced out as well. That would help. So the first question was for Masaki. Who invested to buy the tablet for every student in your training model?
That is a leadership by the central government.
And this was for the duration of the entire training, or it was like a one-off that they gave the tablets? It's year after year?
I think that is a one-off. So I think that this is the first challenge in Japan. Yeah. So I think that this. So I think 5 years later, maybe I think the government must provide the new machine to student, because I think machine is aging, right?
Exactly. And so that is also the hardware cost involved. Very interesting. We had another question for Tashi, which is, do you plan to provide online or remote training courses in local languages? As you may know, English is a really challenge for your target audience in some of the local community.
Yeah, let me complement what I've typed there. First off, I think our online APNIC Academy, we have support for now close to about 8 to 10 languages in the region. So most of the online contents are multilingual contents. But for instructor-led training, like I've alluded to in the chat, APNIC also runs this voluntary community trainers program where we request operational engineers who are active in the community to share their experience, their knowledge. And when we map an event, we also request them if they can help us. Example, if I'm teaching in Mongolia, if we are teaching for Mongolia, we request some Mongolian engineers to help us out. And where there is need for translations, be it during the Q&A sessions or a relatively difficult concept that needs further explaining, we rely on our community trainers to help us out. And where we don't have community trainers, because we currently don't, ideally we would like one per economy, that would be 56 of them. But just because of the scale, we don't have that much. But where we don't have those, we then rely on local partners like NOGs or local hosts to give us some local champions who are willing to help us. So that's how we try to manage.
Thanks very much for answering the question, Tashi. I don't see any questions or comments at the moment from the chat. I don't know if there are any in the room. Jennifer will help us with that. But in the meantime, let me pose a question to all of you. What do you think are the long-term effects of the changes that you encounter to your work or to your project? Or what do you think are the long-term effects of the outcomes of your work? Maybe Mia, you want to go first?
Sure. So I think if we continue to adopt an online delivery, there's a possibility to expand the project in number also with the participants from different locations, as long as they have internet connection. And for the challenges, to address the challenge of not having not having so much of a human connection, maybe we can explore ways into how we can better address those issues and challenges.
So just a follow-up question to Mia, do you think then that for your project, it will ever go back to face-to-face, when people are able to travel and, they can meet up? Or do you think it's going to continue as an online sort of project?
Based on what I know, there are really plans of extending the project, and most of the ideation or the proposals are really for still an online approach until we sort of have a clear COVID cases for each of the countries. But we would love to be with the participants. Yeah.
Thanks very much. How about Masaki Otashi?
Yes, and from me, and then I think the everyone think the who drive I think distance learning understand the connectivity is the most important parameter. So the quality of the internet, the speed is very important. On the other hand, I learned I think in my study, and Japan is a rich country I think, but 5% of junior high school students and I think elementary school students could not have the internet access in a home. That was surprising me. So I think we must think about affordability of the internet access seriously, I think. That is learning from my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Masaki. And I have to say, I myself am very surprised. And I saw Tashi also, his eyes was very wide open when you said 5% still don't have access. I guess it is a myth or a misconception that a very developed economy like Japan will also have a population that doesn't have access yet. So it's a very, very chilling, but I think a lot of work needs to be done, I think, in this area.
I think that is real in Japan, and that is real in US, and then Korea or something else. So we must think about, I think, the affordability of the internet access. That is, I think, important parameter, I think.
Tashi, what do you think?
Yeah, I would like to echo Masaki-san here. But yeah, that definitely was a surprise, Masaki-san. But we assume that Japan being a developed economy and all. But you're absolutely right. And what we are trying to do, because of similar challenges in our part of the world, where sometimes we have seen half the class disappear and turns out they're data capped. Most of them seem to have data capped broadband connection. The class disappeared and we were like, what did we do? And they would then come back about 30 minutes later, they had gone, recharged their broadband connection or mobile connections. So in example, Bhutan, I'm originally from Bhutan, and I have quite a connection there, good friends there. So I have been trying to leverage and convince our Drukren, the Bhutanese Research and Education Network, if they would like to extend the Drukren connectivity to not just universities, colleges, but extend it to every high school, every primary school, every community school. And we're in the Himalayas. It's very remote, mountainous. So they are working on that. And it's really good to see that they have bought about 240 routers just to connect all the tiny community schools in the mountains. So definitely, I think. But back to Joyce's original question of how does it impact our work in the long run? I'll be very honest, just because of the nature of what we teach or how we teach things. Again, the fact that we are teaching engineers, I think it's very, very difficult. I think if you are a new engineer or a final year student or a relatively mid-level engineer, I think we can help with our online courses, with our self-paced learning courses on Academy. But if you are a mid-level engineer or a senior engineer who would like to discuss deployment issues with us, I think the online setup is definitely not working for us. And we saw that just about 2 weeks ago, we were in Perth. Joyce knows. That was the first trip this year. We are the most traveled people in APNIC for this year. We did one trip to Perth. And it was amazing. It's only 16 engineers in the class, but it was amazing being able to read people's expression. We hardly taught, we discussed the whole day. And we found out two very critical issues, one with the RPKI framework itself, and one with how APNIC's portal works, which we wouldn't have found in an online setup. We found it only because people were willing to have those corridor chats with us, coffee break chats with us. So yeah, Joyce, I'm not too sure how to balance this out, honestly.
Thanks, Tashi, for being honest about the challenges that you faced and trying to overcome them. And maybe sometimes the solution is not trying to overcome everything. You want to try and balance and see if you can go back to a kind of maybe not online only, but a hybrid form of learning. One more question I have would be, having said all this, how do you think inclusion has been affected? With all this online learning, with having to engage people online, do you think we're more inclusive now because of being connected online? Or do you think actually, inclusion has been impeded in some way? Who would like to go first? Nobody wants to try going first?
And let me try, Joyce, then. Okay.
Sure.
Inclusion, I think theoretically, the most obvious one seems to be, we should be able to reach now those that were not reachable those days, those who can't. So I think there's a validity there because not everyone can afford to fly to a common location where there's a conference happening, be it Apricot Conference, be it NOGS. So for those people, and especially in our parts of the world, again, in some smaller companies, you are the one man or one woman who everything relies on. If you go away on leave, the whole company collapses or network collapses. So for those people, we see those faces that we would hardly see in conferences now showing up for our online sessions. And I totally value that. But on the other side, what we are also seeing is this repeat group of peoples rocking up at every online session we do, whether we do it for UTC plus 13 time zone, we see someone from UTC plus 4 rocking up there for that session just because they were free after work or it was early before they went to work because their bosses wouldn't let them. Because during online, I think when you're listening to someone's training and your colleagues drag you away or your boss drags you away, so many people prefer doing it either in the evenings or during weekends. We have even had requests to host trainings on weekend. So Joyce, I think I see value in both. I think like you said earlier, I think even after we go back to normal, whenever that is, I think we definitely need to balance out. We need to cater to, yes, from an interaction point of view, face-to-face, in-person seem to work great. But like I said, what about those that don't get a chance? That left outs, do we cater to them? So I think, Joyce, like you said, we need to continue doing online or hybrid approaches while still trying to do those in-person for specific topics that we might need to do. But I think we would continue wanting to do online stuffs also. Yeah, Joyce.
Thanks, Tashi. How about Mia? I think you alluded to some of this, talking about diversity and inclusion in your presentation. Maybe you want to elaborate more on it.
I agree with Tashi about about being able to participate more, given that you're an online setting. And I also agree that maybe we are leaving some out, those also that do not have that connection. What I can add to that is, especially because we are a project that is targeting gender inclusivity, for this project and for concentrating to projects with more inclusive in gender, we hope that this project and that maybe the next iterations would increase women participation by having more women with certifications and pushing for to be more active in the community, work, or industry. We also hope that this kind of project would increase inclusion in diversity and in gender.
Thanks, Mia. That's such a great answer. Masaki, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Joyce, I think that your question is very good, but difficult to answer. Yeah, but I think that from my experience, I think that I can say one thing. And then I think that, of course, I think that if I show the face-to-face lesson and I think the distance learning to the student will choose and face-to-face, because I think my case target, I think junior high school and elementary school students. But I think that I want to share one interesting experience. Now I think students share their digital note with teacher. So when students receive the answer from teacher overseas, students, I think they got very enthusiastic to it. Oh my God. And then I think teacher in Philippines comment on my note. Great, that kind of things. So I think the distance learning will bring, I think that maybe another opportunity. For example, telling diversity of the, I think, people to the student, that kind of thing. So I think that I can create, and I think the new, I think, opportunity for student, I think.
Thanks very much, Masaki. What I'm hearing from all of you is, in general, yes, it sounds like, inclusion and diversity will increase, just by design. Being online means many different people from other different parts of the region or the world are able to dial in, tune in. I mean, the IGF, as it is now in the hybrid format, is a case example. If you couldn't fly to Katowice in Poland, at least now we have the option of being able to run the session online and still be able to participate anyway. So from that view, it does sound like inclusion will increase. But then at the same time, I think we do compromise a bit on having that face-to-face interaction, which is something quite different when we engage people. And we're able to do it in person. And so our friends who are now sitting in the room in Katowice, I'm sure you also have this feeling about how it is like to be there in the room, having to listen to us. And of course, if you have any questions, whether you can put it in the chat or you can say it on the mic, feel free to do so. We also want to make sure that you feel included. It is not just an online only session. So I don't see any other comments or questions at the moment either. So I'll get on to maybe asking one last question, which is, what do you think are some lessons that we can learn from these educational models, whether it's about the delivery, whether it's about the interaction? Mia, do you want to go first? I know in your presentation, like the last few slides, you did put some notes there about the lessons learned. So what would you prioritize as like the top 1 or 2 important lessons that you've taken away?
For the educational models, I think the opportunity to own one's learning journey is crucial to achieving one's personal development goals. So that's one. And also another component of the project that I discussed, I think engaging the HR in the conversation gives us a more holistic view of the capacity building efforts that we need to give to the participants or to a person. And it's also good to know if those capacity building activities are aligned to the organization, or are there other approaches we can explore. So those things I think are good learning opportunities.
Thanks, Mia. Next, how about Tashi? Would you like to try going next?
Yeah, Joyce. Thanks again. Lessons or takeaways from the last 18 or 19 months. Quite difficult to put it there, but I think what we are learning, honestly, is we would definitely want to continue with our remote online deliveries, maybe up to an intermediate level, so that we can free up the in-person, face-to-face interactions for more real hands-on deployment specific kind of discussions. So that way it would also allow us to scale, because we have to cater to 56 economies in this region. So online allows us, we can't fly to every event globally. Example, I don't think I would be at this IGF event if this was happening in person, honestly, just because of the nature of the work in the office. So at least continue with that, but I think not forget the fact that in person or face to face helps us definitely with technology deployments or or validation of people's deployments. So yeah, Joyce, I think we would want the lesson for us is we would like to continue with both, but to cater to different scopes of what we do. Yeah.
Thanks, Tashi. Masaki?
Yep, and just and then I think my learning and the handout maybe, and then we should not compare face to face and the remote learning, and then I think of course and then face to face has good things, but on the other hand, remote learning has a good thing. So I think but I think when we implement the remote learning, the internet connectivity is very important. Plus affordability to the internet access is another important. So that two factor will be, I think, highlighted when we address the, I think, distance learning environment to be more ideal, I think.
Thank you, Masaki. And finally, I would like to pose the same question. So what lessons can we learn, from these educational models, or what lessons have you learned from your own personal experiences to the audience? So whether online or for the people who are in the room, if you would like to share your experiences in this area and your thoughts around it, we would love to hear from you. So I will wait a few seconds to see if any brave soul would like to take the mic. Chris.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Chris Buckridge. I'm working for RIPE NCC, so one of the other RIRs. Look, what I really wanted to do is just commend the final messages that we heard there from each of the three speakers, because I think it really echoes strongly with what RIPE NCC has heard and has sort of felt about our educational activities in this period. What we've done, like the other RIRs, certainly like APNIC, is really obviously fallen back to a remote model. And it's meant that model, that remote teaching that we've done, has really evolved significantly in the last 2 years. And I think that's been really important. And I think it particularly, I mean, we also have a very broad and diverse service region, and there were always parts of that service region that were getting remote education, like that we couldn't always send people in person. I think this really helps those parts, more remote parts of the world, because it has leveled up the kind of remote teaching capacity that all of us have, and that's a really important thing. I think to Mia's point about sort of owning the education journey or goals, I think that's also something we've, I think, come to understand better in this period, and it's sort of informed the way we've developed the courses. And we're now doing this new certified professionals program, which is very much about that. It's giving people more sort of digital certification of their education and the courses that they've done, and ways to understand that. And then finally, yeah, the point about we absolutely can't compare apples and oranges in terms of remote and face-to-face. They're going to be different. It's not going to be a situation where remote can replace face-to-face or capture everything, but it does offer opportunities for so much more as well. So we're understanding the sort of the importance of maintaining both and developing both. So yeah, I just really enjoyed the session and hearing the experiences. So thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much, Chris. That's lovely to hear. And thank you for sharing your thoughts and your experiences as well. I think we have someone from Katowice who would like to speak. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, Joyce. This is Carol from the Bahamas. I think with the online training, I work for the government of the Bahamas in the IT department, and the pandemic has allowed executives to be more open to paying for subscriptions for training programs. So it has been very useful to us, because now we have, whereas we struggle to get one subscription, we now have 2 subscriptions for our employees to use. But it is a struggle trying to get persons to give up their time, I suppose, to complete courses, because they're having to, as one of the presenters said, they're having to do work as well as training. So whereas if you had it on a face-to-face, the person was actually removed from their work environment and they went off to do a class. So there was no interruptions. So there's good and bad in issues, advantages and disadvantages in both means of training. So that's just my input.
Thank you so much. I believe it was Carol for sharing your thoughts about this, and I do agree. I think a lot of people have been using the term, Zoom fatigue, or whichever platform that you're using, whether it's Microsoft Teams or some proprietary platform. And just the idea that we have so many online meetings is one thing, but the fact that you cannot physically, just devote that time to this one thing happening. So for example, if this IGF event, we are attending it in person, we would all be fully dedicated to just the conference. You're not multitasking, trying to do other things at the same time while you're delving into the meeting, which I think everybody here has that experience. So I think in this session, what I'm hearing is a lot of people having a very shared common experience around the impact of the pandemic, and having that sort of that sharing of experiences across what we have been doing in the course of our work. And I think it is the same as well for the users that we are in touch with. So I'm very grateful for all your time. I don't know if there are any other people who want to make any comments, give any feedback. So I think in the physical room, I don't see anyone at the mic, nor in the chat. So I think we are almost due for closing, just a few minutes left. And what I would like to do is invite my speakers again to just give your final thoughts, maybe 1 or 2 lines, your key takeaways that you hope people will be able to take back with them from this session. So Masaki, would you like to go first?
Yep, I think the remote learning maybe can change, the education scheme. So I think anyway, just do it. That is my message.
Thank you. That is so succinct and very to the point. Thank you, Masaki, and thank you for being here with us today, all the way from Japan. Next, how about Mia?
So my message, maybe it will be long. So set our eyes on the goals, may it be increasing inclusivity in gender and connectivity or access, and do necessary adjustments to these new realities. Yes, it is a very challenging time, and yes, we can't do this alone. So if we need to virtually hold hands and collaborate with each other, just like what we're doing in this session. We share and discuss our best practices. Hopefully, by just persisting and collaborating, we'll be in a better place than we started. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. And finally, Tashi?
Well, yeah, Masaki-san and Mia stated already. For me, I think if we are the ones delivering content, maybe focus on shorter sessions. That seems to work really well. And not to forget, I think we all keep forgetting the same audience is also being targeted by others, vendor trainings or similar not-for-profit organizations wanting to cater to those same audience. And no wonder the Zoom fatigue word has become so popular out there, because we're all targeting the same audience. So yeah, Joyce, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Tashi, for joining us, even though it's 10 minutes to midnight for you, and having you stay up for this. I really thank you and appreciate you as well. So I will close the session here with 2 minutes left to the end. And I thank you all for your participation. Thank you for dialing in. And to those of you who joined us despite the main session going on, I do appreciate you being here with us. And I hope that this session was meaningful for you. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yep. Just thank you for your great coordination. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Joyce. Thanks, everyone.
Tashi and James, thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, everyone.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you, Tashi.
Yeah, Japan is 11 o'clock p.m.
O, jestem. No jak zostaliście tam na pierwsze, zapraszam. Music Today. No nie wiem. A ty nie miałeś na tym dawać do tego? Co? Nie miałem. To razie pierwszy. Nie ma. Nie stanie. Z tego ja poszedłem. A myślisz, że mi się chciało? Może palone. No. Ja nawet nie narzekałem. 15 minut. Ja obiecałem 9.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi,
David.
Hillary. I see you. I just saw your email, but now you're here, so great.
Great. All right, thanks.
Thank you all. I'll start briefly with what was my experience in multi-stakeholder dialogues. So a few weeks ago, I joined a global discussion on AI, and I was perhaps one of the few people from the global south in that room, and I felt quite excluded because all the people who were participating in that discussion were, one, much older than I was, so there was this age dimension, and two, so they, which doesn't mean anything, but to me it was, these were entrenched networks which had been communicating with each other for long. So I was like, okay, how do I talk to them? I don't know, they're not interested, so on. And it was a space which was not very inclusive. So I felt that even as someone representing an international organization, which comes with a lot of social capital, you still can feel excluded in a setting. So that wasn't great. To the other side, it was a great experience joining a session which the Youth and Voice Office organized with the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, because they were very inclusive. They had, in our introductions, asked us what are our pronouns. They made sure that the conversation flows and we can go and talk, and there was no difference in engaging with the UN Assistant Secretary General in terms of what we could say, what we could not say. So it was a very inclusive setting. But that's my experience. I will probably go on with Hillary to share your experience of how did you feel in a multi-stakeholder setting? You have maybe 1 minute. Yeah.
Thanks, Pratik, and hi, everyone. So great to join you. Very excited to learn from everyone's experiences as well. I think for me, Pratik, same as you, I also feel like oftentimes the space of this discussion could be more inclusive as a young woman, especially young woman from Global South, young woman of color. Obviously, it's for me, it's kind of still rare to see representation of people that look like me in these spaces. So I really wish that could be improved in the upcoming years. I think one of the interesting things that I found is that, because I work with young people and I'm a young person myself, the discussion on AI, whether if it's taking place on a more informal spaces, like again, just using the medium that the young people often use, like TikTok, Clubhouse, Twitter, is often more inviting in a sense because they use less of a jargon-heavy term. So I feel like even if you're not an expert in AI, you would be more compelled to or more inclined to join this conversation and actually pay attention to the development of both the policies and the innovations that are taking place in this space. So I feel like these are kind of like the unique perspective that I saw, that conversations and dialogues outside formal institutions is actually very dynamic and inclusive in a way that is not intimidating, especially for young people, and representation of communities from vulnerable groups. So that would be my take. But curious as well to hear from the other panelists who are joining us today.
That's a great point. How do we get away from our institutional setups and join the communities where they feel comfortable instead of bringing them here, and sometimes it leads to a lot of tokenization as well. Thank you, Hillary, for sharing that. Perhaps Esther, would you like to take the floor next in how did you feel as a participant in a multi-stakeholder conversation? What was your experience of inclusion or exclusion in such a setting?
Thank you very much, Pratik. I think for me, one of the greatest, I hope you can hear me very well. One of the most important aspect in terms of a multi-stakeholder approaches is really how the information is captured or how it's translated from different stakeholders. So one of the things, especially with this new emerging technology and more specifically around AI, there's different views and different point of views that the different institutions would have. What government regards as AI or the opportunities that AI would bring to the ecosystem, what regulators would how regulators would look at AI, and more importantly, what startups really are trying to invest in this ecosystem. I think for me, the idea is around how do we make sure that that conversation is flowing really well. And this is something that that in particular we've tried to curate and see if it can happen. But also having a global, so there's having a global view of different subjects, whether you include, and I'm not saying, let's say for a small country like Rwanda, or for us to say the stakeholders are going to only be people from Rwanda and the institutions from Rwanda. But then in such conversation, how do we enlarge the ecosystem? So I think that has been, for me, my experience, especially for these new technologies, trying to go out of the stakeholders in Rwanda only and expanding our horizon and seeing if that would work.
That's a great insight from your experience at the national level, and how to enlarge that conversation, even around definitions and how we talk about the topic and how different people understand. So Joanna, you've been engaging on this topic since a long time, I would believe. What has been your experience as an academic of being feeling excluded or included in different settings? Let's take the example of a policy setting. So as an academic, when you come to a policy setting, or vice versa, when you welcome other people into an academic setting, which can be quite intimidating sometimes for people. How has your experience been?
Well, I think, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, I feel like I need to represent old white people, which is kind of a weird thing for me to be representing. But I can't. I mean, that's sort of part of the point. Everyone is individual. And so when I think about inclusion and exclusion, you know, I was excluded as a little kid. And then I was a computer programmer when not a lot of women, although more than now, were computer programmers in the 1980s. And then I was a computer scientist. I was quite frequently the only woman in a department. And so I still am, I remember one time in particular when I started moving more into working in the social sciences, and I walked into a room and I heard this weird noise I hadn't heard like since, I don't know, high school. And then I realized it was women laughing. Like there were more women than men in the room and someone had just made a joke. And I literally didn't even recognize the noise. So leapfrogging forward to now, I think there's something, and this may be having lived through Trump and Brexit, I keep moving, I'm now in Berlin, that I feel so much safer and so much more included when I'm in an inclusive environment. So I love being in diverse environments. And again, maybe it's because I'm a woman. I don't know if the same experience is true for everybody in my, you know, from my demographic. But I actually feel safer then. But what makes me feel really excluded, and I realize that this may sound awful, but I just want to be honest, is if I don't feel like I'm getting respect, or that my degree isn't getting respect, or if I see other people being disrespected. I think weirdly to me, one of the biggest parts of inclusion is acknowledgement, not of me as an individual, but acknowledgement that there are different kinds of experience and expertise, and that we see how that's useful. So I can't in 1 minute also cover all the range of experiences I've had, but I hope that I sort of did. I mean, one thing I just found out last night, and this goes to another weird part of my identity, was that people were astounded that I don't care how many people are in an audience, that it is not more intimidating to have more than fewer people there. And so maybe part of my experience is because I'm neuroatypical or something like that, that I never self-identified wasn't a thing in the 20th century for me. And now I'm starting to realize, oh yeah, a lot of computer scientists, we just do think a little differently. And maybe I just never noticed that the number of people in the audience mattered. So yeah, there's all different kinds of ways to be different. and so maybe I haven't noticed all the kinds of inclusion I've experienced.
I think that's great, because this is really, and I really thank you for being honest about your experience, because what we want to do is also, when we are talking about multi-stakeholder, have a safe space to share our experiences. So thank you for that. And it's really helpful to learn for some of us that even people who are experienced, have so many degrees under their belt, can also feel excluded, because it gives you hope that I am not alone. I'm not alone in this space. And what can we do then together to make it more inclusive? Thanks for sharing that. Jibu, I'll come to you next, and then I'll quickly go to Tim. So you're curating a platform, and so this gives you a lot of power to actually bring in some voices or not. How do you, in your daily work, experience inclusion or exclusion, and how do you actually also translate inclusivity on the platform?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, Prateek, and I hope you can hear me. I have
very
some
well.
little bit issues with internet. Is it fine?
Yes, it is very well.
Okay, so yeah, I'm very happy to be here in this forum with such a interesting and esteemed panelist. And so, when it comes to what we do in terms of India AI, creating a platform, our whole mandate is to bring together this multiple stakeholders. In fact, that's our whole objective. So as a country, India is never short of talents and resources, but the biggest challenge we have found is these things are sitting in silos, whether it's data sets, whether it's research work. So how can you bring all these people, right, from the academia to the industry partners to the government organizations, civic bodies, and startup community, and together and create a unified ecosystem? So that was our role number one. And one thing, as you mentioned about inclusion and exclusion, I felt is in general policy discussions or anything that happens related to AI, there's a tendency for it to get dominated by more tech-focused approach, especially when you're talking about issues with regarding to ethics, responsible AI, which are mostly social, moral, and ethical problems, right? I mean, there is this tendency where you try to solve these moral and ethical problems that is created by this technology by adding more technology on top of that by the same people who representation from academicians, from social science background, or something like the other kind of voices, right? For example, when you're talking about ethics and AI, there is a general domination from a Western standpoint of view, when the fact is there is a huge difference between Eastern collective point of thinking and Western individual point of thinking as well. So I feel this is something I feel an exclusion that been happened. So when we had this opportunity to create this and curate this platform, we ensured that we represent all the voice, right? Whether it's academic or and from multiple perspective. How can you look at a situation from the eyes of various stakeholders? How do you bring everyone together? So I think I learned these lessons being part of many discussions where I had the worst part of experiencing this not included in many of these things, so that I can fix what is wrong there in our own approach.
Thank you so much, Shibu, for sharing that. And I do agree that I mean, at one of the conferences where I was participating recently, we had a professor from Japan, a professor from India, and they were not really involved. It seemed that others were speaking the same language, and they were sitting and having lunch alone. I was like, this is terrible. This means that this space is not inclusive. Why are we not listening to experts? Because one, they come, I don't know, for whatever reasons. I think this is not nice. And this also kind of makes me reflect whether, as an outcome of the discussion that we are having, if there will be a gumption for having a Global South network of participants who are willing to collaborate and discuss on a regular basis, and we at UNESCO can actually incubate this kind of work and host this, not to control but to just facilitate. I think that could be also something that we'd love to discuss at some point. So before we move on, I'd also like to ask Tim, who's a partner representing Innovation for Policy Foundation, on because they are involved in a lot of inclusive dialogues, and which he'll also share soon the processes. What has been your experience, Tim, of exclusion or inclusion in these kind of settings on policies?
Thank you, Pratik, and thank you for hearing all of the interesting use case from everyone. Well, maybe let me share a personal experience first, and then maybe try to connect it to the research I'm presenting later. So I was actually calling my mom yesterday, and she asked me like first question, so hey, what are you actually working on? So I told her, so tomorrow I'm actually participating in a panel on artificial intelligence. And she's like, that sounds complicated. And she went on asking about how is the weather, where I am at the moment. And I was like, hey, but if she hears artificial intelligence, she immediately quits the discussion. And what I was thinking, this is a form of self-exclusion. So actually, I think, and then I started the discussion. I was like, so hey, do you know actually that maybe the tax authority in the Netherlands is deciding whether you will be audited or not, and it's based on an algorithm. That's actually something that's really happening in the Netherlands at the moment. And do you know that your YouTube, the recommendations you get, it's a computer that's deciding for you what maybe you want to see next. So I was thinking, like my mom, a middle class woman from the Netherlands, if she's already self-excluding herself from the discussion, what does it mean for even, you were talking about the global south. So my learning would be, how can we like make the discussion bite-sized so people can actually feel like they want to deliberate and participate in the discussion. And I think that's also what we will see, that's something that policymakers should do. That's actually, if somebody does some self-exclusion, that you actually reach out and say, hey, but this is important for you, and this is why it is important for you, and this is how you can contribute to the discussion. So
thanks, Tim. I can attest to that. It's been my experience with my mom as well. I'm talking at different panels, and she's like, "What are you doing? What is this stuff?" And sometimes it's difficult to involve them in the conversation. They're like, "Oh, my son is at the UN and he's doing something, but I can't describe it too much to my friends. He will come into it himself." So definitely, and I think what you mentioned about bite-sized conversation and to make the policy process more inclusive, because at the end of the day, why we have so much detachment from the policy process globally and the trust in policy making is because people just don't understand, and they say that, oh, these are experts, they do their stuff, and in the end we suffer. So there is this breakdown in legitimacy, and this I think can also change if we involve people and are more inclusive. Which brings me to you, Tim, back to share the process that you and the i4Policy team has developed, and then we go with our panelists again in a conversation. Over to you, Tim.
Okay, let me just share my screen to have I don't want to interrupt this beautiful discussion too much, so let me just take 2 minutes to discuss our preliminary work that will be forthcoming in a joint publication with UNESCO next February 2022. So actually, we took a deliberative approach ourselves in this work as well. We had 3 workshops where we discussed human rights and the impact of AI, and also we had a workshop with policymakers to discuss real-life examples of people that were involved in policy processes and the participatory elements that were actually in there, apart from the desk research we did. But we've seen more than 18, almost 20 countries that had an AI strategy or an AI policy document, and that designed a process, and all of them had some participatory elements in them. And that's where we drew lessons from them. And that's also what we will present in our forthcoming report. And besides this, I think this IGF workshop is part of our process in coming up with our recommendations and lessons learned. Because the topics we discussed in the workshops and the case studies we saw, those are the same questions we will discuss today. So I'm really curious to hear from all the experts, but also from the audience, what their concerns are, what their important takeaways are, but also if there are some interesting case studies that maybe we haven't seen yet, be it in AI policy or some other policies. So please do participate. I'm really welcoming everyone to put in their 10 cents. So first of all, we discussed why is this time different, because some people still believe artificial intelligence is a hype, because they say we've been talking about AI since the 60s. Why is it different? It's like the electronic skateboards or the flying skateboards from Back to the Future. This will never happen. But we firmly believe that this time is different. And with us, many experts, and I believe everyone in this room has the same opinion, because it's pervasive and it impacts all of our lives, whether you like it or not. And that's one of the key things. It's almost impossible to opt out. AI will decide many things of you, even if you're not aware of it. While at the same time, at this stage of the technology, there's a lack of transparency and accountability. There are no scrutiny mechanisms yet to really fully understand what's being done and how it's being regulated. And this is most worrying because the impact of AI is asymmetric. It enlarges already existing inequalities, be it in race, gender, or social status, or any other inequality. And because of this vast impact and this risk that is inherent in AI, we believe everyone should be involved because it impacts everyone, and we need everyone to solve the ethical dilemmas that are involved with AI technology and the development of AI. So maybe the lessons we learned, I just took two quotes from Jake, a Nigerian lawyer and activist. And he's actually saying inclusion is not only about participation, but also about engagement, representation, and empowerment of disabled and unrepresented groups. I'm not saying my mom is disabled, but at least the empowering is like asking the right questions and saying like, hey, your opinion matters, and make it bite-sized. And I think this was a really nice quote. And even if the farmer in India, a cattle herder in Argentina, if there's AI impact on them, they should also be represented, they should be on the table. But it's not about inviting them on the table, but it's also empowering them to actually have a say at the table. So I really like this quote. That's why I highlighted it here. Then I have another quote from a Chilean policymaker, and the Chile process is actually very nice example of a multi-stakeholder approach. We will also highlight it in our report. What they found out is actually that the multi-stakeholder approach itself can be an education process. So it actually started with a blank agenda, and they let people come up themselves with, what do you want to discuss? What is interesting you? What is important to you? And they had several phases. They were transparent about the process they were going to do, and they found out that there were constant feedback loops between the participants and the policymaker and the politicians and the experts involved. So even the process itself was a learning experience, and already this sets a solid foundation of the monitoring and involvement of a long-term engagement from people in the process, and see what's being done, and also seeing and asking questions about to companies, but also the governments, like, hey, what are you doing in AI? So I really like this quote, and the Chile process is a really nice example of a multi-stakeholder process. So based on all the conversations we've had, the workshops, we kind of summarized 10 building blocks or lessons, so to say, on how to make inclusive policies. I listed a few, but I'm pretty sure we will discuss most of them also here in this room. And at the same time, maybe we find some new. So maybe in the final report we will make 11 building blocks, or 9 or 8, because of the discussion we will have today. But I think learning is key. It should be understandable. There should be also data policies, because usually AI is as good as the data you feed it. So if there's inequality in the data or biases in the data, that will also show up in the outcome of your AI application. So not even AI policies is important, but also the data policies that lie underneath the AI policies. And it's not only about putting people at the table, giving them a chance to say something at the table, but also influence them while there's decision making, and also talk about it and be accountable for decisions that are being made. So these are just a few I wanted to highlight, but I'm very curious, of course, to hear from you and keep the conversation flowing, and to see how we're going to provide all your inputs and see how we can summarize it also in our report. So as I said, the report will be forthcoming. We are in the validation phase of the report. So please do participate and share your experience, and please reach out to us if you want to participate and want to be updated about our progress of the report. So I think back to you, Pratik. I'm very interested to hear about everyone that's in this room today.
Thanks a lot, Tim, for sharing the process so far. And it's, of course, we are here to challenge the process and the insights. And perhaps I will quickly ask Joanna. Joanna, do you think it is really different this time? And when we just saw Tim presenting, from electricity to motors to AI? Is it different? What do you think is different, or if it is not? Floor is yours.
Well, great question. This is just a short response, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So so there's two sides, yes and no. So let me say no first. A lot of things that people think are being caused by artificial intelligence or social media or whatever, we know we've seen historically in the past. There's always been disinformation. There's not always, but frequently been political polarization. And we can look and we can see explanations. So I really think it's very important to look back. Now that I've been looking at the impacts of AI and governance for a while, I realized that even when the horse first came to Europe, there's commonalities between that. A horse isn't exactly technology, but it's used by humans like technology. So in some ways, whenever you reduce the cost of distance, you introduce new governing challenges, and AI is like that. On the other hand, when you increase our capacity to communicate, then you do change. And this is again true across biology. If you can communicate more, then it's easier to more quickly find ways to create public goods. And in one way to think about that is that you're finding ways to create new organizations. And a lot of the things that we've seen first get in on the digital technology, maybe some of them we're not pleased about and we're afraid of who we're helping to coordinate. But I think on the other hand, we are seeing an unprecedented opportunity for inclusion. And a lot of the things that people found frightening are actually consequences of the fact that we are empowering huge amounts of humanity to do things that they never were able to do. Everyone can go further, they can know more than they've ever been able to before. And of course that changes, again, it changes governance. So I would say yes and no, there's huge changes, but we can learn from history.
Thanks so much for that, Joanna. Esther, since we kind of are discussing around this point on governance, in your view, and I know that you've also run processes for AI policy development in Rwanda, how has been your experience in multi-stakeholder approaches to AI policy development, and what are some of the governance challenges that you have encountered so far?
Thank you, Pratik. And I think for us, where we are today is we're almost at the end of the journey of developing an AI policy. So we've taken different approaches. One, we've worked with development partners to actually develop the policy itself. But other than that, and in that process, how we've looked at it is really think about if we are working with development partners, how do we bring into this conversation people like especially academia, because one of the things that we look at for something like AI is how many jobs are you going to be creating, what types of jobs are you going to be creating, and also thinking about that skilling value chain that you'll be able to really think about. On another level, what we always think about, what we've also thought about is bringing on board, let's say the role of regulators has been thinking about data protection, environment like where we are seeing a lot of algorithms and these AI spaces, especially for a country like Rwanda, where most of our data sets that AI algorithms are trained on, most of the time do not have data sets that are coming from our countries. So one, how do we approach creating those data sets? And secondly, how do we approach really looking and integrating those algorithms in really having a responsible AI aspect to this. And then on the other side, something else that we've also looked at is trying to think about and really engage startups in saying, so how would you, what would be the journey for private sector to actually get here? To actually integrate AI, but also be various new AI companies that are coming on board. And lastly, in terms of governance, I think it's very important for us that the government takes almost the lead. And the journey we're taking is identifying which use cases can we better apply AI on. So it's this type of conversation that we are having at different levels. For example, our regulator will be the ones that will put out the ethical guidelines that will guide the industry. For us, when we put in place the policy, but also trying to find a way for all other stakeholders to actually play in this. And moving at a later stage, what we are actually working with GIZ on is with the Fair Forward program is around now creating specific projects that can be Pan-African, that could be, that also really bring in context. Here, this is like in areas like developing Kinyarwanda-based algorithms, use cases, etc. And I think in terms of governance, that is really putting at the forefront that government is interested or is encouraging such innovative ideas around AI evolution. And of course, when we think about and I'll come back around the data set part of it, that's where we heavily think about inclusion, because at the end of the day, if the type of data your algorithm is going to be based on, is going to be trained on, will determine how inclusive your AI economy is going to be. So this is an approach that we've tried to bring up in how we've developed our policy, but also in the approach we've taken in terms of engagement, in learning through the process and bringing on board experts and learning through that process of saying, how do we go about this? And this is a journey and or not an end per se. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. I think that's a great point to hear from a government official saying that we go open up to stakeholders and say, this is a process, this is a journey, what are your views? We are also learning and we are also co-creating this. So I think that's a great point. And also something that you mentioned, super important about data and creating those commons and scaling up some of the projects that you're working on in Rwanda. And then it links also with what Joanna said, is an opportunity to create common resources, which can then be leveraged globally or in the region. Perhaps Joanna is laughing and she didn't make that point, perhaps. Oh, you did. Okay. Okay. So I also know that there are people in the audience who can participate in Poland, and I know colleague Eleanor is there. And Eleanor, can you hear us? You are on mute. Can the IGF Secretariat please? And there are a number of points in the chat in the meantime, and I will definitely come to both the point by Veronica, which I'll at a point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Eleanor, we can very well hear you. Thanks, and sorry, this is a bit of a hybrid arrangement.
I feel very excluded because I've been sitting here all this while listening to everybody give their contributions, and I think that perhaps the technology failed to let you see me. But
and I'm so sorry because I was asking my team, where is Eleanor? Where is she? We can't see her. We just saw the room. So we are glad to see you finally. Eleanor, the floor is yours. We would love to learn about multi-stakeholder approaches because I know you've been working quite extensively globally on what has worked and what has not worked. And can you give us your hard truth of what works and what doesn't work? And also your criticisms of how international organizations engage and whether that is inclusive or not. I would for sure like to learn on what we can do differently at UNESCO to make multi-stakeholder processes work in reality and not just in publications. Over to you, Eleanor.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I must say that Pratik, I'm privileged to be working with the Alliance for Affordable Internet as the broadest coalition of technology and the leading advocate for affordable internet globally. So even though we are not working directly on AI, we work on connectivity, which is the foundation that you need to be able to get to AI and all the innovations that come with it. And we have been working with a very strong multi-stakeholder approach. We believe that you need to be very inclusive, not just in the engagement process, but you should also include people in the decision making, in the execution of policies, in how you co-create as well. And we, within the Alliance for Affordable Internet, the way we work is we have local coalitions in various countries. And these local coalitions, we bring together government, public sector, academia, private sector, and civil society in a very open and discussion format where we look at the policy gaps within a country, we look at the problems that we want to solve, and then we look at the various solutions and the data that is needed to be able to make a very persuasive argument. Now, one of the very big successes for us is how open we are, especially with governments, with policymakers, and also with private sector players as well. When we bring everyone together, we make sure that we have a very open discussion. We are able to have people sit around, have questions that are leading, that will give us a chance to explore what the gaps are and what the solutions are. And one of the things that we notice is that a lot of civil society groups do not tend to have the resources to be in these sessions. So when we want to have a very strong multi-stakeholder engagement, we bring them, we give them some kind of support, especially when we work in a lot of developing countries. We ensure that their transportation and other resources are covered so that they can be able to participate fully in these engagements. And then one of the things that we also tend to look at is in terms of the research that we do, we want to make sure that it's very inclusive. We look at a very intersectional approach when it comes to issues like gender. We want to make sure that if we're looking at women's groups, they are represented, not just urban women or educated women. We look at whether they are in, women who do not have the educational level, make sure that they are also represented at the various local coalitions that we work in. And so we work very, very closely with a lot of CSOs to be able to give us that kind of representation. But one of the things that I've also noticed in a lot of these multi-stakeholder engagements, especially when we work at the global level, is that we fail to see how to bring people from regional levels, and especially those in developing areas and global south, and making sure that they are part of the conversation. So it's very dangerous to fall into tokenism, where you just get one person coming in and that person is supposed to represent an entire continent or speak for an entire group of people. It's important that we get people who come in, we get a diverse group of people who come in, and when they come in, we give everybody the chance to actually participate and be included in the conversation, which means that in conversations about AI, we need to look beyond English, because a lot of times the conversations are in English. And this, what it means is that people who do not speak English or do not speak the level of English or understand the technicalities and the technical jargons then feel excluded. So it's one thing that UNESCO might want to look at, how we can have a lot of these discussions in languages that are understandable. But also, it's important to look at policymakers. And I saw that one or two of the participants spoke about the role of governments. Governments are very, very important in these conversations. If we're going to design policies and legislations that are going to cover ethics and AI, we need to make sure that we can break down these technical descriptions, make sure that they understand, ensure that they are comfortable and feel safe enough to be able to say that they feel uncomfortable about a lot of these discussions. And so this is something that UNESCO might want to look at, how to be able to bring a lot of policymakers up to speed on a lot of the technical issues regarding AI, and also make sure that we create a safe space for them to be able to come back to us and ask for iterations in a lot of the discussions that we have. So, you know, the experience from A4AI is very, very important in these spaces. We should look beyond just international discussions. We should look at regional and also at local multi-stakeholder engagements, making sure that we are not just in the capital cities, for instance. We're having discussions about AI. The people who are going to be impacted by the decisions that we make should be in the room. And they might not be able to speak the language that we have, but we can break it down for them in a very simple format so that they can tell us whether they agree or how this will also impact them eventually. So issues about localization of the discussion, and also making sure that we're able to increase participation at various levels. Finally, we should also look at connectivity. I mean, we can't talk about AI without connectivity. And what I've noticed in one of the sessions that we have participated previously, where we were having a discussion about access, was that the people who we wanted to make the most insightful inputs could not connect, because it was either the connectivity was not good or it was not affordable. So I think that in another way, UNESCO should also look at how to support some of the connectivity efforts that we've started. IFOIA has been talking about meaningful connectivity. I think it's important to join forces with ITU and others in us to be able to push a lot more governments to improve connectivity, but also how to make it affordable, so that when it comes to discussions on AI and how to evolve from there, we don't leave people behind. So Pratik, a lot of things for UNESCO to consider.
Thank you, Eleanor. Just don't hand over the mic because I have a follow-up. So thank you so much for touching upon so many points, and I think we will definitely try to discuss and engage with you on the coalitions that you work on at locally, because for us it is important. One of the things that one of our field office colleagues from Yaoundé mentioned to me a few days ago was that they work with community radios, and how can some of the information on community radios around these topics can be transmitted. Now, the question internally was, if there is no connectivity, it's on community radios, what is the benefit? But I'm still not convinced. I think information needs to flow and information needs to reach. And I think it would be interesting to engage with you and the alliance and the communities that you work with to kind of co-create something. And I'm for sure the Youth and Voice Office is always very supportive of getting in more youth engagement in these topics as well. But the question that I had for you was with something that Tim also alluded to in his presentation when he cited Jake, was multi-stakeholder processes should not just be at the stage of creation, but also at a later point. How does that work? I don't know. I want to understand how do you, what is this governance mechanism where you make multi-stakeholderism part of governance? Can you give some examples of that?
So I think if I'm trying to understand your question, what you're saying is that when we design or whatever discussions that we have about multi-stakeholderism, policies that we come up with, you're talking about the kind of metrics. How do we measure success, and how do we ensure that we are able to ensure accountability? And it will come from the way we, the kind of co-creation we have. For instance, if you're in a country, I'll give an example that we worked in Liberia on the national broadband, national ICT policy. And we had to develop various metrics, targets that, we expect the country to be able to achieve. For instance, some of the gender targets. And so it was important that in this discussion, we brought all stakeholders together, women's groups, we brought the regulator together, we brought the private sector players together, because they have to offer the services. And once you're done and we've decided these are the targets we want to attain within year 1, year 2, year 3, we then come to, we have to find who's going to be will follow up on accountability. And that's where the civil society groups and academia will be very important. Because in terms of research that needs to be carried out, we need to see how we can support those groups to be able to track progress that is being made, and then also be able to show whether that progress is indeed in line with what we had, collectively what we had wanted to achieve. And so I think there's some kind of resource that's also financial resource that is required. There's also the skill set that is required. And then also there is the resource in terms of, monitoring and evaluation that is required. So it starts from us all agreeing this is the targets that we want to attain, this is what we want to see, and then also being able to support the groups that will be able to carry this out. And I think in the multi-stakeholder setting, civil society is very well placed, and that includes academia and all the other groups to be able to do this. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you. No, absolutely. I think so. So my question was how to make multi-stakeholder a process and not just a starting point. And from what you said, I understand that it's the accountability and the engagement and the research that civil society, academia, and the other actors bring in, which actually makes the process of governance multi-stakeholder through this route of accountability. Just to give you a small example, when I hear Greta Thunberg go on stage at a UN conference and says that all UN speeches, people are doing blah, 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 it pushes me to be more accountable when I'm writing a speech for my boss and say, oh, we can't just use the same things. We need to act and we need to do certain things and then talk about it. We need to walk the talk. So I think that is how I understood accountability and the impact of youth engagement. And this is perhaps in a way also how multi-stakeholderism impacts policy discussions and governance. If I did I understand well?
So I think that's then what I'll add to this is that the role of civil society here is very important. So it's very, I can understand that, yes, we like to have sound bites sometimes. Policymakers like to sound good in the media, and they want to make sure that they have the right the points that would resonate well with the audience, and that also goes along with what they have in their policy. But somebody has to be able to check whether that is, whether there's a disconnect between what is being said and what is being done. And that's where the criticisms will tend to come in. So at the end of the day, we expect people like in the media, we expect research groups, we expect civil society, we expect think tanks to be able to hold the various processes to account. And they do this by research. And so that's where I feel that groups, like UNESCO and others, will be able to look at how to empower a lot more civil society groups who are independent to be able to hold a lot of these processes to account as well.
Thank you so much, Eleanor. That's really helpful. I see that there are a number of points in the chat, and I would come to Hillary and then to Jibu. But first for Hillary, Veronica, you had a question around youth engagement. Would you like to take the floor yourself, or I should read out what you mentioned? So Veronica is in the chat. I'll wait for a little while.
She's right here.
Okay. So yeah, please pass on the mic to Veronica then.
Okay. All right. She's picking up a mic.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for taking that message. So yeah, I'm here. The point was particularly on how we engage youth groups as part of the bigger civil society as so far. And I'm particularly talking about the work we've done with the Council of Europe, the Youth Department, where we actually analyzed last year the whole different processes, UN, OECD, Council of Europe, and the UN youth groups were not actually participating in that part. So accepting that participating in this process is an educational approach, how do we ensure that? And we, of course, we also have some proposals of how to do it, but that, I think it's part of a different thing. But I'm talking about youth groups as organized groups, yeah? So not random scattered young people that you just happen to meet and ask. So that's
Absolutely.
the angle. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Veronica, for that question. I will direct this question to Hillary. Hillary, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Pratik, and thank you, Veronica. I think clearly this is also something that we often see a lot in the youth spaces as well. So I completely agree with you. There's not enough youth inclusion in this space. And just again, taking like an example of like the ones that Patrick just mentioned on the climate space, we could see how young people are frustrated for not being included in these processes. And then I think this is exactly why youth engagement, particularly meaningful youth engagement, needs to be mainstream in institutions like the UN, like the private sector, and all of these multi-stakeholder partners. So for instance, like in the UN, I work in the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth Office, which represents the Secretary General on a lot of the youth programmings and coordinating the different interagency work that is doing for and with young people. One of the things that we're really trying to push is that for every single program you make, it is important for you to embed the youth strategy principle on meaningful youth engagement, which includes that youth engagement must be institutionally mandated. It must be rights-based. It must be transparent and accountable. So we actually have a tool, you might say, that helps to ensure that this meaningful youth engagement principles is mainstream all across the UN process, whether it's UNESCO's work, whether it's our work at the Secretariat, whether it's our work at the ITU. And so far, the process has been very encouraging to see how it's being mainstream. I think the question is that that you were also saying that we need to engage youth as an organized group. And I think this is also where I would have to point out that young people are not homogeneous, like they're very diverse. So we need to take into account that there are organized youth groups, for instance, official youth constituency that the UN works a lot, that the partners works a lot with, but also grassroots youth is as important, as you see in the climate movement with their Fridays for Futures, who's been able to mobilize on a grassroots level and perhaps also include young people who are not usual suspect. I think the key to make sure like how we can include young people more in a more meaningful way is actually listening to them by active listening. For example, last year during the G7 summit, in their specific youth summit, actually the youth delegates have already suggested or a call to action that for every single AI policy processes, like there should be a youth council to be established that could help youth delegate represent each members of countries in the G7 as an active youth voice for AI policymakers. So actually young people are not just sharing their frustration of the exclusion, but they're also trying to provide solutions to this. However, we would need, I think, strong commitment, right, from policymakers, from institutions like the UN as well, to make sure that these recommendations are actively listened and taken into account. I think, for instance, for every single plans of governments and policymakers to create technology council or oversight board, which we know now is happening a lot in kind of helping to shape AI policy processes and the future of AI development, we need to make sure that young people, particularly not just young people for the sake of that they're young, but also young people of color, young people with disabilities, indigenous youth are represented in this councils and oversight board in the first place. So there shouldn't be, so I guess nothing about us without us, right? So I think it's important to make sure that accessibility to opportunities like this to participate in a more decision-making role is accessible for young people. And it goes back to, I guess, Eleanor's point in terms of creating enabling environment that allows young people to contribute, whether it's providing translation, providing financial support that will allow them to take part in these digital consultations or offline consultations, even for those who don't even have connectivity access. I guess there's no straight answer into how do we meaningfully engage youth in this, but I would say the key word is one, intentional commitment for youth inclusion from institutions and policymakers by actually listening to the solutions that young people have proposed, because there's plenty of this already. And the second is establishing an enabling environment that makes these processes as transparent and inclusive as possible. And I would strongly, I guess, also encourage, right, to youth groups or for partners that champions young people, or like partners who wish to support young people's participation, to also reach out and then and explore collaboration opportunities with institutions like the UN. Like, for instance, our office at the Youth Secretary General's Envoy on Youth Office works with partners like UNESCO, like Pratik has shared, or ITU, UNICEF, and everyone else in kind of seeing how we could create entry points for young people, particularly youth groups, whether they're organized or whether they're grassroots, so they could be represented as themselves. So instead of us speaking on behalf of them, it's actually us bringing them in this space to be in this to be in a place where they could speak on behalf of their generation. One of the latest example that we did was we actually hosted a very honest dialogue with the UN leadership, with the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, Amina Mohammed, with young people, particularly youth activists. Most of them are young women and also young innovators in the space, on how do they feel in terms of young people's participation in shaping policy processes, whether it's for AI, for other technologies. And all of them have said the same thing, that they would actually need partners, whether it's from institutions or others, to help create pathways. And I think it's particularly important to also bring up the fact that we need intergenerational partnership in this, because young people wouldn't be able to break through these barriers without having allies and partners from other generations who are currently holding roles and powers to make decisions. So I think if I could just conclude my answer, is that look at it in a way that these are the generation that will inherit the future and will also inherit the impact of our current decisions today. So your children, your nephew, your nieces, your sisters, and everyone else who are young people whose life is affected on a daily basis from AI technology, whether it's predictive algorithm or whether it's in the future facial recognitions, they should be able to take part in shaping the discourse of this thing. So I hope I answered the question, but over back to you, Pratik.
Thank you, Hilary. It would be also very interesting if you could in the chat share some of the tools and resources that you mentioned on how to have this meaningful engagement. And I'm sure, because we have a lot of partners around the table, whether it's Esther in the government, Joanna in the academia, or partners from the civil society who may find this useful tool as well, coming from your office in some of their projects and planning. I know that Ork from the audience also wanted to take this floor. If you would like, the floor would be, yes, I see. Yes, the floor is yours, Ork. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correct. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you very much. My name is Auke. From the Netherlands, working as consultant AI trusted analytics at KPMG. And I heard many things that I agree with. I'll explain a little bit what we do and how we tried and come up with a multi-stakeholder approach in our trusted analytics advisors. So if a company hires us, we take a look at, we try to come up with a multi-stakeholder panel and approach on all the different variables that are relevant. And we try to scrape all the variables that are not relevant, because a lot of data is being collected from different organizations, but not everything is relevant in creating a certain AI system. After that's implemented, we also have a team that does IT audits. So that takes a look at the algorithm or at the AI system that has been created, and we take a look in what's created and if that's still relevant and up to date to the current state in society. Because you can develop a system at one point in time, but if culture changes or the whole different approach to certain topics, also your algorithm or AI system needs to be updated. And we try to keep that that loop, and we try to keep those systems up to date, and we'll try to help our clients in having responsible data science. And what we now see is that it's upcoming, that those companies are aware that it matters. But we certainly try to make this as inclusive as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Okip, for sharing this, because I think as we talk about multi-stakeholderism and we talk about responsible AI, it is really important to understand the role that the private sector plays and pushing some of these tools and some of these developments. And this first brings me to Jibu, and then I'll come back to Joanna on the question around polarization. Jibu, first to you. So you were working with a lot of private sector organizations. How do you see uptake about responsible AI and the need for multi-stakeholder participation in the private sector in the Indian context, if you would like to share? And also another point, if you can respond to two, we've also heard a lot about languages. We heard Eleanor mention about language and inclusion. What are there some of the concrete examples from your platform to bring in linguistic diversity and people who speak or write or use different languages to also engage? So you have two questions. Floor is yours.
Yes, I think fantastic. Some of the ideas that we shared here by Hilary and Eleanor, they were very, very fantastic and very enlightening. Coming to your point, I think what we see from a private sector standpoint of view, we see companies are struggling to come to terms with the gulf between what they understand to be their legal right to use AI and their social right, which they don't possess by default. So that's I feel the first part, right? We see that from time to time again, and so in order to accomplish this sort of social right, what we feel is the stakeholders trust in these AI applications is critical, and this can be done through dialogues and discourse only. Now, coming to the whole conversation around responsible AI, to be honest, I think we have reached a point where it is a lot of noise. Everyone is repeating the same thing over and over again, and it has become it has been commoditized. That's the saddest thing. Like I said, you're trying to solve a technological problem by creating a technological solution through responsible AI technologies, right? When fundamentally many of these issues are social and moral and ethical in nature. Now, coming to India, I think the engagement, when you speak about multi-stakeholder engagement, that mostly comes through the government, as we have seen, right, from time to time. I think, in fact, in 2018, when the country started its current AI journey, right, the preliminary meeting was organized by the government where stakeholders from the IT industry, government organizations, civic bodies, members of academia, everyone was there, and the outcome was quite fascinating. That in the end, they all had this unanimous thought that the primary the first design principle for AI in India has to be AI for all, right? So, which means inclusion in many terms. So, but again, coming to the private sector, I think the organizations like NASCOM, which I belongs to, has been playing a crucial role in bringing many of the stakeholders together. But apart from that, what is happening in India is mostly the government is what is driving this initiative. And the fascinating thing is this has been trickling down into a professional thing, when you look from a policy standpoint of view, right? So and today we have hundreds of AI tools deployed from the public sector as private sector, which are in the nature of AI for social good or AI for empowerment, mostly with people. And from time to time, we see large consultations happening, whether it's about preparing the AI strategy paper or responsible AI approach paper and frameworks and things like that. And coming back to the trickling down part, the interesting part, what we see is some of the states in India doing a fantastic job when it comes to creating frameworks, with multi-stakeholder participation And one good example will be Tamil Nadu, the state's safe and ethical AI policy that was released last year, right? And so this has a framework that was introduced that can evaluate AI systems and give a scorecard based on its the ethical and safety points. And this is enforced by the IT department and has created procurement guidelines on what all you can do with AI systems that are publicly deployed. So this is the kind of thing I feel we need going forward. Frameworks, with of course with the participation of everyone who is involved, inclusive, community-driven frameworks that are enforceable, rather than what we are saying right now is a lot of chatter saying, we need responsible AI, and then there you have 10 or 20 companies in the private sector. Each of them has their own responsible AI principles, right? And which again makes the whole process much more complex. So I hope I answered the first question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much on that one. And let me interject you on that, because I want to bring in Joanna first, because something that you mentioned is interesting. So what we heard from you is, what is the toolkit of making these processes? What is the plumbing that makes responsible AI work? You produce guidelines, you produce for procurement standards, and then work with industry bodies who then try to implement this. This is great. One thing that you also mentioned was about responsible AI being a buzzword. And I know, I think Joanna feels a bit, has some opinions about trustworthy AI and this whole kind of deterministic view, AI for social good, AI for that, AI for this. Joanna, would you like to come in on this point and don your ethics professor hat and shed some light on this?
Okay, great. I'm now slightly not sure which way to go with this or with the other question asked earlier about polarization.
That will come later. So
that's later. Okay,
yeah.
Great. Okay. Yeah, no, that's just it's a basic. You could probably have said it yourself. That I just worry about. First of all, there's two parts of what you just said. One is the trustworthy AI, responsible AI. Those kinds of lines are talking about the artificial intelligence as if it is an anthropomorphic other. And the most important thing, if we're trying to hold our societies together, is that we correctly attribute responsibility to the person who has developed the artifact. And when I say the person, I shouldn't have just said developed. It's often a corporation that may have developed and designed and initially sold. And then there's a question of the owner-operator, who are the people who would be responsible. So for example, with a car, there's the company that built the car, there's the person that owns the car, and the person who's currently driving the car. And there could possibly have been someone who broke into the garage and interfered with the car, right? So all those same problems and people that we've been dealing with judicially forever, we also deal with artificial intelligence about. And so I just have a real concern about two pieces. One of which is that we don't anthropomorphize the AI, and that we're very clear about who we really want to trust. And that AI is, if anything, just a vector for transparency. So we either do or do not put the effort into making our systems easy to understand and making accountability easy to trace. And only governance and enforcement can assure that people do that good practice. But the other side that Pratik just sort of prompted me on is the AI for good. It's of course a great idea to do good, but and everything we do now we use AI for if we're lucky enough to have access to digital technology. But when people talk about AI for good, I always worry about it, because it's not like because we've we've made some planted some trees or something with through crowdsourcing through AI, that means it's okay that we also gathered at the same time a giant database of people that we then use to surveil and disempower. So no amount of good AI counteracts the bad things that can be done. And so while I do want to do good, I don't think we need to mention AI that much unless it helps us bring more resources in. I guess that's what people are doing. But I don't want it to be used to sort of muddy the waters around the incredible importance of making sure that we are using artificial intelligence appropriately, and that that we are defending ourselves from harms.
Thank you so much, Joanna, for that. I think this also the first part of what you touch about. not to anthropomorphize AI, should feed into the procurement guidelines and the standards which the private sector is developing, and it should not be a we trust AI, but we need to trust the process and the people who are designing these technologies. So I hope this resonates also with some of the remarks which Shibu made and before from Auke. At this point, I would also, I think we have about 10, 12 minutes left. I would also like to bring in Esther. And on this point, Esther, you mentioned something about startups and youth involvement, and how to basically so I'm losing my thought here, but you mentioned something about polarization and jobs, right? And a lot of the focus in countries in national AI strategies is around creation of jobs and skills. So what are some of the challenges and thinking that you have experienced in this field around how do we create jobs? What are the political pressures and pulls? How are you implementing this? What are some of the challenges in terms of, if I were to put it this way, public pressure as a government official? And then I'll get in Joanna to respond on polarization and how we can solve that. So I don't know if my question is clear, but it's around jobs and AI and how do you create it and how do you implement it through your policies? Over to you, Esther. So I think the screen is frozen, but that's okay. We can wait a few seconds for that.
To automation.
Perfect. You're back online, Esther.
Okay. Every time someone talks about AI and it translates to automation, and that specifically talks about very big losses of jobs in terms of so loss of jobs for different areas. And I think one of the biggest when you're designing the policy, it's also being very intentional. I hope it's not too much annoying.
Perhaps for some time we can all switch off our video so that maybe it's better. Esther, we're not able to hear you very well. We've switched off our video. If you would also like to speak with the video off, maybe that helps the connection a bit, and we can hear you, and then we can, yeah. So I see that Esther is not on the chat, not on the call anymore. But Esther, do you hear us? Yes, perfect. So the floor is yours, Esther. We are listening.
Okay, perfect. Let me try and do this quickly. So essentially one of the key areas when every time we talk about AI that translates to automation, and specifically we go to job losses. So I think in terms of policy making or different interventions to really put out is being very intentional in identifying and putting out the messaging around what other opportunities are there for young people. So I think one of the key we've identified is around data annotation and similar activities that really would create even more jobs than what we are seeing today. So I think that intentionality when it comes to policy making, especially around jobs and what that means in an AI economy, is very, very important at this level. I think that's one of the biggest message that we're thinking through and understanding to actually to bring it across. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. So we understand that one of the tools while we are talking about policies and polarization, so it's a big issue, automation and people feeling scared of job losses. And one of the things that you as a government do is to direct them in a very methodological, well thought out way that there is no need to panic. We are providing you the tools and we are standing behind you to support that, whether it's through incubating a startup ecosystem or through creating new opportunities, as you mentioned, with data. So everyone, we can have our videos on back now. So Joanna, the question to you is, we talk about polarization. I know you've been researching polarization and income inequality and so on. What is it that multi-stakeholder processes can bring to reduce this polarization? How can they calm down the debate a bit?
That's a really interesting question. Let me tie this back into what Esther was just saying, which is really super important. When we're thinking about automation, a lot of people are worried that they're going to lose their jobs. But again, the data show that people don't lose their jobs when we have more AI, but rather the jobs do change. And in particular, so for example, for bank tellers, when there became automated teller machines, or for radiologists, 5 years ago, one of the gods of machine learning, Jeff Hinton, said, radiologists should all retrain. We don't need any more. Maybe they should just get something else to do because machine learning can do better. And in 5 years, we won't have radiologists. Now there's more radiologists than there's ever been. Now there's more bank tellers. Why is that? Actually, using the technology made them more productive. So it's now in more people's interest to hire those. So banks have more branches, and that may be temporary. We'll see. But it's been true for decades now. And there's more radiologists. More little tiny clinics can afford a radiologist because those radiologists are able to do so much more with the new technology. At the same time, what it does do is technology kind of makes us all a little more exchangeable. So going back to what I said in the first time about the fear that you feel when you aren't respected for the amount of time that you spent developing skills. A lot of people, they used to talk about the Luddites who broke up the machines. It turns out that they weren't protesting against there being machines. They were protesting against the machines not being paid the same amount as they were being paid per part they were making. So they recognized it was the threat on their wages that was the real problem. And this comes back to polarization, in case you were wondering. So this was, in fact, political polarization is not correlated with increased internet access or increased social media use, but it is correlated with increasing inequality, but not in every country. And it turns out that what we've done in our most recent research, this was published this time last year, we found a good explanation for why that would be. It's actually that as you become more economically precarious, you just can't take as many risks, and so you're afraid to work with the out-group because you can predict the in-group more easily, and so you start fractionating society. And we've actually, this is not published yet, but the last summer we were looking to test this, looking across a larger range of countries and looking at the data. And indeed, it seems that not only does inequality increase when you are at greater risk of losing your job or losing your house, so when your local economy is declining, but also trust drops. The much larger effect is, so trust is a luxury. And you only trust when you can afford to be wrong, basically. And so that's why we need economic support. And getting back to that contrast that some societies like China and actually Germany have increasing inequality without increasing polarization, or at least so far. It's because they were working very hard to make sure that everybody was being kept along with the increasing economy. So in terms of inclusion, I guess the most important point to make is that initially when new technologies come in, like everything gets scrambled. We seem to really like to have at least a little competition. There's something called the Gini coefficient about judging if people are equal or unequal. And if everyone has the same amount of money, Gini is 0. And if only one person has all the money, Gini is one. It turns out that people seem to be happiest when Gini is about 0.27, so about a quarter of the way up. We like to compete a little, but we don't want things to be unjust. And so I think when we have these new technologies coming in, then all of a sudden there'll be companies like Amazon did this when they bought Whole Foods. You know, they work really hard to make everybody get the same amount of money and for us all to be exchangeable. And I think that's what we have to fight against. We want equality, we want equity, but we also want to be special and we want to be valued for what we've brought to the plate. And so I think that's part of what we need to think about when we're really thinking broadly about inclusion, is thinking about how people can specialize and how they can be rewarded for what they bring to society.
Thank you, Joanna. So I think we are all special in our specialized ways. And also, I think I was watching this Netflix show called Superstore, and there was this episode where the supermarket hires a robot to do the cleaning, and then the staff, which is the floor staff, says, "Oh, our hours are being cut," and they take the robot and throw it down the roof, thinking that it is destroyed. And then the robot goes up again and starts working. So there is a lot of, as you mentioned, this sense about people not being valued. I think at the core of it, policies need to also be humane, and they need to value how people feel and not just talk about the hard numbers, which definitely inform the discussion, as you mentioned about the Gini coefficient being 0.27. And I would invite you to put the paper in the chat for anyone who may be interested to read. So we have about 5 minutes left, and then the IGF Secretariat is sending me a lot of messages to wrap up. I will close with 1 minute each to all our panelists with what is it that you think should come out of this session, this conversation that we are having today. What is your takeaway, and where would you like us to go? It will be just 1 minute, and then I'm also prompted that we should take a group photo. So I will start with perhaps on stage. Eleanor, if we can hear from you.
Yeah. Hello, Pratik.
Yes, please go ahead.
Right. So I would say that if we are having discussion about AI and the multi-stakeholder process, we need to make sure that we are looking around the room to see whether the people who are going to be impacted or who benefit from the use of AI are represented, and whether we are hearing their inputs and their concerns, and whether that's being captured, and whether they have a chance to be able to help in iterations or be able to give their feedback or be able to monitor the impact that this has on their lives. If that's not happening, then we need to really rethink it, because we can't just have data scientists and technologists deciding how things should be. We should be able to include people from the public sector, especially governments, who have to take care of the legislations that govern the public good, and then also look at civil society groups who tend to be in academia, who are more, who have a say on what the publics and are looking at the public interest as well. So this is very, very critical, making sure we look around the room. Who is this going to impact? And is that person or are those people there to be able to give input into how things are designed and how the impact happens?
Thank you, Eleanor. That's a very tweetable quote, and we are going to take that up. So we look around the room, how people are impacted, and involve them in the discussion and in the process, and then have a metric to actually measure it. We have very little time, so I'd request all of you to keep your remarks short. Next, we go to Esther.
Thank you very much. I think I'll add to what Eleanor was saying, and then say that in addition to the people that it benefits, also people it's going to be that's also people that need to be in the room so that they can understand or even be discussed and put out how they're actually going to be affected. So I think I'll put it that way, and just adding to what Eleanor was saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. Over to you, Jibu.
Yes, Pratik. So I think this should be the beginning of the whole process. I mean, this discourse regarding AI and its effect and everything regarding safety and all these things. It's not a thing which is open and shut, right? It's a continuous conversation. It needs further discourse and deliberation. And I personally feel there should be an enforceable framework to hold the whether it's private sector or public sector, hold them accountable when it comes to moving away from whatever ethical or moral principles. So that's my 2 cents here.
So accountability is key in this process. Joanna.
Okay, I'm going to say very quickly 2 things. One, in response to what Eleanor said, which is really important, but I still want to say science doesn't decide things. Maybe scientists sometimes, but basically science is about making predictions and providing understanding. It is absolutely the role of governments and governance to make the decisions, to make the normative calls. So that is just so important. But what I would say in summary is actually, since I accidentally pasted the wrong paper anyway, but coming back to what we were saying before, it's actually a kind of exclusion that we don't acknowledge just how much great stuff is already being done by parts of the world that are not always identified with AI. And so that paper I accidentally pasted into the chat was examining the narrative that was only coming from China and the US and not from the EU. But it turns out that if you exclude all 3 of those 3 great powers, the rest of the world combined is actually doing more than China and the EU combined. So it's important to recognize, and it is actually, I think it's a form of disempowerment when people try to marginalize the amount of impacts that we're already making from countries all over the world.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I think that's super important. I have to close, but I just want to add one more thing. The other day, I was part of a panel where people were talking about development and democracy, and people were saying as if democracy is Western. And I thought that is super disempowering for people who are working for democracy and human rights around the world. I'm like, this is unacceptable. But over to you, Hillary.
Thanks, Pratik. And I agree with everyone, especially what Eleanor has said. Representation matters because not only that we could identify gaps and how are we complementing each other's strengths to fill in this gap through multi-stakeholder approaches, but also because through representation, we can actually safeguard this process, right? And make sure human rights is at the center of this whole policymaking processes. So that's my takeaway. And then I guess to close it, I hope the biggest takeaway is that I hope our conversation doesn't end here, and hopefully it will translate to a more stronger and more concrete collaboration. And I really look forward to engaging with everyone here as well as the audience right after this session.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to you all. Rest assured, we will get back to you and we would love to co-create something and work with you. Thanks to everyone who joined. If those who are here, if you would like to turn on your camera for a second, our colleagues want to take a screenshot for the news item that they would like to produce. So as many faces we have, it's better. So we wait for a second. Well, very well. We see so many people. Lovely to see you all. So Steve, we are all here for you.
Okay, thank you, Lau. I'll just count to 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, we're good to go. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. It was lovely talking to you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 we didn't hear anything he said. It's been really tough. This is what started in Vancouver. So the public discrimination was still here was a bit awkward. Like, well, it was free because we met with that. So literally, I had to send the answer. I said, look, send a quick email to say I'm still not here, and
Thanks for bringing up Chicago.
yeah, and you contact me.
So, no portate palabras de esas, no. Będna. Przytomny. I klasyczny postaw. Ad mają... Masz mikrofon?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Rashi.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Marian. How are you?
Good, good. Just need to do it. Hello, Parminder, you got in. Good. Just need to do a technical check with the people in the room. I
hope you can hear me.
Hi, Minda. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. I have a little timer. See if you can hear this. Hang on.
digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone, from Katowice in Poland and around the world. We even have participants from Greenwich University standing literally on Greenwich Mean Time, as coded by the former British Empire. So we have, in fact, every hemisphere covered, not only with our speakers, but with our participants. Thank you very much for joining us at the end of day 2 for the 2021 Internet Governance Forum. We are now going to start workshop 184, which we've called Syncing AI, Human Rights and the Sustainable Development Goals. And the subtitle is The Impossible Dream, with reference to Man of La Mancha and that wonderful song. So without too much further ado, I'm going to run very quickly through the protocol and who's who and what's what, and then we'll get started. There is a poll. We have an online poll that we'd love you to take part in. It's a free association poll. So if we can have that pasted again into the chat. And we have also a resource list, which is at the end of the description on the IGF website for workshop 184, compiled with thanks to all our panelists. So there's a wide range of resources there to give you a sense of how important these topics are together and separately for every sector. Okay. So I'd like to introduce our speakers, and then I'll introduce the format, and then I'll pretty much stay quiet and take the floor, give the floor over to not just our speakers, but to our audience. We have, in alphabetical order, Ms. Renata Avila, the incoming CEO of Open Knowledge Foundation. Congratulations, Renata, and thank you for being with us. And also co-founder of many things, but of Progressive International. Renata is from Latin American Caribbean Group. We have Parminder Jeet Singh, the Executive Director of IT for Change in India and the Asia Pacific Group. We have Rashi Saxena, who's also from the Internet Rights and Principles Steering Committee. And Rashi is also an AI specialist with Innovation for Policy and has been speaking in a previous session. So she'll enlighten us on some important initiatives there. We also have Mr. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador and Director of International Relations of the Swiss Federal Office of Communication, amongst many other hats that Thomas wears. Thank you for joining us, Thomas. We will have shortly Mr. Paul Nemitz, Principal Advisor to the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers of the European Commission. And we have Ms. Michelle Thorne from Mozilla, Senior Program Officer, leading the Open Dot program, which is a doctoral research program for the Internet of Things. There you are, Michelle. Good to see you. Thank you. Lovely. You've all made it. My name is Marianne Franklin. I'm on the steering committee. I'm a former chair of the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. And my day job is Professor of Global Media and Politics at Goldsmiths, University of London. And I'm joined by Minda Moreira, who is our current chair of the coalition, who will be doing the online moderation and helping us out with fielding audience questions. And we have also on the ground Michael Okia, also on the Internet Rights and Principles our steering committee. That's who's who. Now, it's a big topic area. So to focus our minds and our thoughts, we're all going to think about a rather provocative formulation of the issues, as one would if one was having to debate it in a traditional debate. And that formulation is already written in our description, but I shall read it out for the audio and the live captioning. We are asking ourselves, what if current artificial intelligence trajectories, now indispensable to how internet and other digital technologies work, are actually undermining the future of sustainable human rights and the natural world? So what if AI is actually undermining our human rights and the chances of planetary survival, to put it in another way? So that's the focus. The speakers, of course, will have time to make their opening remarks and to elaborate, because we will have 3 rounds, at least 2 rounds, hopefully 3. Opening remarks, 2 groups of 3, and I'll just call the speakers as we've already planned. We'll then have a chance to hear from the audience via the chat, if possible, maybe a couple of questions from the floor, and then we will ask for panel responses. That will be the sort of analysis section, and then we'll move from analysis to action, because that is the key focus. What we should do, but what we are doing, and what we will be doing, and what we're committed to doing with money, political will, and all the rest. So no shoulds in this panel, please. It is we are, and we are going to, and we will. No shoulds, ifs, or buts. All the shoulds, ifs, or buts are in part 1. First, we need to analyze, and we need to establish what we think the main issues are. At all points, we love to hear from the audience. So please, people, feel free to post your brief questions up on the chat, because that is also part of the transcript, part of the official record. And we'll go from there. Last rule, 3-minute speaking rule, and I've got a little timer, and I will actually have to assert it. I've used up all my speaking rights for this round. I think that covers it. Yes. So let's get started. Keep an eye on the chat, everyone. Our first group of speakers are Renata, Rashi, and Parminder. I use first names, if that's all right with everyone. We all know each other on first name terms off screen. And then we'll be followed by Thomas, Michelle, and Paul when he gets here. So I will assert the 3-minute rule. Remember the question one more time for the record. What if AI is actually the way it's going, the way we're developing at its systemic level? What if all these trajectories are undermining the sustainability of human rights and our planet? So not simply a rhetorical question. So without too much further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Renata Avila. Your 3 minutes starting from now.
Hello, everybody. I'm sad I cannot be in Katowice, but since I just have 3 minutes, I have to rush with all the ideas. And the first provocation I have is that what if is it is a mirror, is a reflection of our abandonment and undermining of the multilateral system and the principles, the foundational principles of the United Nations. 70 years ago, a miracle happened, a global miracle happened, that consensus and commitment to human rights, to placing the human at the center and to placing development, peace, and the fulfillment of all the potential of humanity in the hands of a multilateral system that was equal, that was participatory, that was democratic in essence, that would allow all the difference to converge to work towards achievable goals. And now it seems that all this commitment is diluted and is undermined by alternative systems that of just groups, fragmented groups of countries that abandon this system as the backbone. My pledge will be to bring back this system into relevance and to make it ours, and to bring back a collective vision of AI into this system, and to update and upgrade the foundational principles of United Nations and to reflect the challenges of the technology challenges of our times. And while doing so, also transfer those principles as the building principles of the technologies of the future. Things like inclusiveness, privacy by design, inclusiveness by default, could be reflected in the technologies of tomorrow. And those technologies of tomorrow, built in a collective vision, could be like the keys to unlock the real potential of technology as a public good and as a key tool to solve the complex problems that we are facing as a humanity. And let's make those principles not only the principles of our planet, but also interplanetary. Let's not allow those big tech oligarchs to define the principles and the rules for the other planets as part of our system in the years to come, in the centuries to come. That's my first intervention. Let's bring back multilateralism, and let's update it to reflect our vision of a digital future.
Thank you so much. You were under the 3 minutes, so you have set the bar. Thank you, Renata, for that opening challenge. Moving now to Rashi Saxena, you have the floor.
I'm going to try and attempt if I can actually share my slides. Can you all see my slides? Oh wait, this is the wrong link.
You can. Maybe a little bigger.
A little bigger. Okay. I'm going with now? No?
No, not yet. I'll try sharing, Rashi. If you begin, I'll get the share screen.
Yeah, actually that would be great. I could just go ahead then.
Yeah.
So I do think that artificial intelligence is increasingly becoming the wheel decision maker of our times. It is a general purpose technology that a lot of countries are certainly trying to push. It does have considerable potential and does play a role within 134 targets approximately when it comes to the SDGs. However, with new technology, you have new developments, regulatory obligations, legal ethical frameworks, which have been a risk to our society. And it is AI can be an inhibiting factor for 59 targets under the SDGs. And some of the risks to human rights and freedoms are the disparities between developed and developing countries, being very Eurocentric, data colonialism, risks of warfare, and also the risks of algorithms making decisions on behalf of you. There's also a disproportionate negative impact on the marginalized groups, where there's no explicit input, but AI finds relationship that's unaware, which can be discriminatory. For example, correlation between zip codes and socioeconomic status. There's also a general lack of transparency and explicability. It's also hard to understand, explain, and regulate AI. So what do we really do here? Well, my pledge, or rather some of the work that we've been doing with UNESCO at the AI for Policy Foundation, is moving towards and adopting for a multi-stakeholder approach in AI policymaking. So some of the slides that Marianne has shared, where we do think that multi-stakeholder approaches using deliberation are the solution. It ensures that consensus can be reached with ethical conundrums. It also raises awareness and builds capacity for a lot of other stakeholders that do not have a role in AI, especially with citizens. And the policy framework can also be flexible if you have sustainable feedback mechanisms. But of course, in practice, translating it into theory can be difficult. It requires effort, vision, financial resources. Maybe you can go back to the previous slide, please.
I'm afraid your time is up.
Sure. No, these are just testimonials of some of the participants that we had. Renata was also kind enough to join us. But yeah, that's my pledge. Thanks so much.
All speakers will have a chance to retrace their steps and develop their ideas. So Rashi, thank you so much. Moving on now to Parminder Jeet Singh from IT for Change. Parminder, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Marian. Yes, and Renata and Rashi already brought up the issue of how AI principles are developed. Going back to your core question, I think AI is very dangerous, under quotes, as the trajectories are moving, but I always believe the technology is what you make of it. This AI, and at least till now, is still AI that we make. We may be overtaken, but I'm still not thinking of it. And who is making this AI, and therefore who should then make its AI, is most important. And I also go and focus on the economic distribution aspects of it. Kai-Fu Lee, who is, a great AI scientist and a businessman, spoke so beautifully in an article in New York Times when he said that internationally, there will be just 2 countries who would have all the AI power, and the other countries would have no options other than to be kind of dominions by taking money in exchange of giving up their data. And that's kind of colonization is going to happen. And this guy is really somebody who knows his game. Now, the issue of when Renata says going back to the UN, and I think the biggest thing is that we should start listening to public interest actors more. In the last 20 years, we have said, listen to business, listen to technical community. Probably now we say, please listen to business less and the technical community less because they have certain interest in AI, and listen to the public interest actors more. And it's not that AI principles are not being developed now. In the next 1.5 minutes, I will tell you what is happening now, what is called the multi-stakeholderism of current things. OECD, CDIP, Committee on Development of Digital Policy, in 2018 developed a set of principles which were adopted by OECD as soft law, as legal instruments. It's on their legal instruments page of OECD. And they made those AI principles or norms. After 4 months, just 4 months, G20, and I hate India was a part of it, actually adopted them. And they were not subtle at all in their adoption. They didn't just use the language. They just said, we adopt them. And the OECD principles are in the annex. That brutally non-participatory. And that not being enough, then they launched this AI partnership, which now wants all countries to take up those principles and so-called multi-stakeholder community to take up those principles. And it is very clear, again, the partnership says, why is the Secretariat with the OECD? Because they want OECD to keep the leadership. Now, I remind you that 10 years back, India made a proposal in the UN to develop exactly the same system of OECD policy making into the UN. Just the number of countries changed, nothing else. And the whole world shouted that that was multilateralism, but everybody calls OECD's making as multi-stakeholderism exactly cut paste, same system. There's a central council of government nominees who make it, and there are stakeholders who give advice. Here I stop at about 3, and I'm ready to come back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Parminder. We can always come back to elaborate. Thank you. So we have our 3 opening comments. The gauntlet has been thrown down. We have 3 more speakers for their opening statements to our provocative question, what if? I'd like to begin the next group of 3 with Ambassador Schneider. So Thomas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Marion. I hope you can all hear me.
Perhaps a little louder because I think we need to get quite close to the mics.
Okay.
Thank you.
I try to speak louder. So, like Parminder has said, every technology, as history has shown, can be used for good and bad purposes, from steam and combustion engines to radio and television. We've all witnessed positive uses and negative uses. So in this respect, I think that AI is not different from other technologies. Of course, it is possible that AI may have an even more profound disruptive character than previous technological innovations. But like Parminder has said, AI, what is AI is used for depends on us human beings and our political representatives, and on whether we agree on what we should like to use AI for and what possible necessary legal and other guardrails should be given to this technology. And in this regard, much has already been done. We have now hundreds of sets of principles and guidelines and soft law instruments by national institutions, by international organizations like UNESCO, OECD has been mentioned, Council of Europe and others, and also by NGOs and by companies themselves. So in many areas of the world, the ideas about how to enhance regulation on AI. With regard to Europe, which is where I come from, there is a discussion on EU level on a draft legislation on AI. We are not a member of the EU, I'm Swiss, but we actively participate in the Council of Europe, where there is the plan and the pre-work has been done to elaborate a framework convention on the use of AI, which is following a little bit the example of the Oviedo Convention on Biomedicine that sets out the broad principles based on the Council of Europe values that should be applicable to AI. But there's something that we should not forget, in my view, is that AI is not being developed in a vacuum. We all have our general legal frameworks, national and international ones, that are applicable to AI. This goes for legal frameworks to protect human rights, including privacy, freedom of information, non-discrimination, human dignity, right to self-determination, and other rights that the people have and that are already in consumer protection issues that are already there in our traditional system. So the main point in our view is if you want to prevent AI from being used for wrong purposes, it is important that people in all countries in the world fight for respect of rule of law, democracy, and the human rights in general. They fight for a strong legal basis of their rights, and that will probably be the most efficient. And then we can build on what is necessary, particularly for AI. In Switzerland, in my country, we basically have the general approach that we try to keep our legal system as technologically neutral as possible. So we try to have a solid set of clear principles that then are applied to concrete cases and concrete technologies, also by courts that are trained to decide on cases based on these principles and are trained to apply the principles of adequacy and proportionality and common sense. And we prefer to update existing sectoral laws in the health sector, in the automotive sectors, on working rights, with necessary AI components, instead of producing overarching but maybe too detailed and too time-bound AI laws that cover too many issues and are not possible to implement or lagging already behind when they're implemented.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you off there.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you heard our little hooter
no,
there.
I didn't.
Oh, sorry.
It's not visible.
That's okay. I thought that was a great way to segue into our next speaker. Some very provocative points there as well from Ambassador Schneider. So moving on now to our speaker, Michelle Thorne from Mozilla. Michelle, welcome. It's lovely to have you here. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Yes, and thank you so much also to the organizers for making space and putting this topic on the agenda. I'd also like to thank Kathleen Berger, who was the former sustainability steward at Mozilla, who really helped articulate the positions I'm going to share. So yes, to your provocative question, I think right now we're seeing ourselves, of course, in this moment of a green recovery. The governments are trying to find a way to get growth after the pandemic while addressing the climate crisis. For example, we see the European Green New Deal, and this is a kind of an effort to push environmentally friendly technologies and economic growth decoupled from resource use. So my first question is that possible? And also we see AI presented as one of these solutions to help fuel this green transition. And I also want to ask, is that true? So as the other panelists have alluded to, AI can be used for all sorts of different ways. We do see many human-centric uses of AI that can help mitigate the climate crisis, things that will help medicine, food production, traffic management, many of these different things. But at the same time, we're also seeing, any implementation of AI is really relying on massive and growing volumes of data that has to be stored and processed. That has a significant environmental impact. And furthermore, we're seeing AI systems used to speed up fossil fuel extraction, and the burning of those fuels are already causing millions of deaths each year and contributing to the rising global temperatures. Plus, that's all in addition to the well-documented harms of AI around discrimination and bias, undermining privacy and violating trust online. So I would posit at a minimum, we should be talking about more transparency around AI's environmental impact. That includes emissions, but also land and water use and these human impacts. And so hopefully later in the panel, we can share some mechanisms that might help account for those harms. Thank you, and hopefully under 3 minutes.
Thank you, Michelle. Well, that was 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Now we have our last opening speaker. Thank you so much, Paul Nemitz from the European Commission for getting here from your meeting. Really appreciate it. We have 3 minutes. I will enforce the 3 minutes. And then we're going to ask the audience, particularly in the room, if they have any interventions, also to time limits, because Michael will have a walking mic and then we'll throw it open for a little bit. And then we'll try and get down to some nitty gritty. So, Mr. Nemitz, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And as you know, the European Commission has proposed a set of horizontal rules for artificial intelligence as part of a broader package of legislation, which sets in a democratic fashion a frame for big tech. And not only big tech, but the world in which we live, and in the future even more, namely the technology-dominated world. So what we see here happening in Brussels is really a move from ethics talk and the old talking about self-regulation and so on, all these things which have not worked. And the best example, of course, is the charger, the mobile phone charger, where industry promised 20 years ago to come up with one model and they never did. So now on that one, we also need regulation and laws. And I would say what's happening in Brussels is really a renaissance of democracy, in the sense that we have in Parliament the important debates on how to shape technology, and the law is recognized again as the most noble instrument of how democracy expresses itself. And that is actually also the difference to China, where you have no democracy, and also the difference to Washington, where it seems to be impossible to come up with laws in the public interest in Congress. So we are trying to do it in Brussels in a way which is good for business, because we are maintaining a coherence in the internal market, but which is also good for citizens. Let me close with this. Pleading for sectoral laws is the classic approach which industry has always taken on GDPR, and again also on AI and so on. But from the point of view of citizens, we first need, let's say, strong pillars of clear common rules which apply across the board. For example, on AI, that people know when AI is talking to them, when they get messages sent or when they hear a voice, they need to know, is this a human or is this a machine? And this must be a horizontal rule which applies everywhere. And then, of course, on the basis of the horizontal rules, there can be differentiations by sector, no doubt, but we have to make the intellectual effort to keep the tech world in which humans are living manageable for humans, and that requires that we have common and, if possible, simple rules for people which protect them, which they can rely on, and I would say which help them to accept that our world becomes ever more dominated by technology. If we don't go this way, if we make also the rules complicated by splitting them up only by sector, I fear we will have in democracy a problem of acceptance of this technology trend which we are faced with.
Thank you so much. Yes, so these are the opening statements. We have a walking mic in the room. Oh, there we go. We have a walking mic in the room. And Michael, if anybody wants to intervene on the audio, this is their chance, from audiences and also in the Zoom room. This is a really wide-ranging set of opening statements. So I put up on the chat for all of us, because I will ask our speakers, what do each of us mean when we speak of artificial intelligence? From the UNESCO report to the APC Global Information Society 2019 edition of their GIS Watch, we have machine learning, we have phrases like computers acting intelligently, we have phrases like systemic forms of artificial intelligence that are bound with surveillance, automation. We all know, particularly Mr. Namath's given his work on the ethics of AI and work like that, we all know that definitions are at the core. But I think, particularly from our technical community representative, Michelle, how Mozilla, perhaps, for instance, understands AI in everyday speech and also in specific projects. So are there any questions from the floor before I ask our speakers and audience to answer my simple conceptual definitional question?
Does anybody in the room have a question or a comment? Marianne, it does not seem to be anyone in the room who has a question.
Okay. Anyone on the Zoom room? Because I understand we have some law students from Greenwich who might be itching to put questions to some of the speakers. While we're waiting for those, I'd like to ask Michelle, is it okay to start with you? Mozilla has some very tantalizing, interesting projects around AI. So what do you and your team mean when you're talking about this big umbrella term?
Yeah, thank you. Well, you might find we don't have such a unified approach even within the organization, because there are people who take a much more, I would say, a technical definition, and then others are using it to speak more broadly of kind of some of the newer waves of digital development. So I share this knowing that there's not such a unified voice. But I do find that we're seeing that talking about AI has been one of the ways in which we can talk about some of the challenges we see of the internet today showing up, especially as other speakers have talked about the ways in which it's less clear how decisions are being made and who's responsible for those decisions, things about explainability and the ability to audit the systems. That's been one of the major focuses we've had when we think about how we can make AI more trustworthy. So I don't know if that's such a helpful definition, but I'm happy to add in the chat some of the work Mozilla has done on this space if people would like to learn more.
Oh, please do so. That'd be fantastic, Michelle. You mentioned the word decision making. I'm wondering if that's a key word. This workshop is looking to connect three huge areas: AI and all it might mean, sustainability in terms of our physical environment, but also our built environment, and human rights. So back to the initial definitional question. Anyone from our speakers want to follow up with Michelle on some conceptual points? Parminder? No? Renata?
I never say no to...
No, you never say no to the floor, I know. Off you go.
And to your request. And I was very happy, and I just put in the chat, to hear the spirited defense by the EU rep of the need of horizontal rules vis-a-vis only sectoral rules in digital policy making, because I'm simply reminded of the 4 years I spent in the UN working group on enhanced cooperation, just discussing and arguing that globally we need a body for horizontal rules, and the EU rep and all European country reps and Ambassador Thomas, I won't want to put him in a corner, was there to bear me out on this, arguing to me that no horizontal rule making is needed in the digital space, sectoral rule making is enough. Now, I'm not, we have moved on, at least now agree that AI is too strong a force, of which there are huge amount of common characteristics, as the EU rep was saying, which have to be dealt by in a common manner. The health guys cannot deal with it. The education guys can't deal with it. There have to be horizontal rules on AI and on data. And I remind you, UNCTAD has called for a global governance framework for data. And I'm very sure in a year or two, they would ask for a global framework on AI as AI becomes the most potent economic force, and they deal with economics and trade. And I think let's rise to the occasion, leave behind the differences, and agree that all countries should sit together at the same level and not OECD alone or EU alone, and talk and make, and not already say China is not going to agree, Russia is not going to agree. Post-war, we did it. And that's what beautifully Renata started with. Now we are almost in that bad a situation with AI around, and let's sit together. And if we discuss, we'll definitely will agree to many norms. Thank you.
Marianne, there's a question here on the floor.
Yes, good to hear, Michael. Just before I move to Michael with the mic, please, thank you, Paul Nemitz, for putting up an official set of conceptualizations around AI. Very, very useful. A, B, and C. It's up on the chat, everyone. So, Michael, please, whoever, hand the mic. Could you please introduce yourself for the record? And you will have no more than 3 minutes once you can start. Mike.
Thank you. I am Manan Moussane, and I'm the Dutch United Nations Youth Delegate. And I had a
Can't hear well, sorry.
Yes, could you come a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yes, I can. Am I more audible right now?
Yep, you're great.
Okay, good. Well, I am Manan Moussane, and I'm the Dutch United Nations Youth Delegates on Human Rights and Security. And I heard you speak, Mr. Paul, about having simple rules that are easy to understand for also young people who aren't part of the tech world. And I can't help but think, what do you think would be the right rule for young people to help you in creating these simple and understandable rules?
You. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, feel free to respond.
Yeah. The answer which I like is that the texts which we produce when read with innocent eyes, meaning not with the eyes of experts, must be understandable. But that doesn't mean that these are simple comic texts. I would say they must be understandable after 2 or 3 times intensive reading of the whole text and, going back to specific formulations and a real intellectual effort. I mean, the world today is complex, and unfortunately, laws are sometimes very, very detailed, but they must be written in such a way that a normal person with serious effort can understand it. And I think that's what we're trying to do. Let me say a word about definitions. definitions for political purposes and also in law will never be as clear and crisp as scientists and academia, or for that matter, engineers or business, will expect. Why? Because first, legal texts are texts of compromise. In a democratic process, you often have really thousands of amendments in the European Parliament, often thousands of amendments. And to get a majority, you know, you have to work on the text, and it's not a scientific product, it's a product of democracy. But second, the function of a definition for a scientist and for an engineer is a very different one than a definition in law. In law, the definition, for example, of artificial intelligence in the Artificial Intelligence Act, first of all, only means a technology falls within the scope of this law. It doesn't mean that somebody has to do anything. It only means this law falls within the scope of the law. And then you have to continue on reading. And for example, in the Artificial Intelligence Act, then you come to the risk pyramid, which differentiates between 4 levels of risks. And only after you've understood that your AI falls both under the definition and falls within the higher risk groups, then you come to quite a number of obligations. And I would say rightly so, because if you put a risk into the world, you know, the risk has to be mitigated in the public interest. So the fact that an initial definition of a law is rather broad often serves simply the purpose of creating transparency and creating attention among the actors, but it doesn't mean that immediately, you know, you can't do anything and, oh my God, we are under the AI law. Absolutely not. So I would say, you know, let's relax a little bit about this definition. I would say, generally speaking, it's better to have broader definitions. The key then is to look what obligations follows from falling within the scope of the definition, and that is a more differentiated discussion.
Thank you for that very important distinction between legal definitions and everyday social philosophical definitions. But that begs the question of how do we get things to connect? We've been talking about horizontal lines of consultation and inclusion. So here I'd like to bring Renata in as a lawyer and an activist. What about 360-degree approaches? Why is it so difficult to have, why is it always we read certain sorts of authorships talking about culture and society, then the legal people talk about the legal things and the technical people talk about the technical things? How is it that we can't connect, and how can we? I think, Renata, this question is for you.
You know, like I have been, like, you know, exploring this for a long time. It's a lot of talking and talking and talking. And then at the end of the line, of all decisions is a humble and shadowy department that ends up deciding a lot of things and has very little scrutiny. And that's the procurement space. I think that the states, if I think of the public sector can shift a lot of the industry, the decisions, principal decisions in the public sector can, you know, like shift things like sustainability, things like how obsolete our technology is, and, you know, like by just shaping the rules on how they acquire things. And it is not only the state buying things for itself, but it's also all the aid sector, you know, international aid sector. And I think that, you know, like it has been neglected. And how, if we look at the big budgets, and if we look at the way that governments all over the world and aid agencies are acquiring technologies and deploying systems that are absolutely disconnected from human rights principles and are absolutely disconnected from you know, a coherent vision on sustainability, inclusiveness, and are just driven by prices and the best offer or whatever you get as a gift from a richer country. If we redefine the way that we acquire technologies, then I think that it is a very interesting starting point, because it will shift, and, you know, it will permeate in different, like at the local level, at the municipal level, at different, like, you know, across the entire education sector, health sector, and so on. I think that it's just an idea. We are going, as you said, and we have to say like what we are going to do. We are going to exercise scrutiny in the way that our governments acquire things, and we are going to shift the priorities by, tightening the rules of how our money, public money, is spent. Initial thoughts.
Thank you. We have an audience hand raise. Just let me get back to that hand very quickly. Procurement, deciding what things get purchased, deciding what AI technology deployment is going to be deployed in an institution, in the workplace. I wonder if Thomas Schneider and Michelle Thorne would like to respond to this very good concrete example of what we're dealing with. AI automation is already there, out there, from the classroom through to the assembly line and everywhere in between, including this meeting. Michelle from Mozilla and Thomas, given that the Swiss government did note the role of private enterprise in its guidelines, and if procurement's so important, where do human rights and environmental sustainability fit in if we hand it over to the private sector, just to be provocative? Michelle first and then Thomas.
Thank you. Renata, I really appreciate this point around procurement, because I agree it's where a lot of these issues come to a head and also where a lot of direction is made. And so actually, I think Mozilla has this interesting hybrid approach where it both makes technology, but has no shareholders. So we're kind of trying to be in the service of the public here. And I think and one of the things we're trying to prioritize is also transparency and accountability. So I think this sits hands in hands with like what we think, what good procurement looks like. So more transparency around that, but also guidelines that are for technology in the public interest. And so I agree, there's a lot of ways we could see that happen, local levels, national levels, and in different other programs. So I support this idea that focusing on procurement is a big one, and it pushes companies. So that's a good place for leverage, especially for civil society and for government.
Thank you. We have Alka Pals, but we have, oh yes, Anna. So, and before Anna and then Alka, I'd like to hear from, if I may, if Thomas, you're willing to respond to this tricky tension between human rights law, the environment sustainability, and private enterprise, which is where a lot of AI is happening at the moment. Thomas.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's clear that AI is already over the place. There's enough research by groups like Algorithm Watch and others that show where already now in the public sector AI is used. And so it's not just procurement, it's also procurement, but it's basically all over the place. And with regard to this, again, what I'm trying to say is that we as states, at least those that have signed the European Convention on Human Rights, the government is obliged to protect the rights of the people, to protect privacy, to protect the other rights. This is a positive obligation, and we have to, of course, make sure that we have a legal basis to also oblige our companies and industry to respect the rights of the people. And this is fundamental, and this needs to be implementable. If we have nice papers and compacts and declarations, but you have no means of enforcing it, that the people have no right to tell their government that I have the right and you are obliged to protect my rights. This is all just nice words. So again, but of course, and I'm with Paul there are, and with all of you, that there are cross-cutting issues like transparency, like having a human being in the loop, on the loop, depending on there may be with some variations, on having people know who is talking to them, on having redress mechanisms and so on and so forth. There are some elements where you can come up with cross-cutting issues. This is also why we support the work of the Council of Europe on this framework convention. But that is not enough, and you will not be able to solve everything in AI-specific regulation, because you will always lag behind. So you need to have a sectoral and a horizontal approach at the same time. And this is nothing new that I'm saying to Parminder. You have both. If you look at the WSIS declaration and if you look at human rights, this is horizontal. It's not just sectoral, but you need to have both. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have a queue forming. We have Anna, we have Alka, we have Wolfgang, is that correct? And we then have Parminder. And Michael, did your hand up for yourself or?
No, we have another person that's been waiting for the queue as well here in the room.
Oh, okay. So can they be 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay. Is that okay? So Anna, would you like to take the mic and I'll start the clock?
Yes, thank you very much. I am from Moje Państwo Foundation in Poland, where we are focusing on introduction AI in public sector. And here Michelle mentioned about transparency. And I have a question. If anyone has a solution how to achieve transparency, if we talk about public sector who is using AI in the connected with public security rules, because we have many cases when we want to get some information about how AI is using in a public sector, and most of the cases we hear that we can't give you this information because of the public security or public interest. And how do you resolve this problem, because where is the boundaries of the public sector rules, and where is the boundaries between human rights to get access to the public information and the public interest or something else? Just it's my note for this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that links to the issue around procurement, public sector, private enterprise, and these tricky relationships, tricky as in on an everyday level. We have next in the speaking queue, Alka Paz. Would you like to take the mic, Alka? And the video, if we can see you, if that's all right. Otherwise, we'll move through to Parminder and the person waiting in the room.
Well, just quickly, there has been. Can somebody in the room who was before Alka can she?
Oh,
speak
sure.
first?
Alka hasn't responded. So let's. Who is it in the room? Off you go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please feel free.
Okay, my name is Andres Bass. I'm a global ambassador of peace, and also I'm a human rights consultant. I have a question from a group who texted me. Is Farah Delancey Foundation in New York. They said, we have a problem already. We're talking about digital resources, digital money, digital peace of treaty, digital communication, digital empowerment. People have already got challenges and the third world country or developed country to understand. If we're talking about the dream, how that dream will be possible in developed country with the AI implementation, how that's going to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we might need to think about that question, how to respond to that. Could we have Parminder, I think, would you like to take the floor? And then we'll ask our speakers to respond to our question from the,
Thanks, Marianne. I wanted to come at the time when procurement was being discussed, and I think procurement otherwise is a very important instrument, and we have fought for it in many technical areas. But remember, when large digital AI companies are concerned, they're just too powerful. They have just too powerful offerings, almost often free offerings, but procurement level, city, mayors level, etc., are not very powerful to resist them. I know a case of a US city mayor who handed over entire transportation to Google because Google was just giving such an attractive offer. And so unless they are bound by policy from the top to what to do and not to do, procurement becomes weak in front of large companies. And while I'm having the mic, and there should be certain political tension in all good political debates, Ambassador Thomas talked about this was horizontal, and I question why developing countries should be content with a 16-year-old horizontal framework and why they should not be making AI norms and data norms, platform governance norms right now in 2021, which OECD is making is the question, and not whether WSIS was inclusive or not. And I also know that WSIS plus 20 is going to come in 4 years, and the drama will unfold in many, many ways, which would again exclude developing countries from global digital policy making and be ready and watch this space, what happens as we go towards WSIS plus 20 in 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Parminder. Alka, you have the floor. 3 minutes, no more.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll keep it within 3 minutes. My name is Auke Pals. I'm working for KPMG as consultant AI and trusted analytics. And I also want to give up a little bit of a different approach and like the bottom up from civil society influencing the public debate, but also in that respect, enabling private sector on taking responsibility themselves. So without any policy needed. And I do guess that a public debate that we're forming is really important. And if we create an AI system, this should have a good representation of the whole public, actually, while training the data, etc. And if that's being formed and implemented, you also have to review if the system that has been created by the company is representing different stakeholders. And in that respect, also the system should be able to be audited. And that's also really important. After that, you get the feeling, okay, what we're doing, that's progressing. And there might be improvements, but when you are able to have responsible AI, so if the AI system that it's being created is transparent, then this whole responsible AI discussion can also be created bottom up instead of top down. Thank you very much.
Thanks. As always, Alka, brief and to the point. We have, could hands be taken down? I'm going to assume, Parminder, that's an old hand up. Michael, anyone? I see Jacques Benglinger is with us. Would you like to take the mic and then followed by Thomas? Jacques?
Yeah, my name is Jacques Benglinger. I am co-secretary of the Swiss IGF. And I would just follow up what was extemporating, but to bring in a different point, which is, I mean, there is legislation, there is soft law, but there is also private initiative, and in Switzerland in particular, there is some kind of a public-private cooperation on setting up a trust seal. And this would also be something that I'm lacking so far in the discussion. So certified trust on products and or services, this could well mitigate the tensions between just sectoral laws versus horizontal regulations.
Thank you very much. Yes, very practical suggestions here in terms about what to do, how to join the dots horizontally, sectorally. No one yet has raised the challenge, my 360-degree challenge. Maybe we're using different metaphors. Thomas, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Marion. And I think one point that I fully agree with Parminder is that no government or no company per se are doing the right thing or the good thing, or they are necessarily anthroposophic beings. So, and on the contrary, and I'm a historian by nature, so history has proven to me that anybody who has power, even if it got it with, or he or she got it with good intentions, has the tendency at some point in time to abuse power. So I think we are all together on this. So we need a framework that creates incentives to make companies, governments, but also individuals to do the right thing and not the wrong thing. And then we can debate about how to get there. So I think this is where we agree, and there are different ways of getting there. I just wanted to strike that, and there are more like detailed single ideas like creating a trust label, but that's not so easy. It's easier with a product, with a hardware product, than with software. An algorithm then changes itself on a second basis. So some things are easily said, but not so easily then implemented in a way that they work. So this is, and of course, I think this is a necessary debate so that we try and find out what works. And the one important point is what works in a country like Switzerland may not work in another country. So it's also good to hear the voices of people from the global south, because they may have a different regulatory environment, they may have different human rights conditions, economic conditions, and we should in particular also put the stress on those who are maybe less able to defend themselves through the classical structures. How can we support them to understand what is going on and to fight for their rights and fight for their visions? Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Yes, very clear. Minda, your hand is up.
Yeah, I basically just wanted to flag up a question that was in the chat earlier by Wolfgang. And I just wonder if Wolfgang would like to ask that question directly or if I should read it.
Oh, I see Wolfgang's on video already. Wolfgang, welcome.
Thank you very much, Minda. That's encouraging me. Yes, I don't feel as the big expert, but what I see here is that thanks to the civil society, awareness has been created, and thanks to a number of actors, solutions are being sought through codes, guidelines, principles, and so on. What we will have to live with seems to be a period of a fragmented response from different sides, national, regional. And my question would be, how can we bring it really to the global level, to the multilateral level, in order to be as inclusive as possible, and at the same time guaranteeing some compliance with general principles which actually everybody can agree to.
Thank you. Renata, floor is yours.
Yeah, basically, I think that when we talk about advanced technologies, as Parminder pointed out, those making them very few actors, and I think that the Pegasus software, like a scandal, it is going to show how technologies made in the global north are impacting globally. So and how a little bit of political will and commitment not to elevating universal standards for the technologies that we produce, the same way that we did it with cars, the way we did it with other technologies in the past, is going to have global impact. But I also think there is a moment of accountability, because if such a scandal, I mean, we are still dealing with the harm and of surveillance technologies, almost 10 years since WikiLeaks started exposing the spy files, and then Snowden came with the other revelations, and now with the Facebook files. If we don't tackle this in time for AI, the damage can be irreversible. And so I think that it is necessary. We cannot wait. I believe that we cannot wait for a global treaty. I mean, that would be the next step, but I think that countries must immediately start addressing this. And if not, I think that I call upon a courageous country to become, as we did in the past with universal jurisdiction, to become the country, to become the fora, so we can start litigating these cases. I know that it's a risky idea, but we need a place committing to accountability, and I think that if we have a jurisdiction and we start to look into these cases with the scrutiny of an impartial judge or tribunal, we can fast forward the safeguards that we need.
Thank you, Renata. That's a good segue. We have about half an hour left. We're pretty much working on action points, but so I'm going to ask our speakers to think about how we're going to connect these three areas through the filter of our discussions about AI, automation, whether or not we need, not whether or not, the idea that we need some litigation tools, we need some accountability protocols, and we need some understanding of the incredibly unequal distributions of power around those who can afford the research and development and those for whom or to whom these tools are deployed. What about the school and the university that your kids go to, your grandkids go to, with automated roles? There's the end of mine. I'm going to stop. So could, really concrete examples about what we can do at the everyday level. We've talked a lot globally. So schools, workplaces, kindergartens, zoos, museums. How can we address this issue of enormous electricity consumption, enormous digital footprints, carbon footprints, and yet somehow get the good out of AI without having it crush us underneath its extraordinary weight? So that's my provocative point. You can ignore me, but I'm going to start with the backwards. Paul Nemitz, Michelle, Thomas Schneider, and backwards that way for a round of more formal interventions. What concrete action point for what concrete issue around AI would you want to promote today? Starting with Mr. Nemitz. Paul, off you go.
Yeah, I think when we talk about concrete action points, for me, the most important concrete action point is that democracy can function well in relation to this very complex technology. And what does this mean? I wish that we get information from industry, which is really truthful, which is not lies or stories which are, spread because of an interest related to selling the technology or making money with it, or a certain business model or a certain type of AI promoting this or that. I would think that the big tech companies, especially, they can afford, they are bigger than many countries in this world. They can afford, when they participate in a political process, to be a real, amicus democracy, a friend of democracy. And, they don't need to do what they do right now, which is just lobby for their business interests and so on. It's so sad to see this. They would not lose out a lot of money if they just honestly tell what's happening, how does this work, and not undermine the democratic process, trying to soft wash regulation, trying to make it meaningless, but, really help that democracy can deliver, because that's what we need today. That's the most concrete thing we need. We need to be able to show people that democracy can deliver also on these very complex issues of technology regulation.
Thank you. So not start with the technology, start with the democratic human rights principle.
Right.
So technology needs to follow. Almost an oxymoron in the Internet Governance Forum, but let's hold on.
Well, it's called the primacy of democracy over technology. It's actually quite.
Thank you so much. Point taken. And we will now move to Michelle Thorne. Seeing as you're there in Mozilla, please, your response, if you have one.
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to return actually to the topic of AI's environmental impact and really remind us again of AI's intense water usage in drought-prone areas, millions of liters of water being used a day, AI being used to speed up fossil fuel extraction. The emissions of just training AI models can be up to like the equivalence of like 300 international flights. So these are real impacts that our digital lives have. And I want to highlight the shortcomings of the greenhouse gas emissions accounting, which is currently entirely voluntary for tech companies. And tech companies are rarely actually publishing information about their about the greenhouse gases emitted from their digital products. So I wanted to share from Mozilla, we've attempted to actually measure this. Also, again, thank you to Kathleen Berger, who worked at Mozilla and led this work. And we realized at Mozilla, which is a fairly large company of like 1,000 people, but 98% of our emissions actually come from the use of Firefox, come from the use of digital tools. And in the typical greenhouse gas accounting, those emissions aren't actually really, no one does things with those levels of emissions. And if you compare that to a company like Google or Apple or some of the other bigger players, they're going to have these what's called scope 3 emissions that are going to dwarf what is the Firefox usage, just to give this an example. And so what we need, and speaking of action, is to actually push for more mandatory reporting on these different scopes of emissions. And one of the things that we're going to be doing is pressuring other tech companies to start to report on those. And furthermore, expand the conversation around AI's environmental harms to not just focus on emissions, but also to put people at the heart of this and really talk about digital rights and climate justice as ways to move these conversations forward. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you for this incredible conversation.
Thank you, Michelle. Do I hear your subtext? Your subtext is we need a radical redesign from all the big tech giants, from the ground up, of all their services so they're less energy inefficient. I see Michael nodding. And will Mozilla lead the way? You don't have to answer that. I just want it on the record because I'm a Firefox user. Okay, thank you. So moving on now to Thomas Schneider. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to Paul's wish that the tech companies should be nice, I don't think that they are better or worse than oil companies or other, I don't know, the car industry in Germany, whatever. They just try to make profit, which is they will not be nicer or less nice if we ask them to. I think we need to take our fate in our own hands. And again, in every country, and this also goes for the sustainability part. If we vote and elect people, presidents that tell us, I will make you rich, no matter what the cost for nature is, no matter what the cost for the global south is, then nothing will change. If we vote for politicians that will say, I will help us fight climate change, I will help fight this injustice, and so on, and if we then insist that once they are elected, they actually do it, then we have a chance. Then we have a chance to make sure that companies pay taxes where value is created. We have a chance that they are forced to be environmentally sustainable, that negative effects are integrated in prices and so on. But we can't just hope for a benevolent dictator. We have to, and everybody, we have to be not egoistic. We have to fight for the common cause. Otherwise, nothing will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Your point's very well taken. Michael is reminding us in the chat, not every part of the world enjoys the sorts of democratic, representative democracies, consultative democracies that we're very fortunate to be living in, most of us. Yes. Moving now to Parminder on this penultimate round of what to do. Concrete point. Parminder, thank you.
Okay, what to do, 2 concrete points. And I can carry on like a broken record, saying again what I've been saying for 15 years. You need to get a global place. Now, all those Disneyland things are over. We are in a serious space. We need to get a space where people come and talk. Stop giving the China bogey. The China bogey has outlived its use. Get a place at UNESCO. People get and talk about education. At WHO, they get together and talk about health. We need a global place where everybody comes and talks about intelligence, digital intelligence, about data, and develop the space develops research, like UNESCO is doing, the WHO is doing, and develop soft norms. It will happen. And if you can't do that, you don't talk about democracy, because you use the word democracy to kill global democracy. Everybody can see through that thing. You're not fooling anyone by using the word democracy to kill democracy. The second part is, and again, we worked a lot on it. AI is so efficient that it will solve all problems, and we should therefore start sacrificing efficiency. We say that, I know concentrated AI is more efficient, but I'm going to break up AI into smaller pieces. And that's what breaking big tech is about. Even Biden is talking about it. How far he'll go, I don't know. We have written a paper. We have talked about not only platform being broken from the trading, which is done on the top of it, like Amazon and traders, which already happens in India. We say that big tech should be broken in certain manner, that data collection should be separate from cloud computing, should be separate from AI, should be separated from consumer-facing AI services. We have a full paper to break the AI along these technical chains, like network neutrality. We have layers. Each layer has to be a separate company. So you have to get on to do that. And I'll connect this to the first question. No single country with itself sacrifice efficiency because they think they will lose out. till all of them got together. Is a prisoner's dilemma thing. Got together and agreed to certain minimums. And that agreeing can only be done at the UN level. Right now, US allies are getting on one side and China is building another camp. What do you think? Where are you going to end up? The only way to end up is to get together and start trying a global democracy model around AI and digital technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Parminder. Also are very clear. Moving to Rashi, Saxena.
Yeah. No, I've been thinking about this, but I also think that in the global south, there isn't, I mean, we don't have any policies. We can talk about the global north, but what we do need to do is actually get people involved, build capacity on the topic, explain and convince the importance of participation. Someone was talking about a bottom-up approach, also incentivize disadvantaged groups and determine community champions so that we actually understand and increase the overall ownership of AI and the impact that it has on society, because a lot of civil societies across don't really understand how AI works and how it can affect their way of life. And perhaps some of the lessons that we learned from the consultations that we had is that countries cannot work in silos. We really need to come together and borrow from each other's experiences. We established a diverse and inclusive task force of group experts, learning from local and global examples, ensuring, as I said, participation and reaching on a consensus that leads towards concrete action and policies. And one really good example is the recent Chile AI strategy, which had participation from citizens. They moved from, and for the first time, they also had a lot of civil society and academia getting involved. So I think it is possible, but it really has to come from the top. There has to be incentive, there has to be budget and a time and horizon of the strategy, where you can also, kind of be open to finding the unusual suspects so that you can lead to and make effective use of consultations and co-creation.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, exactly. So, Renata.
Well, I don't have much left to say. I would just say that I think that we also need focus on countries writing the new constitutions. And countries like Chile come to my mind, like it's very, very exciting to see new constitutional processes in the 21st century. And I think that the new constitutions written by citizens right now are a great opportunity to bring up these topics. I think that it's a very interesting bottom-up way to showing that it doesn't matter that the technology is not yet there. It is a way to unlock the possibilities of the future, because general rules, we need to write general rules for the next 100 years and do not wait for the technology to arrive when all the decisions have been made somewhere else.
Very good point about the timing, Renata. Wolfgang Benedek, I see your hand up. Is this a new hand?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
I wanted to follow up a bit on what I said before on the issue of compliance. I think that there is interest of tech companies, which, by the way, I'm missing on this panel, to show that they are trustworthy, as has been said several times. And therefore, there are opportunities to strengthen the dialogue. There is the Congress, the US Congress, there's the European Parliament, and so on. So I think they should be questioned regularly on their activities. And the next step would then be also to institutionalize this in the form of oversight bodies, for example, voluntary or not so voluntarily created, but in which, in an institutionalized way, this dialogue can take place more regularly and with a number of actors from all over. So I think we need to think about practical steps to go a step further than just regulation by different sides, but what can be done quickly and anytime, and partly is happening already, is to institutionalize this transparency and this right to information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. let's just take a moment. We have 15 minutes. We don't have to go to the bitter end, but I'm going to open it up to comments from anyone, including our wonderful team, Michael, Minda, any of the speakers. We've had trouble connecting the three main areas, I think, today, because it's almost too big. One thing's coming through with all the comments and all the input and all the amazing information on the chat. It's about accountability, and it's about where does one go if something goes wrong. And we're working at a very high level here, though. What about back to the school when they buy a free tool that is basically collecting data about 5-year-olds and automating what happens to what those 5-year-olds see in their now increasingly digital online learning environments? Who does a concerned parent go to at the school, thinking back to connect procurement, to responsibility, to accountability, to decision-making, to democracy and the most basic sense of everyday life? Do we go to the various big tech brand names and say, we don't want your automated roll tool, we don't want your 3D virtual world if it's collecting data about my 5-year-old and I have no control how or where that data is being used, or I have no control on the way in which my 5-year-old's intellectual and cognitive capacities are being shaped by an algorithm? This is happening now today in classrooms and in universities right now. It's not robots, it's not science fiction. So those are the connections. Any comments? That's my final comment to abuse my chair. Comments from the floor. We have an open floor now. Please just raise your hands or wave your hand. Parminder.
Yeah, I think since you put the challenge to connect the three areas, I'm going to do that. AI, we have talked about a lot. In human rights, I hear a lot of things, and I was in an earlier meeting. He says, oh, HR rights, people are talking, but not talking about economic things. And I say, wait a minute, who told you that economic things are not a part of HR rights? And it's unbelievable that in the digital area, we simply think that political and civil rights are called HR rights, human rights, and rest is the rest of the world. Excuse me, it's not true. Labor rights are human rights. Equality of economic opportunities is a human right. Right for self-determination is a human right. Right to development is a human right. These are human rights. Once you start talking about these human rights, you really see the world is different. And connecting to the SDGs, the SDG 10 is about greater equality among people and among countries. And within that, the targets are that people have every country has a greater participation in, they call it financial institutions, but at that time, financial institutions were important. Today, digital institutions are important. So if you cut across, all of them are talking about the same thing. And one example of it is that India has done a report on communities' ownership of data, and they have used the human right of self-determination, right to self-determination, where it is clearly said the country's natural resources are owned by that country and its communities, and they will determine. And data and intelligence are social resources, and similar things can be put around it. So I'm just connecting the three. And there is, as Renata started by saying, that there is enough in existing governance systems, both institution-wise and norms-wise, to root the current situation into that, but also innovate. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two from the floor. I'm just going to reset the timer to 2 minutes because
you don't
otherwise.
Have to do that.
Oh, wait a sec. Okay, off we go. Alka.
Start with Tapani.
Oh, sorry, it's Tapani.
Yeah, can we go to Tapani first since he hasn't spoken
Welcome,
yet.
Tapani.
If that's okay. Sorry, Alka.
Okay, hi Mariam. I'm Tapani Talvainen from Electronic Frontier Finland. I just wanted to offer a couple of observations or insights on the nature of AI because the definitions were not quite forthcoming. I'm not going to define it, but a few observations. From a computer programmer's point of view, AI differs from normal programming in the sense that programmer does not understand how it works. They are not programmed to do a specific task. They are programmed to learn and then taught. And we don't quite, even the programmer cannot explain how it works within. This may not be an obvious distinction to people who don't understand how programs work in general, but it is significant. Another observation, that the AI system is arguably a system that makes decisions that are not decisions of any human being, actually. And in that sense, we have had AIs for a long time because companies are AI systems. they make decisions by rules that, of course, are implemented by people within, but they are not decisions of any individual there. And there is something to think about. What exactly is AI? And of course, any organization, including our dynamic coalitions in AI in this sense, who is making decisions? It's not any individual, but a set of rules that are being implemented by people and things that people make. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapani. Thank you. So I have a queue there. It can be corrected if necessary. We have Alka, and then we have 3 people on the Zoom room. Alka, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Alka Pals. Marianne, you gave a good example of actually something that we don't want, and you created the example of a child playing with toys and data is being collected. But maybe the problem is that actually the public doesn't really know that those kinds of stuff is collected and a model is created. So a possible suggestion for me would be if you make that transparent or ask for an external company to review algorithms or make them even public, you could enable the transparency. And if that would be put into some kind of policy, those decisions or those algorithm AI systems wouldn't even exist, because then it could be that's being marked controversial, and in that matter, the company would decide differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good suggestion. We now have a couple of people who haven't spoken yet in the Zoom room. Is it Bartoszek? Is that correct, or have I slaughtered your name?
Yeah, my name is actually Mateusz, the second
Mateusz. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mateusz.
Yes, hello, good evening. I'm a recent law graduate in Poland. And from a more legal point of view, I just wanted to point out that when we are talking about human rights, the institutions that help us preserve human rights and serve to preserving human rights are courts and the justice system. And then what do we do when courts themselves and the justice system as a bigger picture use artificial intelligence that can somehow make the court's decisions not really human decisions? They can be maybe influenced by the systems, by the people who stand behind the systems, maybe by the big tech. Can we somehow fight this? Is it even possible to fight this? If the technological development goes into in the direction of AI being virtually everywhere, how is that safe anymore? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Important point. The automation of jurisprudence and court rulings. Thank you. Aneta Mulberg, I think you're going to speak for workers around the world, if not in Germany. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, actually, I wanted to start with your question, Marianne. I think we have to talk much more about democracy and power. The power of firms to make use of AI and the need of a public infrastructure. We lack infrastructures. We use Zoom here. We don't even have basic communication infrastructures safeguarding the basic rights of informational self-determination. And we are talking about, you gave the example of kids, pupils, students, and so on. They are forced to go to school, which is good, but they are partly forced to use the infrastructure of private firms that do not follow the basic laws. And so I think we have to talk much more about offers of public infrastructures that really follow the basic laws. And So I think I just want to make this point and think we should discuss this more strongly. And then the second point indeed is on workers' rights. I think we also have to talk more about dependencies and power, and that we have to also safeguard the rights of those people who are in a dependency at work, and also their rights not only of privacy but also of security, and the whole decision making, that they are not just objects but also subjects in this process. Just to make it short and highlight this, that there is a big issue here. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left, which is just time for our speakers to give their takeaway outro single statements. Rashi has had her hand up right from the beginning. So Rashi, I'm going to start with you from our 6 speakers. Just one sentence takeaway, otherwise we'll go over time and we'll get kicked off. Thank you.
I think we need to develop a more human-centered and ethical approach to AI, and also perhaps also look at the global south and enhance the diversity of different data sets, because there are languages that are spoken more widely than English. So yeah, and also mobilize more. And if you really want to be more inclusive, then we have to kind of mobilize that participatory process and move towards that.
Thank you so much. Paul Amitz, your takeaway. Paul?
Yes, I'm there. My
hello.
takeaway is that there is an appetite for rules, so we don't live anymore in, let's say, this world of techno-absolutism and neoliberalism, in which the unbroken global internet was the most important good to be defended in discussions like this. I think we see a renaissance of democracy and the rule of law, also in the digital sphere and in the internet, and also on AI. And I would say that is a good thing. And I would say, indeed, we have to maintain and strengthen the primacy of democracy over technology and let's say capitalism in terms of business models of big companies. Primacy of democracy is key also in this technical age.
Thank you, thank you. And moving to Parminder.
Yeah, very quickly. I think if AI doesn't bring us together, nothing would. It's so powerful. And if we don't want to come together now, get ready to organize ourselves around 2 poles of US and China, who will suck up all AI power. And since the audience here is Europe dominated, let me warn them that they're deluding themselves by thinking that they are old rich along with US. They are being left out, and there's no point being.
Parminder. Oh, his connection. Okay.
Making it kind of legally binding through WTO framework. So I think AI is the last chance of us getting together. So let's do it fast. Thank you.
Last chance. Thank you, Parminder. Moving to Thomas Schneider.
Well, I think I've spoken enough, but of course we are aware of where the powers lie, Parminder. Don't be afraid. The question is, in my case, we are a country of 8 million people, so we will probably not be the biggest power when it comes to into the developing AI tools, although we are quite good at research, but then it's normally others that then make the money of things that we research because we don't have the capital to do that. So, but of course, I'm always open to your good ideas on how to create more equal chances for the smaller and poorer countries to compete in this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata.
Let's hope for a multilateralism renaissance. Bring it back, because I see it as the only way where countries in the global south can exercise democratic power, and where we can, like, these are global rules that are fair for everybody. And let's make this digital transition and this process feminist and sustainable.
Thank you. And Michelle. Sorry.
Thank you. I agree with this commitment to reduce the harms of AI environmentally and on humans, and how we can challenge the dominant narratives of AI as a thing that will save us and call that into question, while also building alternatives that have the public interest at heart. So let's divest from big tech and let's build the sustainable, equitable alternatives that we need.
Thank you. And I'm going to end with a question from the floor from Agiro and her students in Greenwich. We have no time to answer it, but I'd like us to leave with the question in our minds. Can or is a human rights approach enough to keep the human in the loop in such a rapidly automated ecology environment we're living in? Are humans being decommissioned? So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your input, your focus, your amazing ideas. Robot rights, yes. We, after all, are all cyborgs. We're going to end the session now. To the technical crew, thank you so much. To our live captioner, thank you so much. To our speakers, so much. And let's all hope that we can one day have a conversation with a computer called Helena rather than Hal, and Helena will listen to us rather than pretend they're listening to us, which of course is my reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey. Thank you so much, everyone. Big clap. Have a good evening and see you around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.